Thank you. We've finished the applicant's case yesterday, and so now we're hearing from the submitters. And Mr. Dahan, good morning. Please come up right at the front here and
thank you.
so I'm Commissioner Sinclair, Commissioner Boothroyd, Commissioner Mackay. Welcome along. You've got an overhead presentation, which I can see that way, but if I'm struggling, I'll turn round and say some of the other,
Okay.
age and ineffectual classes.
That's all right. Well, welcome. I'm Nan.
Yep.
I'm a 5-year share milker and first year half farm owner in the district, in Catchment. Got a wife and 2 children there, and I would like to speak to my submission that I've made. I'm not an expert of any kind. I'm just here to voice my opinion, so to speak, or my concerns, and just I've got it set out a little bit, but I've got some bullet points I would like to address. I first would like to address the catchment efforts that have been made. These are also points that I feel I could speak to, as I'm further up the catchment than some other people, but we do love the Lagoon, and we love going there with my wife and children, and been doing a lot of running there back in my running times. Then I would like to point out my worries regarding the consent or concern, so to speak.
Yep.
First off, like catchment efforts that in my short time within the catchment I've been part of and have been helping with and contributing to, so to speak. On the farm that I own this season and I've milked for the last 5 seasons as a share milker, we've done a rebanking of the Waituna Creek, which is to, as part of the catchment group, is to help sediments stay out of the lagoon, hopefully, and rebank all the work that has been done. Back in the 1950s, the creek has been straightened out and deepened. All of that needed more maintenance and work, and that's been done in the past 2 years. Over the 2 seasons, it's a joint effort between Environment Southland, who's been leading the project, and Catchment and farm owners, and me as a share milker for the past 2 years. And this year I've inherited a tidy creek while I bought my share into the farm. I've been able to buy myself into it. The totals I've itemized it here just to give you an idea of the total work that's been done. Last year was about $123,000, of 38,000 was in the budget for the catchment. 85 was contributed by farm owners, which farm I've bought into this year then. The 2024 work was $124,000, and there was a 50-50 split because there was more money in the catchment budget at that stage. Last year the split was not quite 50-50. It was more of a 70-30 because we were nearly at the end of our farm and we really wanted it finished in 1 year, and we decided to carry on with it and get it over and done with while all material was on site. That's plus regrassing, fencing, and the impact of growth, which these were the things that I could quantify. Well, we had the invoice from Environment Southland for it.
Yep.
Regrassing, fencing, growth, impacts, and that I struggle to quantify that, as I'll show you in the next slides, but it's a harder one to quantify, but there was also a cost for me as a share milker personally on top of that, because as a share milker you pay for groundwork and regrassing in the share milking setup. So that's a personal contribution on top of all of this. So the total for the farm share was 147,000 over 2 years. And I'll, well, show you what it entails roughly, give or take. Like, this is how the creek was in the old situation. As you can see, it was a lot of straight banks that kept collapsing due to the soil types and just the general way the creek has been straightened back in the day, back in the 50s, I've been told, but this is obviously before my time. The creek used to run into 4 or 5 separate streams. In the 50s, they've straightened all of this out into one creek that obviously needs maintenance, and some of that had been lacking. And this has contributed a lot of sediment into the lagoon, which as a catchment, they've started at the bottom of the creek and worked their way up. The last 2 years where our farm was next in line. The year before that was our downstream neighbor. The last 2 years it was us, and this is what it looked like, and what I'm hoping as a like over here on the left hand side, you see that's the inner side of the bank is quite nice, sloped well grassed. The right hand side and into the corners is where it gets really rough and where the banks keep collapsing. I hope that in the next 10 years that this creek looks similar, with the tidy bank on the other side as well, and just the plants coming back into the creek. And I haven't got a picture of that, but maybe our neighbor Gay, who speaks later, might have that. But the bit that it got done in 2024 had a lot of native plants come back in the creek itself, and actually old seed banks that started growing again, which was really nice to see. This was work in progress, and also starts illustrating why there was so much cost involved. There's 2 diggers, a bulldozer, and 2 tractors and trailers, and I think the total amount over the 2 years has been about a month's worth of work. It might be 5 weeks, but like as a rough estimate over the 2 years. I haven't personally itemized that, but it's Environment Southland has the totals, and we've just been invoiced for the work. This is when the work was finished, and as you can see, all the banks have been done. Rock has been added in the corners to stop erosion. Topsoil has been added back on the banks, patted down, sown in, and this was the end of completion. Then I'm not sure if this works. There we go. This was of the 2024. Farm owner's son had a drone, and he's made a little video of it. But as you can see, the scope of the work is quite sizable for the 2024 side. And there's a lot of grass has been impacted in growth for the farm. Like there is cost involved, or hidden costs that are harder to quantify. But what I hope to achieve is that for the next 50 years, we've got a healthy creek that can start regenerating itself. And in the next slides, you will be able to see, I'll probably, this is a good illustration of what this entails before we reach the neighbors. Well, here it's a bit, on the big screen, it's a bit jumpy. On the small screen, it's a bit more, bit better. Never mind. We'll go to the next slide. After it's finished, we've had with our neighbor Gay, who is really good at native plants and knows her way around planting, and has been planting for the last, I think it's been her life's work, planting natives and regenerating soil. And she's helped us with this, and she made a plan. As you can see, she's drawn me a plan. We've got out of the catchment budget, we've got native plantings there, and we've planted them together. Well, Gay has made the plan, and we've planted it together with the farm owner. We've planted natives back on the north side of the creek to start hopefully shading the creek again. This is, for me personally, it's the start. it's first year to own a farm, but it's something that we love doing, and we love seeing natives come back and just a healthy farm like me and my family, especially baby boy, loves playing around the creek, and yeah, it's just a nice spot to be, and watching the fish come past and the birds in it. It's something. It's a big asset to our farm that I very much enjoy, and why I'm happy to buy into the farm and stay where I am. Now I would like to address some more of the concerns that I've got potentially towards the consent itself, like as to what I think I can speak to. I'm as I said, I'm not an expert in anything. I'm more of an above ground is more my forte than underwater, but I couldn't speak to that side of it. And I won't want to speak to the drainage side in it, because there will be more in the catchment. More people will address that in way more detail than I can. So I'll just keep this to the point. Conserving what we have. These are healthy native bushes growing at the lagoon that I've taken pictures of, and that I think are a healthy example of what we've got. This is an example of what I think is not a healthy lagoon, bush, wetland, like whatever the terminology is. It's not the water itself, but it's the bush surrounding the lagoon. We see dead bush, and I see sealed off, unhealthy soil that has been sealed for too long, and all the soil health / soil life has all died in it. Again, I am not an ecologist, and I'm not a professor, and I'm not able to go into a lab and show you exactly what has died in it. I just know that healthy soil life contributes to retaining nutrients, retaining a healthy balance for the future, and it takes years to build it up. And from what I see, this high level that has reached all the way to this side of the picture, the bottom side of it, I believe that contributes to a lot of lost nutrients, because as soon as the soil life dies, the nutrients wash out of the soil because there's nothing to retain it. And it takes years for that soil to actually open up again and regenerate itself. What if just that, like what of being here at the pre-hearing in March, and I've asked questions about this, and through the sheer amount of the reports that I've seen, I could not find the exact number anymore that's going to be inundated on a 2.5 meter level. There was a sizable amount of hectares that was going to be inundated on a 2.5 meter level. I'm not sure about the exact bit, but this is something I found after we've done our work here, and this is old seed banks from gorse plants. These are dead gorse plants, because I've had to spot spray them, and it's just been a 2 weeks worth of work. What you see here is my great intentions of rebanking a creek and regenerating it, keeping it tidy, and what we found was a hell of a lot of old seed banks of gorse seeds, which have got an oil coating on them and stay in the soil for about, I believe, 20 or 30 years. But again, don't hang me up on the exacts of it, but I just know that they are very persistent. What if the dead soil that we've just seen gets gorse seeds on it from back down the creek? They wash over it and they stay in there, and gorse starts growing there, which is an exotic, and we don't want there, and it's really hard to get rid of. Who would manage that? Like the good intentions that are there to regenerate the outer banks or the outer side of the lagoon and extend it. It's great. It's lovely. It's a good idea. Soils has been bought. Everybody would like to see nature be healthy and happy. But I don't see personally the point of drowning the inside of the bush and the lagoon there for making it bigger on the outside. Like conserving what we have is just as important, and that's something that yeah, I'm personally concerned about. As far as more bullet points, like drainage and fair compensation, but that will be covered by other submitters, and I'm not the one to speak to that in detail. What happens if the models regarding the regenerations are wrong above the waterline? under the waterline and the rupia, and that I can't speak to that because again, I'm not an expert. Conserving what we have, I think it's very important, like just making sure that what we have stays healthy and doesn't die, which it has done at the high levels that we've had last year. As a three-way applicant, who would maintain that? Like if it does go wrong, I know on farm who needed to maintain the grid. That's me. And I'm fully responsible for that. And I've done a lot of spraying. My employees done a lot of spraying, and it's expensive, but we do it. Point A, because I personally hate seeing boars, and it's a very persistent weed that if you don't stay on top of it, it will take over. I've inherited some of that from the past 50 years that is harder for me to get rid of, and I will drown it out at some point with natives, but it takes time and budget, and it's a work of love, I believe. Yeah, these are concerns that I think are important and should be addressed. Yeah, I think that's about as far as I can speak to this.
Thank you.
In detail, and I'm not sure if there's still any questions.
Yep. We probably do have some questions. First one, would it be possible for you to send your presentation to Ms. Onko?
Yeah, I think I just put it on the.
Oh, okay. Oh, good. It's just, sorry.
Yeah, that's
I'm a
all.
dinosaur. I'd like it printed out, so I've actually
Well, you
got
got
it.
it.
Yes. So,
Thank
okay.
you.
So that's good. Thanks. So, see if the commissioners have got any questions for you. Commissioner Mackay.
Kia ora. So you've talked about the location of your property being more up catchment. Is it on that map? Is it on the map over there, or is it further afield?
I believe we are just on the upside of the map, if I'm correct. Just double check that. Yeah, we would be doing, like, we are just there.
Right.
Okay.
Just outside of the, just we've got neighbour right here, and we are right beside right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, thank you. It's helpful to get a picture of where you're speaking to and matching photos.
Yeah, that's probably more what, like, I'm a more up catchment speaker than directly on the lagoon itself.
I do have just a few more questions. So my understanding is that you used to be a member of the Catchment Liaison Committee. Is that
I
right?
still am, yes.
Oh, you still are? Okay,
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
And so I thought, well, it's great to be able to kind of see how you balance ecological health and then the practical realities for farmers. And so you've said that the lagoon needs to open more so that nutrients get washed out and enables better fish passage. And that does align with Dr. Rabel's evidence, where he says the summer closures are actually quite poor and it could create that algae growth. And then on the other hand, we've got Dr. Schellenberg, who said that despite all the years of effort, and it's great to see that you're making efforts outside of the, just opening the lake, but he said that it is actually those high nutrient loads that have been causing some stress in the lake and really limits options, and so that the decision comes down to, do you open or do you not? And I just wanted to know, from somebody who has been involved in the liaison committee, then how have you balanced the land use and the land capability with the ecological outcomes?
First of all, I am a junior member of it, so I've only, like, I'm one of the younger members, and I've just come in, I think, in the last 2 years. So the earlier work I probably can't speak to too much, but how I would voice this is, like, we are in the catchment, nutrients are coming in. It's hard to undo 100 years of human presence here, or over 100 years, however long that's been. Nutrients will flow in. This is not a process that, like, will stop. That we can't reverse this completely, like, even if we wanted to. As humans, as a community, think opening it and flushing nutrients out that we've put in is important. Like, we all have to clean up after ourselves. Nature did that before settlers arrived. At the moment we are here, that's the reality of our situation. I believe that opening at the right time is important, should be done. However, again, I'm not an expert on this, and I'm not entirely sure when the right time for opening is.
And
Like, I would say high water, there's two things in my head. On the one hand, it's the nutrient loading. On the other hand, the higher level last year, there was a hell of a lot more water in the lagoon that once it got opened, the amount of water, sheer volume, there's the amount of area that the lagoon entails, times that extra half a meter or a meter of water that was there, is a sizable amount of cubic meters, which is a humongous force racing through that bank coming out, which opens the bank further, which lets more salt water in over a longer time. What that exact balance is, I can't honestly tell you, because that's not my expertise. I'm an expert in knowing which plants I don't want on my farm. Gorse, for instance, that's one of them, like something that's not native and shouldn't be here. That's where I could help. I'm not sure what the exact opening would be, if it's a summer opening or I would dare say a winter opening would be better, but again.
So my only other question is more around understanding how the catchment committee works, like how you come together, how you function, what decisions you make, and what information you get.
Well, as the liaison commission, we're more an on the ground a go-between between Environment Southland and farmers as well. Like we are, for instance, if Craig King, our local Environment Southland catchment spokesperson that plans in work and that comes in, he's like, what would you like to be done? Where does work need to be done? What is good for the lagoon? We sit down with all of us. We go around projects that have been done, and we go around projects that should be done. We do that with the farmers in the committee, and like, where do we want to start planting trees this year? Like, which creek need to be cleaned out? Is there any other maintenance that needs to be done? Is there wood that needs to be cleaned out of the creek? Is there anything, any concerns? We address that, and we're sort of a voice for the more practical side of it.
And then do you have, so you do a bit of a plan of what's needed, and then
we've got the budget. Yes, we've got the yearly budget meetings at the gun club with Environment Southland. The budget is there, planning, and like general new catchment concerns, or like last year it was about the new rate payment methods, and that all of that is discussed at the yearly meetings, and then in between we catch up. And yeah, that's as far as I've experienced it in my short tenure there.
Well,
thank you. Yes, thanks for the presentation. It was good to see some of that footage. Must say. You mentioned that I think that the stream works were moving up the catchment.
Yeah,
is that correct? So you were next in line. Is that
yeah,
how that works?
That's how that's
so presumably then downstream, and we might hear from others today or tomorrow about that, but they're all in various stages of stream works, some from some years ago, which will be well advanced, and yours are fairly recent.
Yeah, this was one of the more advanced ones that had been done, because I believe that it was in the 2000s or the 90s there's been more rebanking done, but our farm missed out then because the farm owners then weren't keen on it. I believe, or that's before my time. I'm not sure, but yeah. So that's but I believe that there's a speaker coming in. My neighbor is speaking later today or tomorrow, so he might be speaking to his work that he's done, and yeah, that's where that's.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll hear and we'll ask questions of others, similar kind of matters. Thank you. That's really just confirmed what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Right, a couple of questions from me. So all those in the examples you showed us, so that all of your farm now, where it's on the creek, has all been.
Yes, our property is finished.
It's all complete, right? And then other people have told us about Mr. Sims, who was a submitter we heard from yesterday. He was showing us on another creek, I think it's Moffat Creek, the erosion and that sort of thing. So is that creek part of your
I believe that
catchment?
Moffat Creek is not part of the Waituna Creek
So it's just the way,
Commission, but I
right, it's only
double
the,
check. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah,
Is it
so
yours?
it's-
Yeah, so
so all of it's only on
this I can speak to the Waituna.
wait, right?
Yeah. Yes, but there will be more speakers and more people that have done works, and also works from Fonterra that has contributed in the catchment or the trust, I believe. And there has been more projects done over the past years. I've only been part of one other one, but this is about 8 years ago when I was contract milking on another farm on the very, very top of the catchment. That has also made a native wetland and actually taken farmland out of commission and replanted as part of the Fonterra healthy water scheme, I believe that was, but yeah.
And then with the inundation that occurs, and if it was going to at the 2.5, does that affect, does it come back upstream that you?
It does still a certain degree, but like the only thing that more water would have been able to leave the stream earlier at a 2 meter level than on a 2.5 meter. That's another 0.5 meter where water backs up. And water does back up. Like it is actually, you would say it just, you open the tap and it flows off your farm in a hurry, but it does actually matter that there's a spot for it to go, because that's more friction further up the stream, holds it back down up the stream. That makes sense.
And then since you put the commission in and you opposed to the 2.5, as a result, we understand of the pre-hearing meeting, more of a staged process has been suggested where the levels for release would be close further down, like at 2.2 for a certain number of time, certain period, and then it ramps up like that. What do you think about that?
Well, it depends on the inundation report as well. Like how many farms are actually further up involved, and if there is compensation for that. Like if that's all getting compensated and is fair and square for all the people involved, and everybody is happy with that, then I will be happy with them, so to speak. But personally, my farm is further upstream, so I'm not quite sure if I'm the correct person to voice my opinion on that. I believe that it's always, everything needs to be fair and square. And at this moment, further downstream, I've not got the feeling that it's fair for people involved there. As for the 2.5 and the 2.3, yeah, like again, if it actually wrecks the lagoon on the inside, or the native bush that I've seen being inundated and dying, and it actually doesn't help the soil health there, because that soil is actually a filter for nutrients, and everything on the inside of the stream is more filtering than any well. That's more important to filter all the nutrients out of it. If you actually let that come up, I'm wondering if it is going to regenerate itself, or if it's actually going to grow gorse. If it's going to grow gorse, it's going to go the other way, because that's a legume that's actually binding more nitrogen out of the air, which will only further deteriorate the current situation that we've got. And at the moment, we have got a beautiful lagoon. It is nice. We've got walking tracks. We've got a beautiful space, and the nature there is nice, and it's still at a stage where it's actually dense enough to keep exotics out. If it drowns and it dies, other invasive species have got to change. But, yeah.
Thank you.
I just have one follow-up question. It was quite helpful for you to explain that at a 2.5 or whatever the lake level is, that it might actually have like that backflow effect on your stream. And I just wanted to know, we've asked the lawyers yesterday whether or not we can change the proposed lake opening, or whether the scope of our task is just to simply decline or accept or grant the consent as it stands. and we are still waiting for that advice to come in. And I wanted to understand, now that I know what it will mean to have an opening in the existing or the pre-existing regime and how that will impact, what would it mean for you if we can't amend the level and the answer is there's no consent that's granted to open the lake?
For me personally,
Yeah, in your farm.
for me and my farm, it would be like I'm far enough up the catchment that for me it would just be I would just be disappointed for my fellow farmers downstream. Upstream, like I'm far enough upstream that my influence would, or the influence of that would be minor on my property. From my perspective, but I'm also part of a catchment and we're part of a group that I believe stands together and shoulder to shoulder. But that's where my concern would be, more from a neighbor point of view. Like it, yeah.
That's helpful. It
One
makes
for
me
all for one, is it, or whatever the saying goes? Like we're all in it together as a catchment, and yeah, like they've helped me make our property healthier and tidier and nicer, and I'm here as well to represent, part as a representative of the liaison commission and farmer, share milker, and husband, father, and we love the lagoon as it is. My property would be minorly affected personally. Every time I go to the lagoon and I see dead bush and I see a lot of gorse, and maybe when you go around there, or you have been around there already, is it? Or
Yeah,
you would see a hell of a lot of yellow bush around the outside of it that shouldn't be there. But unfortunately, somebody imported it from England over 100 years ago, or however long that's been, and it's annoying. But I'm wondering who is going to keep that tidy, who is going to do that.
Yeah, that's helpful. Because
Those are concerns as a community member I've got. That's probably where I can speak to from how where I would be influenced by this decision, so to speak.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
All right.
Thank you.
That's all right. You're welcome. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have on our schedule Ms. Robertson. Mrs. Robertson. Good morning. Mrs. Howard, how would you like us to refer to you? So,
Ms.
Ms. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katrina Robertson. I hold a Bachelor of Arts with honours in Geography and a Bachelor of Science in Psychology. From 2009 to 2021, I was employed by Environment Southland as Land Sustainability Officer for the Waituna Catchment, and the initial 3 years of this was jointly employed by the Department of Conservation as well in this role. The role entailed providing advice on sustainable land management practices to landowners and the community, both in a one-on-one and community meeting situation. And I also was involved with project management for the Waituna project for Environment Southland. During this time, I worked with local landowners, community groups, and organisations with an interest in Waituna, and I learned a lot about the people in the area. Due to the length of time I worked in this role, I'm still interested in what's happening in the area, which is why I'm submitting here today, and I'm also the only non-landowner on the Waituna Catchment Committee. In the years I was employed to work in the Waituna Catchment, a couple of things really stood out for me. One is that what happens in the catchment affects the lagoon, and what happens in the lagoon affects the catchment. They're both interconnected. The effects of having higher lagoon levels for longer periods of time are not only affecting the lagoon, they're affecting the catchment as well. This is why in my submission I have made points regarding the need for the Science Advisory Group membership to include expertise in both lagoon and catchment management, so that any decisions that are made can consider both of these regards to the levels of the lagoon. And the monitoring conditions on the consent need to include monitoring outside of the lagoon because there will be effects outside. High lagoon levels for longer periods of time will cause changes in the catchment to both Indigenous and introduced species that need to be monitored, such as fringing wetland vegetation, farmland vegetation, the native and introduced fauna, habitat and populations. And from an economic and social perspective, there'll be impeded drainage on farmland. The number of days public access is lost to the viewing platform and walking track due to the bridge on the Waghorns Road being closed because it's underwater. And also there'll be effects on the bridge as well over time. And it was only actually recently replaced, so it needs to be considered as well. It is also worth noting some history here as well, and that the development of much of the farmland around the lagoon was originally demonstrated and encouraged by the government years ago to provide employment. So the current landowners are living with the legacy effect of this, when perhaps a buffer should have been left around the lagoon by the government back then. Hindsight's a great thing. The second thing that stood out for me during my time working in the area was that you need to work with the people on the ground who are living and breathing in this area, whether they be landowners or recreational users. They may not have the scientific qualifications, but they do have a lot of knowledge that they've built up over the years, which provides valuable observations and insights into how both the catchment and lagoon ecosystems function and how they have changed over time. And in relation to this consent, years of experience with opening the lagoon in terms of how to do it, where to do it, how the lagoon's landscape has changed over the years of opening. I could be wrong, but I get the impression that this knowledge hasn't been valued as much by the applicants up to now as it could have been. And that's been demonstrated with the changes that have been made to the application following the pre-hearing meeting, which was great. I feel that the 5-year review of the effectiveness of the consent is too long to wait and act if there are issues regarding the conditions of the consent. A lot can happen in that time, as it's such a dynamic environment down there. With the most recent high-level emergency opening, changes in the fringing wetland, among other things, were noted by the community straight away. Even if there's only one opening in a 2-year period, lessons can still be learned from each opening event. And waiting 5 years to review this information could be too long and cause long-term damage to the ecological health of the lagoon and unnecessary financial stress to neighbouring landowners. It doesn't have to be an onerous and costly exercise to do the review. I noted that the applicants have amended the consent following the pre-hearing meeting to now include, as part of the monitoring and reporting conditions, any observations or lessons learned from opening events, which is great. My last concern in my submission was whether there's a clear enough decision-making process for the 3 organisations who are the applicants to work together and make decisions around the lagoon opening, just because there's 3 organisations and due to their responsibilities. At the pre-hearing meeting, they stated an MOU would be used. However, I'm not sure that this will provide enough accountability. I would like to commend the applicants for listening to and making some changes to the application, taking on board some of the submitters' concerns from the pre-hearing meeting and making changes to the application following this. That was great. It was a really good discussion at that meeting. However, I do wonder why this discussion with the community couldn't have happened years ago, even prior to the applicants lodging their consent application, which would have been more productive and in accordance with the partnership approach as stated in the vision of the Whakamanawa Watuna Trust, which coincidentally this vision was decided with the community years ago. I agree there is a need to have an opening consent in place for Watuna Lagoon to assist with the management of its ecological health and provide for bird life and fish habitat, but it really needs to be carefully considered in terms of the impacts on both the catchment and the lagoon.
Thank you, Ms. Robertson. Questions for you?
Thank you. Yes, thank you for that, Ms. Robertson. That was very helpful and strikes me you're in quite a unique position having had that role over those years. So I might have a few questions for you on that. So that was, if I understand, 2009 to 2021. So you were quite immersed in the catchment activities in that role and with the committee. That's great, fantastic. In terms of the extent of, well, we heard from Mr. Ham before, and you would have heard his presentation showing. But what I'm trying to get a sense of is the extent of the works in the catchment of that similar nature, or other things that have been done. That might be a percentage number. I mean, how much of those networks of streams have been improved or worked on in your time? Is that possible?
Couldn't give you a percentage off the top of my head, but we did start the rebattering program that Nan showed with the cleanup fund, which was back in 2011. We got some money from the cleanup fund through the Ministry for the Environment to start to do a trial. That was one of the things that we got the money for, was to trial some rebattering. So that, yeah, there was some stretches done up Waituna Creek back then.
Well, we heard from Mr. Schallenberg yesterday, Dr. Schallenberg. I don't know if you were here to hear that, but he suggested that it was quite a small percentage of what he called agricultural mitigation had occurred. And I'm trying to get a sense, well, is that correct? Or was it quite a substantive number? And there might be others we'll hear from who might be able to answer that question as well. But your role, uniquely as it sounds, you might have had a perception of that at least. Yeah.
So there has been, I can't give you percentages, but the main issue about the health of the lagoon was raised back in 2011. And straight away when that happened, farmers were asking, what can we do right now so that we can start making a difference? Because, you know, farmers are practical people. They want to get out there and start doing things. So straight away we did some farm walks with people and got some farm plans underway so that they had a plan of things they can do right now on their farm, and then things that they can work towards over time. So everyone got on board with that straight away to start getting things happening on the ground. And so over those years, there has been lots of different efforts made within the community. Again, I can't quantify, but definitely there's been a lot of mitigation, a lot of infrastructure put in place by people, you know, at great expense, everyone trying to do their bit to make that difference to the lagoon.
Thank you. And your experience of the openings that had occurred during your time in that role, do you think that those enhancements or improvements, stream works, altered anything in the regime of those openings?
So that back then was when the transition was from, in terms of the consent conditions, opening it just for drainage purposes through to, it was amended back in 2012 to add some ecological conditions in because of the worries about the health of the lagoon. So I'm trying to see, can you repeat the question again? Sorry.
Well, we're just getting a sense of the works that are going on, and has that influenced the lagoon health, for one thing, and therefore the opening of the lagoon.
Yes. So in terms of the lagoon health, I guess the best way to look at whether that's influenced lagoon health would be look at the state environment reporting, which is available on LAWA website, and to get that quantification. But there was more, the openings were still mainly around land drainage, but if there were algal, worries about algal blooms happening, then the consent was modified so that it could be opened if there were concerns about the health. So yeah, it's a hard question to answer because I don't have the quantification of.
No, thank you.
But I'm sure every little bit has helped. But one of the issues with the lagoon as well was that there's a whole legacy effect of the development over the years, say from the 1950s, and that's still, some of those nutrients are still in the lagoon. So regardless, even if you stopped farming completely in the catchment now and cut everything off, there's still quite a legacy effect in that lagoon. And that was seen with sediment samples, that they were quite anoxic and smelly in some parts. Of the sediment was, it was really black and there was no oxygen getting in at different places. So that's, it's a complex situation, as you no doubt aware of now.
There's some of that, yeah, but that is all the same, very helpful. Perhaps two more questions. One of them is, you mentioned that following the pre-hearing meeting, there were some changes made. You mentioned the 5-year review period. What, in your mind, would be a suitable review period if we were to alter a condition to that effect?
I think you wouldn't want to go any more than 2 or 3 years, 3 at the most, because, as I said, like if the science team is really that concerned about the health of the lagoon, and certainly back in 2011 they really were. That's why we started the whole Waituna project. Was, it's such a dynamic system, but if it can change that easily, waiting 5 years, that's a long time to wait when suddenly we're not recognising that there's an algal bloom coming up quick enough, or there's a lot of other things that aren't being put in place, and it could completely change the whole system within that 5 years.
Yes.
So in terms of, as I say, back in 2011 was when a lot of the work really ramped up regarding the health of the lagoon. But we've got to the last consent expired a couple of years ago that the community held, and it has been managed over that time with all the different things that have been happening in terms of opening it when it's needed, for flushing out the lagoon, but also the work on the ground that the farmers have been doing. So while it was really highlighted back in 2011, we're now at 2025, and it's in the last couple of years with the emergency openings that the health is really starting to get potentially that worse, that we've seen those algal blooms.
And I like the observation you made that it's worth reflecting each time it is opened on, I guess, how it all went and what the impacts of that were. Of course, the application, as we've understood and heard yesterday, is to reduce the frequency of openings. That's the main purpose, for the purpose of benefits to the lagoon ecology and cultural values. My other final question is, you mentioned that it needs a consent for opening. So in your mind, what is the risk of having no consent? If we were at a point where we declined this application, there would be no consent for the opening,
Yes.
and it would be possibly, and there's some questions over that, reliant on an emergency opportunity, and there's some questions over that. So what do you think the risk would be if there was no consent in place?
I think
for the lagoon?
The main risk would be the ecological health of the lagoon, of course, because you then can't open it if you're worried about an algal bloom, which is then where you had to go down the emergency track a couple of years ago and last year. So I think the main risk is to the health of the lagoon. It's not getting that flushing of the nutrients out.
Thank you. That's answered those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I have some more. I'll just follow up on that one. So if the legal advice comes back that says we don't have the authority to change the level, it's either a yes or a no, then would you see the year 1 to 20 plan starting at the 2.3 and on to 2.5, 2.3 in the winter and 2.4 in the summer? Would you see that as a better outcome than no consent, if we are stuck with that position that we can't change the levels?
I think there would, I would, but I would also put in a caveat that there would need to be additional land purchase around the lagoon so that there's not the effects on the neighbouring landowners over time. Because, as I said, the lagoon and the catchment are interrelated. So, and there was no buffer left around the lagoon originally when the land was developed. So that would give the opportunity for the flushing of the lagoon, which would help the lagoon health, but then it's not taking into consideration the effects on the landowners, and then the habitat for the fauna that need to migrate somewhere else or move further north, which is onto the farmland. So
yeah, and that's outside of, we can't direct
Yes.
anyone to give compensation. That's way
Yes.
outside the scope of our role. But that's a helpful one, so thank you. I do have a couple more questions specific to your evidence. So really helpful for you to give your background and your engagement, because what I asked, if you heard yesterday, some of the questions I was asking about how it will all work together, and you've raised concerns to say, how's the decision really going to work in practice? And one of the things that I wanted to get a better understanding of was, it seems that the entities have got pre-existing relationships and engagement protocols through the Whakamana Te Waituna Trust. Is it a trust?
Yeah.
Right. So, And so you would have seen firsthand how that works in practice, how the parties come together and actually engage. And so from that perspective, you've raised still some concerns that you don't think that the parties could actually work well together, and I wanted to know, is that based on your experience?
So I can't speak for the last few years. As I said, I left in 2021 and I wasn't involved as much in the trust work then. So I've been on maternity leave and come back and things. So yeah, in the past, I guess sometimes there was tensions were a bit fraught and just trying to get everyone to work together. So originally Environment Southland took on the role of managing the response to the Waitona project, and then and brought everyone in over time to, we had originally the Waitona Partners Group with the District Council and iwi and DOC and yeah, so to try and bring everyone together. And then that then morphed into the Whakamanati Waitona Trust over time. So I was involved in the earlier discussions, but as I say, I can't comment on things from immediate
Couple of years.
last few years, yeah.
But would you see that it has worked? Like there is a way for communication and partnership?
Yeah, I'm not that sure. I just feel that there's too many groups and on the application. So like, 3 is quite a lot, and to try and get that discussion going between the 3. If you look at Ellesmere, they've got the 2 parties for opening like Ellesmere. But I think bringing another 3rd wheel into the mix makes it even more complicated again.
Yeah, and it's slightly different in that it's Ellesmere, Naita, who's a landowner here,
Yes.
DOC has a role in managing the land, so it's just a slightly different scenario, but worth raising the comparison. My only other question is, I've actually just got 2 more. One's about, you've talked about the walking track access, and access for both the track and Te Pārira Trust. And I've got 2 questions. One is it okay for the lake health, if the testing comes back, if all the monitoring shows that actually we do need to have a higher level, is it okay to have walking tracks closed for a few days per year?
I think
Is that a good
a few days per year is fine, but my understanding is the last opening, that it was closed for quite a length of time. And
Sorry, do you know how long? You say quite a long time.
they refer to someone in the audience, but
Someone can answer that when they come up.
110 days.
110.
so that's not just a couple of days.
Yeah.
And considering it's a Ramsar site and it's on the Southern Scenic Route and it's it's highlighted in brochures about travelling around South and things to see and do, it's a place to go and visit. It's a long time.
Yeah, no, that is, and that was an emergency, right? And one of the intents is to get to a place that you're not having those emergency openings and managing a bit better. You mentioned about access also to the Te Pārira Trust land as well, and we heard expert evidence yesterday that said, well, the whole purpose of that was actually to enable a better ecosystem around the lake, which included aspirations to a rise in the lake level. And now that we've heard that evidence, I just wanted to know from you, knowing that that is one of the core goals of the trust, do you still carry that concern for Te Waipara Trust?
No, I'm not hearing that yesterday.
Okay, great, thank you. And my last one's just on the birds and the nesting habitat that you've raised in your submission. You would have seen, since you've looked at the updated consent conditions, that there's this intent to put in a condition around protection, to do testing, that they must consider potential effects on the threatened and at-risk birds during the critical life stages, such as nesting. Do those conditions that have been put in now give you more confidence in that part of your submission about concern for the bird habitat?
Partially, but it's also the introduced species that are causing issues as well. So they get displaced from the lagoon and then they get further pushed out onto the farmland, which then affects obviously economic for the farmland. So it's not just the natives that we need to focus on, which in terms of the monitoring, I think we need to focus on the monitoring of the effects of the introduced species as well, and where they're going when they're displaced.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Is it possible for us to have a copy of your
I can send that
notes?
through. Yeah, I can email that to Catherine.
Yep, that would be helpful, thank you. Just a couple of questions from me. In your submission, you said that the consent terms, and now I'm not talking about reviews, the actual term 15 years, I think, I understand it's 20. So what's the term that you think is appropriate?
From having the discussions at the pre-hearing and amending some of the changes, I think 20 years is okay now after having these discussions. And I mean, originally years ago, we worked on a short-term 5-year consent with the view that there would be a longer-term consent put in place. So I think if the conditions are right on the consent, then 20 years is a good time frame because you need to have security in terms of that. But everything else needs to line up for that 20 years.
And then besides some of the things that you've responded to the questions from the other commissioners, what are the things and the conditions that say aren't there, or is there anything else that aren't there that you think should be or that you wish to change?
I think that, as you are probably aware, the real sticking point is the height of the lagoon. So it's that lagoon level and what that ends up being. And as you know, there was a lot of discussion yesterday too about the wind effects on the lagoon as well. And I know one year when it was opened, it got up to 2.7 by the time the conditions were right for being able to open, and it got up really quickly. But because those conditions weren't okay for opening, that's why it was opened at 2.7. So it's there's a lot of, it's a complex issue.
Just a follow-on question, because we've heard really quickly. What is really quickly when you say that? Is that hours, days?
Well, when I say quickly, like I'm trying to dig back in my memory, but might have been a couple of weeks between being able to get the Ewan's, the person on the lagoon openings, but just to get the wind conditions right and the tide conditions right. So
Perhaps I should rephrase. So it comes up from a kind of acceptable level to
yes.
a risk level.
Yes.
I'm trying to understand how quickly is that? Is that days in a big rainfall event? I see some heads nodding in the audience. So
yeah.
I just wanted to understand what quickly meant in your mind.
Yes, days, but it's it's not necessarily hours, because obviously it takes a bit of time for the water to get down, but it's quicker now than it used to be. But
yeah.
Yes.
And then I understand, and we'll hear from this, I'm sure, from that point, then getting it open is another lag time.
Yes,
as well.
so that's what I mean, is there was a lag time between reaching the trigger level for being able to open it to get then being, when it was open, it got right up to 2.7. Yes.
Thank you. So.
Last night we were asking questions about on the conditions about was to do with who pays in terms of people being on the like on the technical group, science advisory group, that kind of thing. That's part of your submission in terms of that needed to be sorted out.
It was, but they've made amendments to now say that that cost will be covered by the applicants.
Right, okay, right. Sorry, I wouldn't have been pleased with the questions I was asking last night then, but no, I've now worked out where where things were coming from, and therefore why such might be included within conditions of consent. So no, thank you very much. I don't have anything further. So yeah, if you were able to send that through to Ms. Anako, that would be very helpful. Thank you. Mr. McCullum. So I'll just tell everybody that just in terms of the timeframe here, we are going to take a morning adjournment after hearing from Mr. McCullum, even though it's not written on the piece of paper here. It wasn't there yesterday either, but we're going to be doing that.
Just down there, can you put it on to? Let's just start, it needs to flick across to.
Oh,
Do you mind if I have one job? Even though I'm not, usually don't like paper, but I think we can. Yeah.
okay. Morning, Mr. McCullum.
Thank you. I heard all yesterday, I was online until late yesterday, so I'm fully aware of what yesterday's discussions were through the entirety of the day. That's because I'm dealing with average, so I didn't come in yesterday, but I felt it was important in my past roles for the council and for the community to come in today and face you face to face. I've given you, this is what's on the screen is actually a photograph of what you actually have in front. Yep. And it's more, it's one of the tools that we use when we bought the land. And the blue there is actually the land that we considered buying. And we went through a process for that, which took far too long, but that was the land that was the high risk land that we felt that we had to do something with. So if I can speak freely, sir, I'm just going to go through this. The opening statement in the application talks about when the land and the waters are well, so are the people. I'm sorry to say, sir, that since the ending of the 2 metre consent, we've gone into 2.2 and now into emergency openings. I don't feel that that is the case at all. And I'm disappointed in the time frame between the last consent, which I advised Environment Southland with a number of times, the chairman, the CE and other senior representatives, but the loss of continuous rights would have a detrimental effect on the lagoon. I lost that argument and we're here now with no consent in place. And if I understand your comments earlier from one of your commissioners, that if we end up with no consent, we've got no options. I can talk to you about that later if you want to pick that up. The Rupee report, which you have a report of as well, tells the same story, and I can give you some direction on that as well. As stated in my submission, I have seen many moving parts around Watuna work streams, work plans, and right now, in my view, it is going backwards. The application in front of you is actually DOC consent. I make no excuses about that. It is DOC through and through. The other participants are there for other reasons, but my work program over many years, chairing the Tiwai Power Trust, co-chairing the Whakamana Tiwai Tuna Trust, being around DOC and other parts of the ES for 9 years, 6 of being deputy chair. This reads and acts and looks like, to me, a DOC consent. We went through a land purchasing process. we wanted to create a buffer zone around the lagoon. Now, please do not misunderstand this buffer zone. This buffer zone was to take out ruminating animals. That was to put a barrier between the lagoon and the normal farming practices, and this area around the lagoon would actually have a different farming practice put in place. Through that process, it then became apparent that others were trying to push the lagoon height up. In other words, they said, because we own this or have control over this buffer zone, we can push the lagoon level higher. And a short-term consent was put in place of 2.2 metres, which was not necessarily agreed to by all parties, but it was the most uncomfortable position we could get to. That meant that it went ahead for 5 years. In that time, it was meant to be a number of trials go on and a number of things that happened that we would learn, so we could say whether it was too high, too low, or what did we need to do going forward. The government money had a 2-year lead-in period between the farming practices that were there from the Waghorn properties and Owen Kelly's property, and then the non-ruminating animals were be removed. 2 blocks were bought with Environment South money directly. One of them was 48 hectares from Owen Kelly, which is on your screen. In the middle, straight up, you will see Owen Kelly property. There was an area there. Does this work?
Both sides of the road? Oh,
No,
one on
no.
either side of the road?
No, it's up the top. It's up. No, it's not very good. It's up there.
Yeah, that one?
Now, I'll show, I don't have photos of it directly because I was trying to keep your opening comments where it don't be death by PowerPoint. I'm going to do a little bit of that, but not necessarily to that full extent. 48 hectares of a lowland lying, I can show it in the next couple of slides. We resold that land. So we bought and sold it and used that money to buy the Waghorn property, which is known as the run block and the home block on either side of the Little Waituna, which is straight down in the middle of the screen. It is the, that is where the Marais site is now. That is the jewel in the crown for iwi, and I'll make some comments about that later. When it came up to the second emergency opening, we found that sheep were grazing on the property, which I didn't think they were allowed to be there. I understand secondhand that the dispensation was actually given to them to graze it. And the reason for that was that the land was in such a bad state, you could graze it to control it, but you couldn't put heavy machinery over it. So a cut and carry option, taking out baleage, mowers, and moving bales around was not an option, but to graze it was able to happen.
On which, I'm sorry, on which property?
On the run block, which is the left-hand side of the Little Waituna.
Right, so that's this one?
Yes,
That one?
so straight down from Owen Kelly.
Yes, so that's,
Yeah, Owen Kelly,
that's called the, you call it the
the
run
run block,
run block, and what's the one on the right hand?
the home block.
One.
Ray and Rita's main house was on the east side of the Little Waituna. So that was the run block there.
Yeah.
They got dispensation because of the heavy machinery, and those animals were then not able to come out the way they went in. They had to cut a track through the scrub and take them out the back up towards what is known as a gravel pit corner, which is up by the Owen Kelly, the 2 blocks there. You can see a road coming down there to the Waghorn Bridge. That's what's known as the gravel pit corner.
The Little Waituna, that's the stream.
Little Waituna.
So, and I'm trying to work out the difference. Sorry, just the difference between that and the
Right, if you go to
Kieran's Creek.
Curran's Creek,
Kieran's Creek.
Curran's,
And
This-
Little Waituna, they're different
they are
streams.
different. So you've
Okay.
got Moffat Creek, Curran's Creek,
Yep.
and you've got the Waituna. It's the 3 main
Yes.
streams that come in. The Waituna carries the majority of the water. Moffat Creek goes through the Cracks property, and they'll talk to that about those situations. Curran's Creek comes into the top and comes into the Little Waituna and you can see it there. When you drive around, you would have gone over what's known as the concrete bridge. You see that?
Yes, yes.
The concrete bridge and up, that's Currents Creek. Fonterra was looking at putting a number of water cleansing, water wetlands in there. One is we couldn't get the height right. Kane Duncan would tell you about that. And the water volumes were such that it wouldn't have an effect on the water quality in the lagoon anyway. Any water treatment needs to happen on the Waituna. It's the most obvious place.
Thank you.
We've asked a number of times for a short-term consent to be put in place, but have been turned down every time. With the advance now of a third emergency opening happening on the horizon, long lengths of lagoon height and road closures, and a cold front pattern coming up in this September, so late August into September, early October, we expect cold front pattern to come in. The weather may not be as settled as it is now, and we expect rain periods to come in and actually push the level of the lagoon up. The risk is that we have a weather event like we've seen in the other parts of New Zealand on top of a relatively high lagoon, even at 1.8 with a weather event on top, will take you very quickly into a position at calving time where farmers have options cut off, grazing is not available to them, or access to paddocks are not available. And I think one of the submitters would probably tell you at 2:30 in the morning they were moving ewes and lambs out because of the weather pattern and that within their property. So when I read the consent, there was a number of things that I didn't see. There's a number of things I did see, but I was looking for the things that I did not see, and I'd like to make comments about them now. This map here shows the lagoon. In reference, this is, you can see where it was open at the fence, which is straight up on the right, and it goes straight up into the Little Waituna. And just a comment while that picture's there. We knew that there was a blockage in the Little Waituna. And I know that because when the lagoon was full and the lagoon was let go, Owen Kelly, that's why his property was on our radar very quickly, he would drop 100 millimetres per day while the rest of everybody else who was around the lagoon got within 24 hours to 48 hours max full removal of water. There was a blockage somewhere in that lagoon at Little Waituna. Opening at the fence cleared that blockage. The behaviour now is quite different through that Little Waituna period than what it was. When you look, picking up on yesterday's comments from one of your other submitters, there is only 3 natural places you can open this lagoon, and that's Walker's Bay down the bottom there, Hanson Bay in the middle, because that's where it naturally falls, and up at the fence. That's the only places you can open it without spending massive amounts of money. And in my personal view, those 3 options should be in the consent. So my thinking was, I just want to imagine that you've been watching the Back to the Future film, and in there's a hoverboard, and I just want you to shoot out into the lagoon on your hoverboard and have a look around. This thing is about 10 kilometres long. It's about 3 kilometres wide. It's about 1,350 hectares of water body. That doesn't include the surrounding area. And that all makes sense. There's a huge kinetic energy sitting in there, ready to go to the sea when it needs to go. But no one went and looked down. Even the model you've got over here, there is no reference point into that. So we went out, well, I didn't. Some very good friends of mine, neighbours and colleagues in the farming community went out, and they went out and did some depth testing. This is what they did. This is at the bridge. It's 1.7, and they measured it at 2.75 at the bridge. That's a reference point. The yellow is the reference point at the bridge. And you can see there's a number of variations. If you add 0.8 of a metre to it to take it up to the 2.5 that is in the consent application, you'll see the average is 3.12. What I want to suggest to you, sir, is that the 2.5 that is ASL is the average sea level. And the 2.5 that is talked about as rupia environment for growth are not the same 2.5. These miss by at least 500 mils and could be even up to 800 mils difference. They are not the same measurement. It's referred to by everybody, it's the same measurement, but it's not. And I've seen that come through in 2 or 3 different papers that come through. I have not seen anything that really shows the rupia bears to the full extent. And even if I took the 2.5, my farmer brain, my days of dealing with all the stuff, I'd put a headroom in there of 200 to 300 mil. So I wouldn't be working with 2.5, I'd be working with 2.2, 2.3. I need a level of margin in there. And I have to have that margin because I know that with bracken water, I could be in or out. I may not be 100% right. I need to have some tolerances in there. The next 5 slides give you an indication of what we're actually talking about. Yesterday you heard it as well in some of your evidence. This is 1 metre. The blue is 1 metre. I got this from EES. It's the LADAR information. Everything looks nice and tidy. This is 2 metres. Now I want to point out where my arrow is. That's the Marai site. At 2 metres, you cannot get through where the arrow is. There is a track through there, but that will not go through. That is already cut off. You've got water starting to show above the concrete bridge there, and you've got water coming in over at Moffat Creek and over at the Waituna, which is starting to get wet. This is at 3 metres, and it's just showing there's more and more area that's going underwater. This one is at 4 metres. We think that the lagoon will let itself go at around 4 metre-ish, 3.5, 4.5. It's a bit hard to tell, depends on how the sea goes and where the low parts are. We think this would go. This is at 5 metres. And the reason we worked on a 5 metre margin was when we were buying land, we wanted to understand the hydraulic effect over and above the actual water footprint. So the hydraulic effect would take us further out. So those low-lying areas, the hydraulic effect is far greater than a steep wall. And these drains would actually deteriorate far faster because a lot of them are not in big angles. To actually clear the water, they actually get blocked. They get blocked up with silt. And
These are the tile drains.
Tile drains, that's right. Subsurface drains. Darren Creek may be able to talk to you. He's coming in later on today. Talk to you about he actually cleans out all his drains after the lagoon goes. This, right, there we are. This is Walker's Bay. This is straight out of the 42A report. I want you to understand that that was dug at, I would presume, a 2 metre channel, 2 metres deep through the seawall. I hope, so I'm not meant to ask you questions, so I'll frame it back to front. I hope that when you visited these sites, you actually got out of the boat and walked around on the beach. If you did, you would understand that that gravel there is like the bottom of a fish tank. Add water to it and it's highly mobile. When that lagoon goes, and especially at 2.5, was just bearing on 2.5, it will take out 80 to 100 metres of seawall in 24 hours. This photo is interesting because at the other end, you can see the Awarua fires. This is the media release as they prosecuted, DOC has prosecuted the 3rd person for these fires. And it talks about and highlighted there in the yellow, the biodiversity, the significant damage, the ecosystem of the wetland, vast carbon emissions, etc. Fish, hazards and birds. Well, this is at the other end. About 2 days after the lagoon was let out, hundreds of metres of this sort of stuff was lying around the lagoon. Environment Southland was called out and they said that the dead fish was the result of the saltwater, freshwater changeover was such that that's why the fish died. Well, I find that hard to believe because those fish never saw salt water. My view is that those fish were dead before it was let out. They floated there because of the internal currents that sit within the Waituna Lagoon and also wind. They were pushed over to the bank, the water went out, and that was left behind. This is an area that the 40-year report did not talk about. This is White Pine Road, this is Marshall Road, this is down the bottom end of the lagoon. It's not a very good picture, but in here there's 120 hectares approximately of pine forest. It's not mentioned in the other report. This is at 1.8. You can see it looks normal farmland. Everything's all hunky-dory. This is 2.5. This photo is actually somewhere around 2.6, 2.7. It's an ugly photo, I know, but I just want to point out in the forestry there, you can actually see water. So as the lagoon goes up, you were killing 120 hectares of forest. And it was closed up for 110 days. There was a big risk there that might have killed it. I'm not sure what the state of it is at the moment, but it's under threat. They can't get the forestry out because the two bridges that are there are not up to standard take forestry timber out. And also the cost of doing that would be such that it would take the fun out of actually harvesting the trees. This is now back at the other end at the what they call Waghorn Bridges, is where the depth control gauges. This is 1.8 when I was down there 2 weeks ago. Everything looks fine. It looked a magic down there. I actually walked around the track, the total walkway track all around. I spent quite a bit of time, my wife and I, looking at this area down there within the last 2 weeks. But this is at 2.5, and you can see the tidal movement or wind movement here because of the debris on the road. I want to point out here that there was a number of individuals and baitage operators that ignored that sign and were either taking out baitage or looking after sheep on the iwi's property in there for them that were breaking the law. This road is closed about 2.2, 2.3. I have argued when I was buying the land that there was a natural high on the lagoon height, and it was the infrastructure level, and it had to be under, and that's why my submission will say I've said 100 millimetres. You could actually go 200 millimetres because you can't always get in to open it when you need to, but that is because the risk to the community for access, for them to do their business, to use it as a mirage site, to educate the people, to showcase it to the world, to do the things that need to happen, cannot happen if the road is closed. But I make the point as well that iwi were donated hundreds, if not thousands, of plants by a very generous donator, and they planted them all around the pond that you would have seen on there on the right-hand side as you went into Marae the other day. The water came up, the Canadian geese came in, and instead of having this would have been a fantastic regrowth of native vegetation sitting around these water bodies with tuna in them, the Canadian geese cleaned the whole lot up. All that work, all that effort, it's all gone because the geese don't change like Doc would tell you to go to another place. They just keep walking out. And as you wet the land, all the worms come up, all the slugs come up, and anything else, they just think it's a feeding frenzy, and they don't care whether it's a grass plant or a leaf off a tree. They just ate it and destroyed it. This is Moffat Road. This is down past the Cracks place. I've asked them for this photo. This grey area next to the lagoon is dead vegetation after the 2.5. It's all dead. It may be structurally there, but it's all dead. This was flooded out and killed by flooding. And my point earlier on is that at one end of the lagoon, DOC are prosecuting people for lighting fires, and yet at this end of the lagoon, they're doing exactly the same thing with emission into the atmosphere, downgrading biodiversity and the ecosystems that are there, and they're using flood water to do it. You can't do that, in my view. There's another one of the same thing. And that is there. It just shows that even at 2.2 metres, there was concern about the health of the body of the lagoon, and that's why it was let go at that time. This, I never saw in the application any soil profiles. This is taken right beside Moffat Creek. You can see there, you've got about 2 feet of soil, and then you've got this gravel. This is why erosion is such a big thing around Waituna. It has an unhealthy base underneath it. And here we are again in another place along there beside Moffat Road. You've got this gravels sitting there. It might be peat on top, it might be topsoil on top. There's no subsoil. And you've got this gravel layer. So when it's wet, it is absolutely saturated on 3 sides. So not only is it wet underneath, it's wet on the side and it's wet on top. You take the water away, it falls in. I have far better soils at home because I farm at Lockhill. I have subsoil, I have lignite, I have a far better profile, so I don't have the same wetting effect as what is here. And I know this was controversy yesterday by some members. I want to give you a solution. And while people write me off, I've been recognised for my farming abilities, not only in agriculture for the wider community, but also my environmental work over many years. And these pipes are now available. They weren't available. This is 800 millimetre pipes. They come from 200 up to 2 metres. You can put them through the lagoon, and if you put them in there and use it as a safety valve over the top, so when you, instead of opening the lagoon, you may be able to have these pipes and let water out to the lagoon without disturbing the bank. That to me would be an asset. The early work that was done was to try and put a structure in place. No engineer said that we could actually put a structure in place that would hold pipes or some sort of floodgate to have some management control over the lagoon. I thought about that for quite a while and then realised if we can if we can put dairy sheds on peat and float them, then there's no reason why those pipes can't go through into that gravel, and I'm suggesting Hudson Bay. And a slightly west to east angle, because that's the way it goes around the bottom coast, with a slight downward degree, which is be the same as what it is for a sewage pipe, with a T-tap on the inside of the lagoon. You have the ability to have full control between not running, or seeping. And this gives you the ability to stop having high level events. You can move a lot of water through these, and if it's not enough, you just put another couple of pipes on through the lagoon wall. It's an option. You only got 3 ways you can get rid of that water. You either go to the west, which is Awarua Bay, you go to the east, which is the Big Bend and the Tara River, or you go through the wall. When you stand on that lagoon wall and you see what's actually happening, this is an acceleration of what you actually see happening. And that is it's leaking through the wall into the sea 24/7. This would speed that up and give you some management control. And not everybody agrees with me, but I've just got to put something out there. This is what I didn't see was an opening management plan. This management plan basically says that if I want to look after the lagoon through its yearly cycle, I need to do things in the autumn to look after it through the winter, so it's closed between the spring and summer, and then I open again in the autumn as a reset, ready for the next season. Now this is quite stylised. I know that the fish migration is something like March through to June, and then the what they call grasslands come in somewhere between July and December each year. In some respects, if you picked up my idea of pipes, fish migration may go through that naturally. I don't know about coming in, I can't comment on that. But what I'm trying to suggest here is if you want to look after the lagoon, and I'm not going to make comment around whether it's Rupi is right or wrong, I've just said I accept that. You need to do some pre-work in the winter, autumn and winter, so that you don't open it in the spring and summer, because it naturally goes down through that period anyway, and then you reset it again at the other end of the year. So you need to do some work. It's the same as I do on farm every day. I'm planning 2, 3, 4 years ahead quite often. To do this, it's too late now. I should have done stuff back then to look after for tomorrow, because I know tomorrow is riskier than it was yesterday. That's the end of my presentation. Sorry to be so long.
Thank you. I think we're going to take an adjournment now, and then we're going to come back
That's
into
fine.
questions. So we'll adjourn now and reconvene at 10:45. Thank you. We'll reconvene. Thank you, Mr. Cole. We've probably got some questions for you. Go on.
Kia ora. My very first question is just in regards to the map, like why, it's about the genesis of the map. Where did it come from? And in particular, the blue areas say that they're properties affected by lagoon levels. And I wanted to understand, you know, where the map came from, what its purpose is, and does everyone agree with the blue?
Well, that blue is actually Waituna Catchment.
Right.
That is Waituna Catchment. That is the FMU that is talking about. The main blue line around the outside.
The blue properties.
The blue properties was done after the, I gave you 5 slides around Lagoon height. We had another one, which I don't have with me, that gave us up to 5 metres the wet areas if you flooded the area. Those properties were the ones that were most affected. Before we started the process, there was about 2 years of interacting with the community, trying to understand, and that was with Owen Kelly, Ray Waghorn, the Cracks, Reza was involved in that as well, and Murray. They were the 5 people that we spent quite a bit of time with, understanding the issues that they had when the lagoon went up to 2 metres or over. Their farming businesses were impacted by the water around the lagoon. We then decided that those properties would be best bought or ownership change and at that time a buffer be established that would change the farming practices in those high risk properties.
So when you're saying we, this obviously says Environment Southland on
Yes.
it. Are you saying that Environment Southland?
Just go back, if you look at my submission, at the part of it, I was the deputy chairman for Environment Southland for 6 years. I was on council for 9. Part of my role there was to co-chair the Tiwai Para Trust, which is a landowning trust. The Whakamaru Tiwai Tuna Trust, I co-chair that as well. That is an operational trust. Those properties ended up being, that was a combination of work streams that happened through Environment Southland when I was there. And this is where this map and others came out of for us to take the work stream from where it was as a theoretical idea through to what you see now as many parts.
So it's part, this was part of the work that was
Part of the
undertaken there, and it was prepared by Environment Southland for
Yes.
for people on the trust and for role.
Yeah,
Okay.
for the role that I had, yes. And that's why I've brought it today, because it was a good reference.
And it was helpful. One of the questions I had for you was how you were appointed to the trust, but you've answered that.
Just so, because this was my area
And
in the southern region, and being the deputy chairman, they thought it was appropriate that I went on to that trust for that operation.
So my question's more about, we've heard directly yesterday from Mr. Rūnanga, who represents a mana whenua perspective, and he also talks for the trust at this point in time. And it's a similar question to what I asked Ms. Robertson, which is the clear view expressed there is that this consent gives effect to their aspirations for the lagoon. And yet you've suggested that might not be their position, and in fact said that this is only a DOC application and does not represent the voice of the other applicants, yet we heard directly from mana whenua that it does. So I want to know, are you suggesting that Mr. Rūnanga's evidence is inappropriate somehow, or different than your expectation?
I can answer that question a number of different ways. The property rights of iwi, which I believe are real and true, I can't see why you would flood them out of the land that we gave them through a process to reconnect with the land outside of what they could do before, because they had no ability to connect because of the Reserves Act. They couldn't take kai out of there. They couldn't do any of the things that they had. there are many relationships around this, and the DOC-iwi relationship is quite different than the relationship between ES and iwi, and then within the three applicants as well. Those relationships are different. They look the same on the outside, but in actual fact, they are quite different, and they're quite embedded in different ways.
And so would you?
So Dean is basically saying that they are going to just put up with whatever comes, and I'm saying that in the three-way relationship, there are tensions sitting in there that at some stage are going to boil up, and are going to be, you cannot keep flooding me out and changing the way that my land area is being affected without consequences.
And so my understanding of the evidence differs slightly from yours, but put that aside, would you accept that mana whenua can speak for mana whenua?
Yes,
And
I
we
do.
give weight to that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's what they say. That's up to them. My view is different.
My only other question was similar also to what we've asked the other submitters, which is in the event that this does come down to, we don't have the discretion to determine lake level, then and it comes down to a yes or no, to either accept, grant the application or deny it, then what's your preference? What do you think works better?
You would have to deny the request for the application. In saying that, I would say to you that you have the right to go back to the applicants and ask them, in light of the evidence that has been heard through this hearing, to reconsider their application. And they may change their level of approach. Or your comments, if you turn it down, would be very important for the next person to pick up, or the next party to pick up. Your comments about why you turned it down and what you saw with the issues would be very important to actually go forward with a new consent application. And if I had my preference in a very futuristic way, it would be one party with the community putting together an application to put the management practices in place for the lagoon.
Yeah, that one. That's everything for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I just got one point of clarification of something you said in your presentation, because I think you used the words, you've asked for a short-term consent and returned down. Who was doing the asking and who turned it down?
I've asked, I've actually got a letter sent to through the consent department to which I understand is the government of this consent, asking them to put a short-term consent in place. I've got no reply.
I'm not clear on who so you were personally asking for a consent, or did you apply for a consent?
No, I have not applied for a consent.
No.
We've asked a number of times in informal meetings with the applicant. A number of times we have asked for a short-term consent, and every time they've turned us down.
So you've asked the
continue to ask at the pre-hearing and have been turned down
by the applicants.
by the applicants. And they said, no, we want to have this long-term consent. We're not going to have a short-term consent.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies that. Thank you.
Follow up, if we were to grant it, and then what term, in your view?
I think because of the evidence you heard yesterday, you can only go 5 years maximum. Because to take a 20-year consent and put in the changes that possibly could need to be changed, unless you recalled the consent, you couldn't make the changes that were necessary. It would have to be a short-term consent, 5 years, to actually to reconsent again once you've actually understood the implications that are around.
Another question, just in terms of your slide presentation, are you able to?
Yes,
Okay.
Catherine's already got it.
Copies of that. Excellent. Thank you. In terms of the material you showed us, particularly in relation to the photographs, do you have the dates on which the photographs were taken?
Apart from the flooded one at the down by the forestry was taken days before the 2.5 release, and the one at the bridge was closed. Yes, 2.5 release.
The 2.5, and that's
That would be January this year, sometime
January
middle of
25?
the year.
Yep.
It was, don't quote me on this.
No.
It was let go on the 20th. That was taken within a week of that. I went down before I knew it was going to go and took some photos. The other photos were taken within the last fortnight. I went down there when the lagoon was at 1.8, and I took a number of photos from the same places that I had taken at the 2.5. The drone photo of the dead scrub was taken 3 days ago, approximately 3 or 4 days ago. Ken Crack took it for me and sent me a copy.
in the photo of the
fish.
fish.
The fish was taken 2 to 3 days after the release in January of the lagoon at 2.5.
September.
September.
September 24.
September 24, you?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Cup. Next up, the Southern Star Farms, the cracks, and we've also got Mr. Scandrick, who's got some expert evidence source, and
Yeah.
We're ready.
just one moment, just organising the paperwork so that we're
Okay. I'm Mr. Quinton Scandrick. This is Mr. John Scandrick. We're both directors and consultants with Scandrick Rural. And we also have Ms. Annabelle Crack, Mr. Darren Crack, Mrs. Joanne Crack, and Mr. Ken Crack, who are all Southern Star Farms down in the bottom of the Moffat Creek catchment of the Waituna. I'd just like to bullet point here the key parts of our submission. We'll then let the Crack family have their slide presentation. I'd like to just summarise some of our key points, and then we'll let John Scandrick provide his expert evidence. So the key points of the submission really was the inundation impeded drainage modelling, the flooding effects on the property, the groundwater interactions in the vicinity of the property. We outlined the impacts on the farm system. So this was soil damage, resulting environmental impacts, the loss of productivity, the loss of capital land value, and erosion in Moffat Creek. Further points was the water level modelling and its implications for purchase of affected land. And that was right along the boundary of the Waituna margin. the challenges faced when opening the lagoon from weather and sea conditions. The lagoon water level is a driver for lagoon health and especially rupia survival. And I guess the last comment's just on what appears to be a reactionary approach to the lagoon management regime rather than a proactive approach. So I'll pass it on to Mr. Darren Crack to start his presentation.
Good morning, I'm Darren Crack. I farm directly beside the Waituna Lagoon. Do you want to show them
That would be helpful.
Yeah. Anyway, I haven't visited it once or twice. I've lived with it day in, day out for nearly 60 years. I've hunted and fished down there for decades, but after the lagoon has been held at a high level over the 2.2 mark for a sustained period, and then gradually recedes by itself, by the summer we can smell it from our house. As the weather warms up, the vegetation that has been drowned, the manuka, the wee, the rupia, etc., they all start to rot, especially in a warm summer. How can that be good for the lagoon? Past few years have been stressful, watching the crazy lack of management, including new proposed levels, and seeing firsthand the degradation of the lagoon at that sort of levels the applicant suggests. Questions have to be asked. The evidence of what has happened to the lagoon in the last couple of years suggests the focus of the applicant is too narrow, and if not, just downright wrong. It's easy to sit in an office in town and make recommendations that you don't personally have to live with. Our farm is affected at even a low lagoon level, but once you get over 2.2, the effects are horrendous. With the recent high lagoon levels, I have seen massive creek bank erosion. I've seen thousands of tons of dirt and gravel and other creek bank heading straight down to the lagoon. The fences are now overhanging on Moffat Creek in several places. They used to be 3 metres back from the edge. This is causing a huge build-up of silt in the lagoon itself. The lagoon bottom used to be stony and gravelly, but now it is covered in silt right across from Moffat Creek to the bar. And I've noticed when I'm out in the lagoon these days, if the wind blows even slightly, the sediment stirs up and the water goes a cloudy, milky colour. That didn't used to happen when the lagoon was opened at 2.2. Looking back at some of the earlier scientific recommendations, they suggested that the rupia did not like water deeper than 1.5 and 1.8. Now they say 2.5 is the optimum. They just released the 2025 rupia report, shows that for the first time ever, the lagoon has not met rupia targets for 2 years running. Surprise, surprise. That just happened to be the 2 years that lagoon was over 2.45 and 2.5 for extended periods. Despite this, the experts insist that fewer openings are still the key. I'm not a rupia expert, but common sense tells me that the lagoon cannot stand another year of mismanagement and lagoon levels above 2.2. At this stage, the lagoon needs several short, sharp openings, probably down to 2 metres, to flush out the huge amount of silt that is now choking everything. Without the openings, I think the lake will be toast. The answer lies not in promoting a high level, so the lagoon is not open so often, but instead opening it at lower levels to appropriate times and at the right place to allow for shorter openings. That way it can be opened so to avoid flooding, to suit the birds and fish, still be closed in time to suit the root beer. This hearing should be about creating a win-win for everything and everyone associated with the lagoon. And of course, for the lagoon itself, but instead of the selected science that has been submitted as evidence by the applicant and only painted a very may, likely, unlikely, half-pie side of the story. They've failed to listen to the community and they have shown no interest in taking any advice. They have failed to look at adverse effects, and their one-sided view will haunt all of us if they are allowed to consent at the conditions they are seeking. We've already seen one algae bloom, which wouldn't have happened if the lagoon had been opened at a lower level. Even worse, the applicants didn't even know about the bloom until the landowners notified them. A good illustration of why the consent was held in the catchment. Better. Yeah. When it comes to our farm, it's very hard to manage our land when the ground is saturated and the drains are unable to clear the surface water. This results in damage to the soil, loss of soil, and loss of nutrients. Our farm has an incredible network of overflow and tile drains throughout. This network of drains was started before my parents bought the farm, back in the day when drainage was not a dirty word. It was actively encouraged by the government. The drainage network was extended by my parents, then further extended by my wife Jo and I, and now our son Ken and Annabelle are continuing to maintain this extensive network. Those black lines are overflow tile drains.
The lagoons are.
And not all of them either, but it's a fair percentage of them.
Lagoons
Just,
are.
just orientating ourselves, the lagoon is where you're standing, isn't it? And the stream's coming down from our right to left. Thank you. Yes.
And Moffat Road
At the bottom.
at the bottom, and that's Moffat Creek going through them. Yep.
Yeah, there's the creek line through the middle there.
That network of tile drains, if we can ask some questions now, that's been established over many decades.
Well,
And are you continuing to put them in, or are they all there now?
They're all there now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there's more than that there. That's just,
I'm still adding some, but
Sure.
most of it's good now, yeah.
I think Commissioner Switches, do you continue to put drains in the ground these days?
We do, because some of the old drains now are very shallow
Right,
and the tiles are going chalky, so we'll dig them out and replace them.
right,
with a new-
right.
new drain.
So it's replacement rather than.
Pretty much, yeah.
Putting in
And there was a lot of
additional ones, as it were.
old drain plugs, pulled in with a blade and a bulb on the bottom of it.
Right.
A lot of them have collapsed, so we've just put an overflow through where they used to be, rather than pulling new plugs in. Yeah.
And just to be clear, I'm familiar with tile drains, but where they hit the creek, they just pop out.
Yeah, just yeah.
Just so everybody's clear on that.
Outlets, yeah. There's something like 35 outlets in that first kind of section up from the bottom of the lagoon there. About 2 paddocks up, yeah. There's a lot.
Yes.
Well, our country was the only way to develop it was drain it.
Is it possible for you to take a photo with a phone of that and send? Oh, okay.
Which I'll give you.
Excellent, thank you.
And the land, the upper part of that's not your land.
No, this bit here is the neighbour without any drains drawn in as the neighbours.
All right, so that all crosses up, but the bit where the drains are drawn is your land.
That's us,
So
Yeah,
it's not just that.
it's a funny shape, yeah.
Yeah, okay, just just to be clear, thank you.
He'll have drains, something similar.
I just have a question on, it seems to me that end of it, that's the environment south,
Pretty much these two paddocks.
and they're the ones that are leased.
Yeah.
So it's sort of I'm not actually sure if it's this line or whether it goes through there.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is the boundary.
Waitona Creek's in the top left there.
That's it.
Right, yeah. So, would you prefer that we held our questions to the end, or do you mind if we interrupt you?
Oh, I'll go for Lord, yeah.
Thank you.
This farm map gives you an idea of the extent of the tile drainage on our farm. There's nothing simple about the drainage on our farm, which is why the evidence of Richard Mears measures turned out to be understated and of no relevance. If you like to take a look here, you'll see, see the notes.
Here anyway.
Jock's Pond, show that.
I did.
Oh, you did.
You keep reading.
This is where Richard measures his evidence, page 12, number 33. Thought that there might be lower ground, and that might be why there was water lying there. In fact, it is water battling to drain away on top of a waterlogged overflow drain. When the soil on our farm becomes saturated and the tile drains are inundated and unable to breathe and drain, essentially because they are full of stagnant water, the soil structure breaks down and the silt and sediment are released. The upshot is the sediment moves off our farm and we can't do anything about it. Those wet areas above the drains then become sealed off, they stay wet, the grass doesn't grow on the sad ground. It is a long time after the drains are cleared, after the lake has been opened, that the soil starts to recover. But this is only one part of the problem. The other risk of flash flooding on a closed full lagoon, when the lagoon is already brimming outside its boundary and the storm hits, where do you think all the water goes? It's like leaving a tap on into the bath while leaving the plug in. For us, the result is both dangerous and stressful. This is especially bad in the springtime. That's when our lambing and calving, ewes with lambs at foot, are spread across the farm. If we happen to get a warning of a flood, we can shift them away from likely flooded areas, but generally there is no warning, and I can tell you now that ewes don't swim well, young lambs have no hope at all. The result can be devastating. We know we've been out swimming sheep in floodwaters in the dark as a result of the failure of a weather forecaster. So, as I say, the importance of opening the lagoon at the right time cannot be overstated. I've been involved with the openings for several years, and I know in the past sea conditions have caused huge delays in the opening. It can take 3 weeks to flatten off enough, the sea to flatten off enough to allow you to open it safely. And that is why the trigger level is so important. You might have a trigger at 2.2, but chances are it'll be 2.3 or 2.4 by the time you can open it. On at least 8 occasions between 1987 and 2011, the lagoon has been over 2.5. The only reason it would have got to that level is because the association would have been delayed opening to flooding or sea conditions. Remember, back then the trigger was 2 metres to 2.2. This can be fine if there's no rain in the forecast, but this is Southland. And we saw with the last emergency opening, the lagoon was let go in the nick of time. It is often suggested that the lagoon would not hold at 2.5 for any length of time. The recent emergency opening certainly throws that to the wind. On June the 18th, 2024, the lagoon was 2.298. By the 3rd of September, it was sitting at 2.401. By the 14th of September, it was 2.501. It peaked at 2.658 on the 24th of September and was opened on the 25th. And thank goodness it was open, because within days, 83 millimetres of rain had fallen in across the catchment. Apparently 1 millimetre over a saturated catchment is 10 millimetres in the lagoon. Interestingly, the lagoon calculator was left on. It makes for some interesting reading. There's a graph up on the side.
You going to take us through that? Or?
What was it?
Oh, no, because we have a calculator we can see on the internet, and normally it's more up to date, but they hadn't actually updated it, so it kept calculating what that rainfall would look like and what the effect would be. So if it hadn't been opened, it was going to get over pretty close to 3 metres. So, and it wasn't going to be pretty at our place.
So do you,
Close to 3.
on the, you're saying that the dates at 14th of September it was 2.5, and the 24th it was 2.6, and the day after they opened it.
Yeah.
Sorry. When was, do you know when the decision was made to open it?
Pretty low.
Yeah, it was the council. It was late. I think they virtually made the decision, and then they were trying to do it within the day, weren't they?
Yeah.
So
We got some rough wind.
I'm trying to
weather.
understand. What I'm trying to understand is
I can look back and find it.
when the decision was made to open it, and then given what people have been telling us that it takes, you have to wait for you make a decision to open it, then you've got to wait for the correct weather and all of that in terms of being able to open it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand what length of time that might be.
Well, I think
It's variable.
the day Horrell rang me to say that they were going to open it under emergency powers, the next day was so windy that you couldn't have done it. And I think it was a couple of days after that before they got organised. Ewan would know exactly.
And just when they did open it on that occasion, where did they open it?
Walker's Bay.
Walker's Bay.
Walker's Bay.
Right.
It was nearly opening itself. It was, yeah.
And that's the 25th of the 9th last year.
25th.
20.
September. Yeah, 25th. And it went out with a hell of a rush. Yeah.
Thank you.
So what would that have looked like on the farm? We can only imagine, but we think it would have resulted in a flood through our farm similar to 1978, 1982, 1984 and 1986. I'll show you some photos and some.
That's Moffat Road on the right.
Okay. And there's a drain down that road, I think.
That's the creek right in the middle.
That is the Moffat Creek.
Creek's in the middle, and there's a drain down the road.
Yeah.
I think I saw that when we were out there. Yeah.
The creek goes through the road there.
Goes that way.
Comes from right to left on that photo through the road.
When was this one? This photo taken?
Oh, what's the date on it?
86.
86. It's happened about that flood. It's happened at least 3 times in my memory. Yeah. On a full lagoon.
Just so we get our own markers in our head, what would be the kind of lagoon level at that?
2.3.
Pardon?
2.3.
2.3, thank you, yeah. And that's measured at the bridge.
It's got the end, yeah.
Yeah.
There is a measuring board at our end, but it seems to differ a bit. Yeah, I don't know why, whether someone's bumped it or what. Yeah. Good to carry on.
Yeah, just thank you.
Here's a photo of our farm, Moffat Road on the right. In 1986, the lagoon was 2.3. Access totally lost to the outside world, fences washed away, stock losses. You can't tell me that the dead stock, the extra fertiliser, enriched silt and sediment washed off an already saturated farm can be good for the lagoon. But it's not just the block tile drains and the floodwaters that there's also erosion that occurs on our farm. All this costs us every year. After each opening, we spend hours and hours maintaining the drainage network, running the drain cleaner up the outlets. But it doesn't end there. What really makes me mad is that we're constantly having to defend ourselves and our farm, just as we are today. The applicant has gone out of its way to try to say that we're not affected, so they can get their consent through.
More.
It's just not on, and as a result of that, we've had to spend a fair bit of time on consultants, and we'll be getting a hefty legal bill as well. It's cost them nothing as individuals, but it certainly cost us, not just in money terms, but also terms of stress. That's me. Yeah.
Ken takes over now.
Yep. I'm the third generation to farm beside the lagoon, although 4 generations of my family have worked and developed on this property. One of the main issues we have with the High Lagoon relates to erosion, particularly on Moffat Creek, which is one of the main feeder creeks to the lagoon. At the levels above 1.8 and even worse at 2.2, the creek bed becomes saturated. They often they soften and then they fall in, not just a few wheelbarrow loads, but by the truckload and all getting towards the lagoon. We can't stop this happening. Some of the experts have said that the lake is unmodified in their statements, showing their lack of knowledge for the area. The bags I will show were straightened and therefore modified. But if you allow the applicant 2.5 lagoon, it will essentially make us non-compliant. Silt and sediment will leave our farm, not by the truckload, but more like a convoy of trucks. And then I'll just run through these slides. I guess sort of self-explanatory anyway. This is showing the dead vegetation on the left. This is, those dates are in the wrong way, sorry. The photo on the left is 2018. All the scrubbers, the photo on the right is 2018 where it's all alive. All the tussocks are alive. The photo on the left is all dead. This is another photo showing the same thing, but just further, just all the way along the edge. It's just 2.5 level, just all the way around is dead. Sort of more up close photo of it. So that photo was taken on the 25th, it's just a few days ago. It's not just a few days after. This is the erosion I'll be talking about. This is on the lower stretch of the Moffat Creek. This is the land owned by NES that we lease back. Once the lake fills up this to the top, it sits here for a while too long, and then it just softens, and as soon as it goes out, it just drops in.
Perhaps if I may, before we leave that photo, we heard earlier from Ms. Robertson about some of the catchment works that have been going on that she was part of. I mean, I'm just looking at that photo on the right. Is that sort of the same kind of thing that's been happening on that property? The stream banks, plantings?
It was riparian planting, but it all died, drowned, and
That's how it used to be.
yeah.
So this isn't a public meeting, Sarah, it's a thing, so we're just talking to the people in front here. Thank you.
So yeah, just understanding. So that had happened, and if you said that's no longer there. Yeah. But just following on, if I may, and there may be some other photos. That stream works, and we heard that it's all been working sort of up from the lower catchment. So has that been occurring at your property? No, that hasn't.
That's been focused on the Waituna Creek, the largest
Yes.
tributary, and this is the next one over.
So sorry, yes.
No work has, sadly, hasn't hasn't started yet.
Just before we fence this creek, the beds are all nice. Since we fenced it with all the long grass, it just holds the water as well as it gets heavier, and that's, this fence, the creek looked completely different. What was that, like 15 years ago?
In 2 or 3 high, lakes, it doesn't get a chance to, the banks never heal up. It just wipes everything out, just everything's dead. Whereas when we had a 2 metre lake, it would soon bounce back, like the banks were eroding, the green up again.
Just on the Mr. Dehaan's photos that he showed us this morning,
Oh, yeah.
it seemed that the banks looked more like this in terms of steepness of the banks, I'd call it, whereas they drop them back like that.
Well, they used, these
Is that
things,
something that could be done?
The same
Yeah.
thing needs to happen in the bottom of this catchment. It needs rebatted off or rock put in to stabilise it.
We are looking at getting a consent to do it at the moment. This is actually ES land we're looking at here. So,
Sorry, that.
we're looking to get a consent at the moment to rebat it, but this is
Oh,
actually
right,
ES
okay.
land. This is their land.
Oh, right. So this part's not your land, but
this
you're
is-
looking to get a consent to do it on
Maybe to do the whole lot.
the whole lot on your land.
Yeah, that ES.
So that's something that you're
It's not
undertaking on your
definitely-
own initiative.
Yes.
Yes, okay. And then, sorry.
Well, I was just going to say so that doesn't attract any particular funding to help you with that.
Hopefully it will, yeah.
Thank you.
It's all ongoing,
And then-
Further up in the catchment, they're not so affected by the high lagoon levels, so there's not so much water. I mean, there's a lot of water coming down, but it's not softening the banks and being held there like it is here. On a 2.5 metre lagoon, the water's up to the top, but it's just saturated.
Yeah, there's some more photos coming that will explain it better. Some sort of more of the same, really. Like the tussocks there that probably been planted or whatever, that's just too heavy.
So have you taken these photos recently?
Yep, I don't have the date on these, but these will be within 2 years.
Within the last 2 years?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I do have one with dates on them, sorry, these ones. This here shows the photo on the left is still on the lease bit down lower, where you can see the lagoon levels sort of where the gravel was, it's all sort of fallen in. The photo on the right is further up the stream where the lake level stayed affected the same. The water level hasn't been held full to erode the bags. And we do have, like, there is a bit of taper there, and
Not sure. In terms of if the lake level was lower, would floods that would occur through the stream also cause the erosion?
Not to the same extent, no, very little.
the corners possibly, but not the straight. So there's a lot of this is just on straight bits of creek. This is another example here of low down. You can see where the water level has been on the right, like it's dead. That's pretty much like a 1.8 metre lake levels to the 3.5 is to the top of those tussocks, I think. This has been a 2.5 metre lake here. All the vegetation around the edge is just dead, the grass is gone, tussocks have died off, flax bushes are dead. There's just nothing left afterwards.
Except for gorse. Gorse seems to be able to cope with it.
Like that. So this is just a little bit further up Moffat Creek, is it? That's
This
the
is
lagoon.
near the bottom,
Oh, the bottom, yes.
50 metres from the bottom, sorry.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, no, that must be still
Do you
you.
want to explain that, Darren?
Well, that's a classic example of a silted up outlet and the water is still trying to run down that drain. And the back pressure, it's just blowing the ground up. You get a lot of them when the drains, outlets lock up and the creek's full.
Even a high lake will do that. It'll stop the drain working and it'll blow up the same as well. After a high rainfall, obviously, like it's not going to be there every day, but we get 20 mil of rain or so on a saturated paddock, or even 10 mil on a saturated paddock with a full lake. These are everywhere.
Your term blow up.
Yeah, well, the
I
ground blows
I
up.
like that, yeah. That makes sense. And that brings up a lot of sediment and silt
Yeah,
to the
well,
surface of the
And
land,
then
and
it's running down the land.
then it's running down the land
Yeah.
into the creek.
Runs along top.
So this is a map. This is going to show you the locations of these photos that are coming up next. So L1 at the top of the screen. The red line is the lease, where the lease starts. The L1 is the well and through there. So this is there's a 2.25 lake on the left on the 10th of August last year. And this is a 2.5 metre lake. This is roughly 10 days before they let it go. Yeah, pretty much, they're actually unfarmable for a lot of paddocks there on the right. This is the same location. This is 25 days after it's let go on the left. Our paddocks still haven't recovered. Drains haven't started working properly. And on the right, this is 2 days before they let it go. 2.6 metre lake. So they just keep working down the lake pretty much, towards the lake, in about 150 metre sections. Same date, same everything. This paddock on the bottom left, I reploughed that, but it was just buggered. Dead grass. This is a lower perspective of that same place. It's taken from the motorboat, just to sort of gives a bit more of a perspective on it. So, yeah, the grass just doesn't grow back. It's completely waterlogged.
Question, so you might have said this, so once they open the lake, Lagoon, what's the kind of recovery time before you got a viable farming paddock?
depends how long it's been, or how full it's been and how long it's been full. That, yeah, it's the length of time that it's full is critical to us, yeah. If it's short, filled up real quick, get the drones going, recovers pretty quick. Otherwise, it's months.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the scale? Months.
We've still got damaged paddocks from that first photo. You still see where the water's been lying this year. The ground is dried out, it's recovered that way, the actual grass itself. It was just there for so long.
I understand. And then that's what refertilising, reseeding.
Yeah, reseeding. Yeah. Well, we did. We actually ploughed a couple of paddocks, fix it up.
So this is still working down. You'll see this bridge here when you go for a drive. On the right, there's the white bridge. That's still paddock there. It's the same photo.
When we get a flood event, it just goes down both sides because when the lake's full, it just doesn't have anywhere to go and just. Yeah.
This photo here, especially the one on the left, halfway up the photo is where the leased land starts here. And the 2.5 lake there is just right out in the paddock. There's no drainage effect there, that is just the inundation level. That's a photo of that spot where I said where the boundary is. It's 2.5. This is down the bottom, this is on the leased land. Just shows, the one on the left especially shows the creek fall right to the top. And there's a lot of sediment that's gone from there. Like they used to, you put it by a motorbike along there years ago, you can't even walk it down there now, it's been taken out. This is back to the first location looking north. So that was a 2.5 metre lake in this photo. You can sort of see how the flood water and all the paddocks are all drained properly above that line to extent, but everything below it. This is 2 paddocks off the road. It's 3/4 of the way up your farm. The paddocks they are still wet above that, but it's just not the same. That water will get away after a week up there, whereas down the bottom it's months probably.
You're referring to the 2.5, that's when the lagoon reaches that, but above historically, which was 2.2 as I understand it, I suppose it fills up at different rates, but I'm trying to understand how, between 2.2 and 2.5, how long or how much of your land is affected
it's just
in that part.
well, anything under 2.2 is, we can deal with it because it gets to that fairly quickly. But to go from 2.2 to 2.5 takes a lot. You probably need 2 flood events to get that high, because it doesn't recede that quick. Sometimes, like last year, it didn't recede at all, hardly.
Floods out such a big area as it comes up, so to get that extra 100 mil, it's going to go so much further. It takes a lot more. Is it 1 mil over the catchment is 10 mil in the lake?
It's a 10 times factor, so 1 mil of runoff is 10 mils in the lagoon.
On a saturated land.
On saturated land, yes.
At what point in the lagoon though? Because the lagoon comes up.
That's talked about at the normal operating level, so I would assume up to 2.2 metres. And over that factor may increase because we're flooding a much bigger area.
That statistic, 1 in 10, where does that come from? Is that,
I've read it in a lot of technical papers researching on behalf of this. I can't point it out specifically, but
Chris Jenkins.
yeah,
Environment Southland.
I think some of the environment Southland modelling talks to it. Yes, it's in more than one paper.
Here we're seeing a comparison between like up to 2.5, but because this consent starts with the 2.3 and 2.4, and then it's reviewed after 5 years and then decides whether or not it's still the appropriate fit for purpose model. How do we get a feel, rather than, because the 2.5, if it ran its course, would come in at year 10. So it'll be helpful to get a feel of what 2.3 and 2.4 looks like as well, or
Yeah, so this is 2.25 here, this photo.
that,
Right on the left.
that one's 2.2.
On all these photos, there's been one of 2.2.
Right.
So
Quite a big difference from
Yes.
going from like,
Sort of stays within its boundaries, kind of. It does go out a bit, but yeah.
right,
there's another one here, the comparison between 2.25 and 2.5.
right, okay. And so, because it's quite a big jump, so
Here's the one on the right, here's 2.6. Like I said, there's been different rainfall, things like that.
And if you get a wind coming down the lake, it pushes more water towards us.
and part of this may actually prevent, if we were to grant a consent to open the lake, it might prevent the emergency openings, because there would be more openings. So would you still anticipate we would even be seeing things like a 2.6 or?
Say so.
Occasionally, you probably would.
Because I think even this year, it wouldn't have even been opened at that 2.5 because they hadn't been there for long enough. I could be wrong with that. Someone will cover that later.
I think it has to be in winter 2.3 for 7 days, or in 2.4 for 3 days in summer.
Yeah, later it changes a little.
It's 2.5 at year 11.
This gradual drowning doesn't appeal to us much.
Yeah, land cut
That's
lifts.
essentially what it
That's
is.
what
Quite a big difference.
Yes, and then what is our transition?
We can't
There is no
mitigate it by
transition.
moving somewhere else.
Yeah, and so if would the reviews be helpful if they were less than 5 years?
I think they should be annually. They should be annually. I think though, well, really, I don't think the lagoon's got another emergency opening in it. I think it'll be toast.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It's already in a bad enough state.
At the pre-hearing, I asked the applicants, have they been down there just, to have a look recently after it was opened? And they said they hadn't, because they didn't own the consent yet, which I thought was a silly answer.
And so if we,
Because it's deteriorated something awful. Yeah. But the crabs are gone. It's all the gravel bottom of the lake is all covered in sand and silt. So it's horrific what's going on down there.
so you don't, because you did, at the very beginning, you talked about the change in gravel, that the lake beds fundamentally shifted, and now you've said it might not have another emergency opening left in it.
Not another high one, not a high level. No.
Yeah, and so at the moment, all that's before us is a consent to
Yeah.
open or close. Yeah.
And with the review, like we feel like we would get a say in that anyway, because we've already been telling them all this, that no one is taking anything on board. So what would change at the review? There's still one farmer arguing against 6 sides.
So having that one community voice on the,
So, you'd have to be
Isn't
50-50
helpful.
or something, or have other.
Well, I was a bit alarmed when one of the experts said that they'd been down there 6 times. Well, if they'd been down there 60 times or 600 times, I would have said, well, you might know what you're talking about, but it's so changeable down there. Right? And that's one thing I picked up on yesterday too, was the rupia. High wind events blow the rupia out, especially at a high level. It blows it out by the roots, and you see big piles of it around the edges. She hadn't even acknowledged that, so.
We got the task.
Yeah, that's.
yeah, no, helpful.
Any more questions?
Are you going?
No. This is around the back of the farm. This is the Waituna backing up into our farm as well. The bottom, so on the left, about halfway up the screen is where the leaf starts, and the near side of it's the rest. The right-hand side of those photos is the neighbours. This is the same photo. This is the trees that Lloyd was showing earlier. Creeks, yeah, right up and into there.
Not our property.
No, not that. Right,
So it's a white pine.
Yes.
I was talking about this. This, well, actually, this is probably the sediment from our creek, washed up on the edge of the lagoon, I guess, mixed with the goose shit.
So where is that taken?
This is just below our farm along the edge of the lagoon.
Down the bottom of Moffat Creek.
Yeah, the Moffat Road or Moffat Creek between there, yeah.
Some young fellas got their side-by-side bogged out there, and like I've pulled heaps of vehicles out. I couldn't get within 50 metres of them with the tractor to actually haul them out because it was that soft. And usually a four-wheeler would have driven around there, no trouble. Just mud and silt. Yeah.
And you have having lived there for that period of time, you have. What's the time frame that you've seen that siltiness happen? Is it decades, or is it the last few years?
Oh, it has happened after high flood events, but nothing like what we've got down there now. The last 2 years has just been diabolical. And that really stinks. Yeah. Terrible.
More photos of the same location. This is the geese. We sort of worry about how much, like the geese, they're coming grazing our paddocks and then they're going down and shitting in the lagoon. I haven't seen any studies to say how much that's contributing to the nitrogen and everything else. They're worried. They say we can control them, but they're actually still their problem too. So.
One of the experts said the other day that they're actually exponential growth of populations of geese. So how are we as farmers meant to manage that without the help from the applicants?
There's thousands of them there. It's not hundreds, it's thousands. Is this in? This is us killing them and yeah, trying to get their numbers down. It's just an ongoing job. We do our best, but we've got farms to run. We can't do it all the time, and yeah. There you go.
Right, must be me. Okay, hello. I hope you have gained an understanding of how our farm and particularly Moffat Creek is affected. So while the applicant is determined to deny there are any adverse effects on our farm, they have by doing so also neglected to consider any adverse events on the lagoon from their proposed 2.5 metre level. We know that Waituna is considered a scientist stream, but if the evidence that has been submitted by the applicant is anything to go by, then they have failed to look at the big picture. To not consider all the effects of the 2.5 metre level on the lagoon is just short of criminal. Interestingly, they now don't need to guess at what these effects are. They only need to look at the mismanagement of the lagoon for the last 2 years, as it is already showing exactly what you can expect when you lift the trigger level to 2.5. As the latest Rūpia report reveals, the lagoon is now in its worst state ever, directly as a result of not being released at the right times and at the right levels. Much of the evidence of how well the applicant's big experiment is going is presently underwater, and I suspect that suits the applicant in more ways than one. But here's the crux of it. While the evidence is there, they don't want to see. In recent years, we have written to DOC, iwi and ES, inviting them to our farm multiple times to view the high water levels, the floodwaters and the resulting damage, which then affects the lagoon. Usually, if they reply, it is days later and they say they are too busy. Although those of us on the ground are never too busy for the lagoon, it is a living, breathing, and very important part of our community and catchment. Ignoring it and failing to respond is like waiting until the sick sheep is comatose before calling the vet. But to go back a step, there is one exception to our invitations to view the damage to our farm. In September 2021, an ES drainage man did come to the farm, and not long after the waters had receded. He walked the creek from the mouth of the Moffat back to the road. We asked him to write a report about it, which he did. But because the applicant has only told one side of the story in their application, I feel I must present some background to this application, starting with why the Lake Waituna Control Association relinquished its consent to open the lagoon and why continuous rights were lost. Back in 2018, the Whakamana Te Waituna Trust, of which DOC, iwi and ES are part, was looking to buy land affected by flooding and inundation. They initially engaged a farm consultant firm from the North Island to value the land that would be affected at 2.5 and above. Unfortunately, the consultant's brief was clearly to value that land at what it would be worth when flooded and the drains wrecked at those levels. We were naive as to what he was up to, as when he asked us how the farm would be affected at those levels of the animals we would have to destock and the drop in income we would sustain, well, that's what he valued it on, not on the present day value when an opening consent was still in existence. So this was the first breach of trust. At this time, even though the consent to open the lagoon was still active, the Control Association Chairman, Ewan Perry, was being put under pressure, particularly by ES staff, to relinquish the consent. That was when it was suggested that the trust would take over the consent for the betterment of the lagoon. A stalemate was reached, and it wasn't until a trust farmer education evening in early November 2018 was hijacked by an angry community, and a few home truths were delivered to members of the trust, that some movement occurred. ES then brought in Jonathan Street, Director of Operations, and Lloyd McCullum, a councillor at the time who spoke earlier, to try to progress land purchase. They wanted to create a land buffer for the lagoon and also to end the need to open the lagoon for drainage purposes. Negotiations began around the catchment, but it became clear reasonably early on that the trust did not have enough money to realise their aims. Initially, negotiations centred around a lagoon of 2.5 metres, but after a while that level was reduced. I recall Jonathan Street saying that he'd spoken to the ES resident scientific experts, I presume the Lagoon Technical Group, and there was a feeling that because Rupia did not like high lagoon levels, certainly above 2.2 metres, he didn't believe it was necessary to buy land affected above that level. And so negotiations started on the basis of a lagoon of 2.2 to 2.3 metres, meaning 2.2 would be the trigger level, but with a view that chances are the lagoon would get to 2.3 by the time it could be opened. Owen Kelly sold his entire farm, as did Ray Waghorn, and we sold just over 100 hectares off the bottom of our farm to the Southland Regional Council. We presently lease that ground back under the proviso we only run sheep and young cattle on it. It was at this time that the pressure really came on Ewan Perry and the Control Association to relinquish the consent. But because not all land had been affected, even at 2.2 metres, had been purchased, it was decided to retain the consent until such time as it was. By the time the consent was due for renewal in 2022, DOC and iwi were actively talking about applying for a consent, and their proposed level was 2.5. We were astounded. That's not just us, that was the Control Association as well. And we engaged a consultant who submitted a comprehensive application to open the lagoon on our behalf and included all known adverse effects as a complete application should. The entire catchment was behind this. We attempted multiple times to negotiate with DOC and iwi, all to no avail. They would barely communicate with us, and in the meantime, they had also filed an opening consent application, which he has said would remain on hold until ours was dealt with. At our pre-hearing meeting with the Commissioner present, all DOC and iwi would respond with was a short statement saying that they would not negotiate with the Control Association until after we had withdrawn our consent application. By this time, landowners, fishermen and hunters had contributed over $90,000 toward the application costs. We were concerned that the continuous rates rights would be lost if we withdrew the application, as getting a new application in place is not a quick process. ES said we could not transfer our consent to DOC and iwi as their application was too substantially different. And of course, they wouldn't communicate with us, not at all. They would not return phone calls and they would not meet with us. And so it was clear that the taxpayer-funded DOC had deeper pockets in the catchment. So we decided we were on a hiding to nothing and we withdrew our application. Now, despite DOC, iwi and ES pressuring for 5 years and intimating they were ready to hold the opening consent, the minute we withdrew our application, DOC and iwi put theirs on hold. That was back in 2022. Next, we hear that DOC, iwi and ES are working on a 3-way application, again at 2.5. They held meetings around the catchment whereby they would tell the community of their plans. They never listened to the concerns of the community. And so now here we are. I hope you can now see why the level of trust the community has for DOC, ES and iwi is presently nil. And there's more than a little irony in all their talk of a communication tree. Meantime, I did wonder why 3 organisations who say they care so deeply for the lagoon would actively seek the position of no consent at all. I know now that DOC lawyer put it quite nicely on page 8 of her legal submission, which relates to the RMA. It states 21, section 4.3, the exception is subject to 2 requirements: that the activity be consistent with a relevant conservation statutory planning document, and it does not have a significant adverse effect beyond the boundary of the land. She then goes on to say that beyond the boundary is the coastal marine area. Well, hello, beyond the boundary on the northern side is also farmland. And as shown by agricultural and engineering consultant John Scandrett, that land is very much affected. I believe their claim that there are no adverse effects because there is presently no consent in place is disingenuous at best. Remember, it was DOC, iwi and ES who brought about the end to our consent. They have shown themselves to be without integrity, and it is no wonder that the community does not trust them. The lagoon has been mechanically open since 1908, not 1972 or 1973 as the evidence of Dean Fonga states. In fact, it was opened in April 1972 when the lagoon was lapping the top of the bridge. It was opened by the boat shed, and it was the first time it had been opened there since the 1940s. It cost $90.
So the boat, sorry, haven't heard the boat shed referenced before. Where was?
Sort of probably by Charlie's Bay, I guess.
No, it's down the other end.
Oh, right at the...
More or less a bit further east from where the fence.
Oh,
East of the fence.
The applicant's disregard of effects and history that doesn't suit them is ridiculous. It is a modified catchment. The lagoon and surrounds are not in their natural state, and to pretend that they could return to such will kill the lagoon. I note in the legal submission that they also think they are addressing submitters' concerns. I have seen no evidence of that. And I notice there is an excessive amount of mights and maybes in the expert evidence. The word evidence suggests some certainty, but of course, with any experiment, you can only guess or predict what will happen, unless, of course, you take notice of what is already happening. At the pre-hearing meeting, submitters were concerned that the applicant had not been monitoring the lagoon to see the high water level effects since the loss of the consent. They said they would not until they had been granted the consent. I see now that they have changed their stance on this. We've had 2 high lagoon level episodes since the Control Association consent was withdrawn, and that has resulted in 2 reactive, poorly timed emergency openings. The lagoon is now in its worst ever state. Anyway, since the Control Association lost their consent, the lagoon has been effectively unmanaged, which is not dissimilar to the levels the applicant proposes. At times, there has been talk of waiting for the lagoon to recede naturally. That has happened at times, but when that does happen, the lagoon misses out on the flushing effect, and the result of missing that was evidenced in the algal bloom of January 2024. Unfortunately, rainfall can be extreme in the spring period, and if the lagoon is already full, the effects can be devastating. We were saved from such likely devastation on September 2, 2021. The lagoon had reached its trigger level of 2.2 metres. The association chairman, Ewan Perry, notified that he was preparing to open the lagoon. Next, he receives an abusive phone call from Fish and Game and an email from DOC and iwi requesting that he does not open it. There is the photo to Ewan from DOC and iwi. I would give you guys a copy of that as well. It's It's in, yeah, no, it's in this lot. Yeah. No, they haven't. In the letter it says, in looking at modelling provided by Environment Southland today, see attached, the water levels are reducing at a steady rate and land most affected by those current levels is now owned by Environment Southland, Awarua, Rūnanga or DOC.
Just before we move on, what date was that?
September 2, 2021.
Okay, thank you.
And so that was the graph that DOC and iwi sent to you and to indicate that no, there's no rain coming, it's just going to recede. And so it goes on to say, given the change in circumstances with recent land purchase, I would question the need to open the lagoon as landowners, managers affected by the current levels have planned for operating at higher levels. He was wrong, of course, on both counts, as not all land was brought at the 2.2 metre level, and the water level would not have continued to recede. Fortunately for us, the control station continued on and opened the lagoon. Just days later, starting on September 7, it fair poured down for 7 days. The most in one day was 41 mils, and the total for the 7 days was 123 mils. For that month of September, we got 182 mils. So after a bit of sheep swimming overnight, I decided it was time to issue an invite. And I wrote this letter to ES, DOC and iwi. I wrote to them inviting them to visit the farm and see the damage that a deluge had caused on an essentially empty lagoon. It was a grim reminder of what it would be like if the lagoon was allowed to be sitting at 2.5 and a similar weather event occurred. So this brings me back to the ES drainage man. It was after this deluge that he had walked them off a creek. You might recall I said he wrote a report. We asked for a copy of that report. Next we hear that his report has to be approved by ES management. And then several weeks later, we finally receive a sanitised version. I made a request under the Local Government and Meetings Official Information Act for everything related to ourselves and our property within specific dates, and the hope we could get a copy of this report, and also details of a private email which had been deliberately shared by a consultant to the Whakamana Te Waituna Trust. That email was badly misconstrued and shared with ES and iwi and resulted in ES breaching my privacy. Here's what I got back in relation to the ES drainage man's report, a heavily redacted report about our property. The upshot is I contacted the Ombudsman, who, as it turns out, was unable to make ES hand over the original. Also at that time, I received an ex gratia offer of $5,000 from ES, which is here, and then a close-up. I declined their offer. I still don't know what was in that report, but what I do know is that you certainly cannot trust Environment Southland. They have behaved badly. They have forgotten we are their ratepayers, and they have definitely forgotten that they should represent our views. They have also forgotten that they have drainage and flood protection obligations. Their only interest in Waituna Lagoon is ecological and cultural. And by not considering any adverse effects on either their ratepayers or the lagoon itself, they will also be jointly responsible for the death of the lagoon when, not if, that happens. But it's not just ES I take exception with. DOC and iwi are no better. They are part of this application, which seeks to undermine, if not persecute us. To say our farm is not affected is a joke. Much of our concern over high levels in the lagoon have centred on flood damage, impeded drainage, inundation of soil and erosion, all limiting our ability to manage our farm. And while this is of importance to us, so too is the health of the lagoon and the wider area. Next up is my daughter-in-law, Annabelle.
Annabelle Crack. I have a Bachelor of Science in Zoology from Taka University. I have worked for ag research and genetic games since, and I live and breathe the farm down at Waituna. The deficiencies in the assessment of environmental effects are significant. The applicants have ignored the significant adverse effects recorded in 2024 under a high lake level regime, and granting them a consent at 2.5 would only see them confirm the adverse effects that we have already seen. The applicant's high level proposal would mean an increase in water height with the tributaries like Moffat Creek and Waituna. This leads to more bank erosion and increased sediment load on the lake. It is reasonable to assume that an increase in lake levels will contribute to increasing smothering of rupia-dominated communities. The applicant's proposed water level regime would endanger the very rupia benthic communities they seek to protect. Higher lake levels favour increased sediment loss from tributaries. Interestingly, in Mary de Winton's evidence, she responds to comments made in our submission in regard to recommendations by Mark Schellenberg about the preference of rupia to lower water levels at 1.8, in fact. She says Dr. Schellenberg's findings were only preliminary, but I note that he did not respond to our interpretation of his findings. Mary de Winton, in point number 57, says that the established macrophytes are likely to persist under insufficient light conditions for 1 to 4 months based on experimental observations of plants subsistence under light levels below that required for net photosynthesis and other macrophytes. So here is the evidence in regards to rupia, not even tested on the plant itself. Meanwhile, in point number 75, she does say that Schellenberg and Tyrrell 2006 used a modelling approach that they considered preliminary. The modelling was based on the single light measurement and considered light levels at the lagoon bed to identify the real extent of rupia. Importantly, at least a study was done on rupia in the Waituna Lagoon. As farmers, we've been trying to limit the loss of nutrients to the lagoon. Our Fonterra Dairy Insights report indicates positive progress. We have had a detailed farm plan for years. 3 years ago, we built a large composting barn and we winter cows inside so we can better use manure they produce. We go out of our way to try to limit any impact we might have on the lagoon. But there's not much we can do about the sediment and silt that leaves from the banks in our creeks after they've been saturated because of high lagoon levels. So Ken and I are the 4th generation of our family to work the land on Moffat Road. We don't want to be the last. I want our children, Hazel and Lachlan, to want to take over the farm in the future. But if the consent is granted at 2.5, then it's highly unlikely the land will be profitable. Unfortunately, the applicant either does not care nor do they want to know. They have their own agenda. For us, it feels like we're part of an unproven science experiment that will be detrimental for the lake's health, and unfortunately our family and its future is also in jeopardy. Next is John.
I'll talk next. Unless there's any questions just on that as we've.
No, we'd Mr. Scandrick, because he's an expert.
Yep.
We'd like to deal with him
Next.
separately.
Okay.
Separately, if
Yeah,
you go
okay.
next, that's
Right.
Yep, that'll be good.
I've just made some short summaries, I guess, of the overall submission that we made. So I'll just read through that. The Southern Star Farm submission had a key focus to highlight the incorrect modelling of the impeded drainage effects on the proposed from the proposed trigger levels for opening the lagoon. The NIWA modelling appears to be accurate for inundation, and I myself and the Crick family have all seen firsthand that on the farm at different water levels when put aside to the maps that have been provided in the appendix of the application. So we've stood at those various marks along Moffat Creek and agreed that that appears to be pretty correct. That's only the inundation modelling. The impeded drainage effect from that inundation has been significantly understated. There's a large area of the Southern Star Farms property that will be affected by these water levels and even the lower trigger levels. And that's through the Waituna outfall as well as the Moffat Creek one. So the farm does drain through both of those lower reaches of those tributaries. Submerging the subsurface drains results in a reduction in the hydraulic grade line of any drain that is submerged. Other properties in the lower catchment still within private ownership will suffer the same fate. As outlined in the submission, the impeded drainage will negatively impact the productivity of the soils which in turn reduces pasture and crop production and its persistence. This flows on to a loss of income, higher operating costs, and a reduction in the overall land value. If the land value is less and money needs to be borrowed to continue funding environmental gains, that may not happen. It increases the soil damage through loss of soil structure and pugging damage from grazing animals on waterlogged soils. This in turn impacts the farm's subsequent environmental outcomes with increased nutrient loss to the receiving environment. And a lot of that will come through overland flow with sediment and phosphate bound to it, entering the lagoon, which the nitrate level might not necessarily be a key driver for lagoon health, but when you've got phosphate at adequate levels with that as well, those two act in a partnership to really give algae blooms and the likes the ability to really thrive. So the loss of soil particles from the farm is something that's out of their control, which is very frustrating for them. The other side of that is we've still got the freshwater management process to go through for the Waituna catchment. And at the moment, they're working with Fonterra and developing a farm management plan each year. Part of that is to do overseer nutrient modelling. If the drainage is significantly impacted, that is going to skew their overseer results, and they're going to have to work even harder under that freshwater management, the limit setting process to get back to where they are now, let alone to even make any improvements for the lagoon. Excuse me. The expert evidence provided by Mr. John Scandrick has been accepted following conferencing discussion with John, Mr. Measures, Dr. Schellenberg, and Mr. Rebel. Mr. Rebel kindly took the minutes of the conference and prepared that joint witness statement. As such, yes, it was read by all the parties, and I just want to clarify the reason it was delayed getting to you guys. John was actually out of the office for 2 or 3 days after that initial conferencing, so he didn't get the chance to properly review it and sign it. So we apologise for that, but that was out of our hands. So as a result of that conferencing, it was agreed upon that the 1 metre threshold level for water inundation and the drainage impediment from that is insufficient. And Mr. Scandrick will talk to his evidence and go into that in further detail after the summary. Another point that was raised in the submission and doesn't appear to have been considered whatsoever is the known interaction between groundwater and the lagoon along this margin of this photo here, which affects the Southern Star property and probably also further east. There's a monitoring piezo right at the end of that road there at Moffat Road, and my submission included a graph that highlighted the interaction between the groundwater level and the lake level. There's also an artesian bore on the farm slightly further back, Moffat Road there. So that would suggest that there is groundwater pressure. That groundwater is being held under the ground by a pan or by a tight layer in the soil. And so when the lagoon level rises, that artesian pressure will increase. No one has seemed to have done any research or effect since 2012 on that. Clint Rissman wrote a report outlining various aspects of that, and his recommendations were that a considerable amount more of science needed to be done on this to understand some of the base flows going into the lagoon and what interactions the lagoon level rising has in reverse on that groundwater level. So I'd just like to reiterate that the applicant hasn't acknowledged any of that and doesn't seem to have considered that and its adverse effects it may have on the property or wider lagoon margin here.
Just if I can question that while we've got. So the artesian levels would rise. What are the consequences of that?
It's really out of my realms, and I relied on that technical report from Clint Rissman. But my understanding would be that the Quaternary gravels shelve out into the lagoon, and there's a connectivity there. So if the lagoon's higher, that groundwater backs up and it's got to go somewhere. So it's probably going to flow into the surface waterways. But potentially being artesian in their well, it will come to the ground, the surface level.
Lifts upward.
Exactly. It basically lifts the whole groundwater level underlying the farm. That's my understanding of it. But like I said, I'm not an expert on that.
Is that the connection with what you were saying about it blowing up from the tile? Miss Campbell might have with you on this as well when we come to it.
So
To make the connection really.
I was more talking about drains, the ends of the drains blocking up.
Yeah.
Similar.
That's possibly why we need a drain, so to get rid of that water. So.
There's a significant area on the western side of the property that's true peat land that's been drained, and to maintain that soil structure and rooting depth, the water table needs to be held lower. So if everything's coming up, it affects that peat. Basically, it would revert back. It's going to have higher phosphate losses in particular, being a peat soil. So moving on from that, I'd just like to make the comment that the NIWA modelling has provided the basis for a lot of the decision making up until this point, and so that's including direction of the application. It's included the sale of some of the ex-farm land that's been purchased, including the southern block of the Crack Farm. The incorrect assumption affects. So the assumption that is incorrect, that the effects on neighbouring properties is minimal. It's actually a lot higher than what's been stated. And this has flowed through to the Science Advisory Report, the Section 42A report, and the relevant areas of expert planning that have been provided. So that modelling has provided a real underlying tone to the whole effect of this, which, as we say, we've seen firsthand on the property that it certainly isn't correct. A further implication from that, and again, I'm not an expert planner. I mean, I've done plenty of consent applications for clients, but when you look at some of the framework, we've got DOC's own Southland Murihuku Conservation Management Strategy. One of the key parts of that strategy directs that activities cannot have a significant effect outside of the publicly owned land. So if we've got drainage and inundation effects happening outside of that, it would seem to me that it's against the direction of the CMS. And a further part of that, there doesn't seem to have been any consideration of that in the application under the CMS. The CMS is certainly identified in the application, but there doesn't seem to be any discussion around what it may limit in terms of the boundary of the lagoon and what can happen outside of that as an effect of raising the water level. So I think that's an undersight in this case.
I'm just trying to follow the logic with that one. So you're saying that because they manage the Ramsar site, it's their responsibility to manage the Ramsar site, that any water that flows into it, that then inundates, that a natural flows into it, that then inundates other properties, is therefore the responsibility of the manager of the lagoon.
The way the CMS, well, that specific part of it is, from what I understand, is if they're putting a consent application in to carry out an activity within the public land, they don't have to get land use consents from district council or the likes, or they're free to do what they like in some regard, as long as they're not having an effect on neighbouring properties outside that public land. That's my understanding of the point on.
Yeah, but their consent, their activity would be to reduce the water level. That's what.
Yes.
So that's why I'm finding that difficult.
That water level is above what the lagoon has historically been, I guess, operated at, and the land that's been purchased doesn't cover far enough up the catchment for what they're trying to do.
So you're saying they should take into account the previous land drainage.
Exactly, and the fact that only the small section on the very south of the farm's been sold and purchased. The effects go above that. Again, I'm not a planner, but it seems that section 4 subpart 3 of the RMA also should be considered, where if things aren't in effect to these policies, so the CMS for an example, or proving that we've got adverse effects beyond the boundary to the neighbouring property. Yeah, I'd made a note to you just about that 10 times factor of the catchment, but I think that's already been discovered. Just a quick comment on I guess the reactionary response that perhaps feel like this application is tending to. I'd just like to make the fact that pointed out that John and I have been directly involved with a lot of clients in the Waituna catchment to help improve their on-farm practices through better effluent management, adoption of wintering barns, feedlots, things to get cows off wet ground. And so we've seen great improvement with on-farm management as a result of that. But we've also been asked to assist in various projects, probably in at least the last 10 years, with WTW, some of the Fonterra work that's been doing, ES, the likes. So sediment traps, phosphate removal technologies, nitrate capture technologies, those sorts of things. So we've seen firsthand the effort that's going in out there in the catchment to improve water quality. But we've got a long, long way to go. These technologies are being trialled, but they're not being rolled out. You can't click your fingers and just roll this stuff out across every part of the catchment. And I guess it's frustrating in that sense that you see all this good work happening. It's not happening fast enough for the lagoon, but at the same time, the lagoon needs to continue to be managed with the progress that's being made. And I think the application, the way it's been put forward at the moment, it's coming ahead of the freshwater management unit being set and the limit setting for that, for these technologies to actually catch up, for the stream rebattering to have effects. So, we're looking at the science, everything's looking backwards, and then we're reacting to what's happened. So we wait for the algal bloom to occur, then open the lagoon. The management regime or the consent application that should have went in really needs to focus on the fact that we know there is still a significant loading coming down to the lagoon, and that needs to be actively managed up front so that the lagoon's opened early in winter when it suits migration of fish species at a time when we're going to get some flood flows. It's reset, and then the lagoon can fill up and stay closed over summer when it allows rupia to actually successfully breed, produce its seeds, and continue on. And it was a bit like what Lloyd was mentioning earlier, with having that plan in place, being proactive so that we've got steps each year to know that we've got a loading coming down. It might vary season to season depending on climate, but at the end of the day, the lagoon is going to have to be opened at some stage. So it needs to be opened at a time when it suits everything in harmony, rather than waiting for things to about to flip and then be opened. I guess just final comment is it's taken a huge amount of time, effort, no doubt a lot of stress from the Crack family to prepare all this. It's been ongoing for a lot of years. They're not being listened to. And even John and myself have spent a lot of time on this. There's a cost associated for us to be sitting here with them. We're looking after them on that because they've been a very good client for over 15 years for us. But at the end of the day, when Ken first contacted me and said, look, you guys know what you're doing, you know our farm, can you come and have a look at these maps and see that we understand what's actually going to happen, because they're not listening to us. I went and had a meeting down there with Ken. I printed off some of the inundation maps and the drainage affected maps, and we stood at various points in the landscape, and it was clear to me then and there that the drainage was the impacts from it were significantly understated, and it was going to have a massive effect on the farm. The submission, it was there. There's been chances for people to come and look at their farm and look at exactly what we're trying to explain here today, so that they can see on the land that this is what the modelling shows, but it's not correct. You can't keep forging on with it when it's not correct and we're not being listened to. It's just a frustrating situation, and you've probably sensed that today in their presentation, and it's been ongoing for a long time. So we really do appreciate the chance to sit here. And I'd look to finish on that. If there's any questions for me before John.
I think what we're going to do is, because we're running behind time and we're currently standing between everybody and lunch, we'd like to probably ask some questions for the Crack family and yourself at 1 o'clock.
Yep.
And then after we've done that, we'll then have the expert evidence to Scandrick, and then apologies to all the people from the Waituna Catchment group. It's going to slightly later start than 1 o'clock this afternoon. So thank you. So we're adjourned until 1. Thank you. Just so that I remember this now, Mrs. Crack, thank you for organising the site visit for Friday. So we're comfortable with that, and that we will meet Mr. Duncan at Mokakua Garage, which I think we've already driven past. So we have a rough idea where it is, but couldn't tell you how to get there. Just so that you understand, because this is an RLA hearing, and that because we're not able to talk to you while we're there. It's not an evidence gathering exercise. So when we go to Mr. Fogarty's property and to Andre and Chris's property, again, we're not able to meet with you there for that kind of thing. But if Mr. Duncan can show us around, and then that would be very helpful. Thank you. So thank you again for that. Right. I'm assuming I've said we've reconvened, but if I haven't, there we go. We'd like to ask you some questions first, and I'll get Commissioner Mackay to kick off.
Kia ora koutou. I only actually have, you've presented quite a lot of information, so I actually only have a few questions left, so that's quite helpful. The first question I have is about the property you sold, and that you now lease back, and I wanted to know what are the future plans for that property? Like, how long is the lease, and what's the intention for that property?
It was 10 years with 5 years with the right of renewal for another 5 years, and then we don't know. All we've been told is we're out. So yeah.
Okay. When did those sales happen? What time frame?
So we've just started our second lot of 5 years. So
Right. Okay, and so it was all about the same time that the Te Wai party, the trust
yes.
Yeah.
land was all around about the same time. That's helpful. My next question was, I thought I'd ask you rather than Mr. Scandrett, but it was my understanding of the drain network when you had the map up there, and then everything that you've been talking about being able to retain the nutrients in the land itself. But that drainage network is quite extensive, and so you'll be having, you wouldn't be able to lock the nutrients into the land. And I'm trying to understand from a real practical sense, like, how do you get the balance right of draining the water yet retaining your nutrients, like, practically? Because I can imagine with the drain, you're just going to they're all just going to go out.
Well, it's overland flow mostly for the nutrient runoff.
Oh, okay, it's not through the drains.
What flows over the top just basically goes straight in the creek. But
Right.
The drainage is sort of a slower process, isn't it? So,
And the drains are reasonably deep, and that's the other thing. We don't just chuck all our fertiliser on in one hit. We don't use nitrogen, and so we're just gradually putting it on so that the grass can take it up so that we don't lose it.
Right.
But,
right.
Yeah, but if you chucked it all on one hit and then had a sort of a flood event, some it probably would get down. Be a bit more likely to get into the drain, but mostly it would be overland flow that would set level properly.
Oh, that's really helpful, because from a practical sense, when I saw that network, I was wondering how you had to balance that. So it'd be quite a balancing act.
But at times, yeah, it's more suitable to have it like that.
Yeah, not before rain and not before a heap of
It's
rain.
a waste of money.
The same with your effluent management too, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got to work to your consent conditions, and that's having a soil moisture deficit so that you're not inducing drainage, it stays in the root zone.
Thank you. My next question, it actually came up in Mr. Denan's evidence, but he didn't speak to it, but he wrote a bit about it, and that's about the flood burden disproportion. And you were saying there is some properties that are disproportionately affected than others. And then we got the map from Mr. McCullen that indicated the blue boxes. And I wanted to know, is your property one of those properties that is disproportionate to the others, or are there similar ones around the lake that what you're telling us about your property will be similar for theirs?
Yours is probably the worst.
Some of those acres up the Waituna, so
You've got more land.
there's probably 3 farms where it backs up on the Waituna. Is that right?
Carras Creek too is quite prone to flooding down there.
Just on a high lake when the water's trying to get down, really is always what I mean.
At the end of the day, the water from the top of the catchment comes down to the bottom. If that lagoon's full, it's got nowhere to go apart from make that lagoon bigger. And then that just impedes the drainage and the water backs up the creek.
Right.
And like on the pictures of where it backs up, there's always just a line drawn, but get a flood event and it'll be good to see what the actual effect is, picture it.
Yeah.
Water, because it doesn't stay in the creek. Yeah, it's off the backs.
Right. No, that's helpful because I was trying to interpret this map that was supplied as well by checking it with you guys.
It's all fairly flat, so you can sort of understand it.
Yeah. No, that's great. My other question is the same as what I've asked everybody else. If we do find ourselves in a position where we get the legal advice back and it says that it's not within the scope of our role to determine the lake level, and we are just to either approve the consent or decline it. I'm just really mindful of what you said before, Mr. Crack, about the consistent using emergency management as a tool to reduce lake level. And I wanted to know, what's your opinion if it did come back to say we actually only get to grant the consent or not? Would you prefer that we didn't grant the consent?
No, yeah, definitely not.
That's all for me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was very helpful, President. And right, we've asked questions, so a lot have been responded to, but a couple of things for me. I'm interested in, well, you've shown us some photographs of the lagoon that's been opened and is low. I'm interested in your experiences of the lagoon when it's full, and possibly over the last couple of years when you said that that it deteriorated. And if you, I think I understood you're a fisherman, so you go out on the lake on a boat, presumably, and under certain circumstances. So I don't know whether they have in the last couple of years or when it was particularly full, and there was an algal bloom forming or about to, and then it was opened, of course. I mean, can you give me a sense then? Was it very turbid? Is the coloration different?
Oh, yeah, it was.
Recent.
Photographs somewhere.
Before the algal bloom is like, you'll see it on the next submission, I think. So.
Slime green kind of, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Fluorescent.
Was it throughout the whole lagoon, or was it kind of patchy?
Pretty much the whole thing,
everywhere.
Yeah.
Kind of bright green or
green, yeah.
Yellowy green.
Okay, that's right.
You'll see a slide. Ken's got one. Yeah, come up.
And was there an odour at that time as well while it was full? I can understand it when it's drained down and it's sort of left and rotting, presumably.
Yeah, no, you can.
Not really, no. Okay.
Just depends on the prevailing wind for us, because
Yes.
if we get it southeasterly, it blows straight at us. But yeah.
And did you observe any, dead fish, for example, or dead birds?
Yeah.
In the water?
Yeah.
Okay. And was
Round
that-
off the creek was dead birds. Well, I think Don Sims alerted.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
Same thing. Yeah.
I'm trying to get an
We're
sense.
seeing the same thing. So
I've
yeah.
got
Right.
pictures in the upcoming submission of definition.
Okay, well, that might be helpful, thank you. Yeah, just trying to get a sense of what it kind of would have looked like under those circumstances and what the experiences were, and whether it was a kind of mass fish kill or just the odd fish, for example.
Oh, a lot of birds, berries and stuff. Yeah,
Paradise.
paradise ducks. Yeah,
So they were mainly the introduced birds.
yeah.
Didn't see.
They're just the bigger ones you can see easy. So
Okay, good. Thank you. That is helpful. And I just want to explore a bit more about this erosion as well. I mean, I think you've answered most of the questions. But at my understanding, we're saying that the inundation from a high lake level sort of saturates the soil such that it's sort of heaviness, if you like. So when it recedes, it's really just falling in, and it's not the typical flows of a waterway that's causing that, or they might contribute, but not causing that. And then that makes its way all the way down into the lagoon.
Yeah.
And that's dropping out into the lagoon and
Yeah. And now, like I say, when we're fishing, the minute you get a bit of a westerly or a breeze comes up, you just can't fish. It just goes, it's like suits, discoloured and. Yeah.
And that's from the sediment, not from
That's the sediment you get.
turning up. Yeah. And then, but you would imagine that a lot of that gets flushed out when it's opened.
Well, that's what we need to do. Yeah, it needs to be opened. You don't want any more salt in there, so you're going to have to open it at lower levels, and it will flush out. Well, a lot of it will anyway.
And have you experienced that in the past then?
Yeah, well, the Waituna Creek was a classic 10 years ago. Had a lot of silt built up there, and the guys couldn't get out to their maimais. You know, they were over the knees in silt, and within a few years it had moved. Yeah.
Thank you. And Quinton, just a question for you. I was interested in your commentary. Let's see if I can find the kind of words, but you were talking about the well, you used the term everything's looking backward, not forwards, and that's quite intrigued me. And then you gave some examples of or a suggestion that the pace of the land improvements were either lagging from what is happening or this application for the lake. Do you want to elaborate on that a little bit more? I mean, what would you suggest would need to happen?
I guess one thing that we've seen with the rollover of the consents, especially for dairy discharges in the catchment, is that's a 10-year process because most consents were granted for 10 years. So it takes 10 years to roll through from when people had their consent granted with the management system and the storage and things that they had in place to upgrade to best management practice. So rapid adoption of new technology in agriculture could be 10 years. And so if you forefront a lagoon management strategy while everything's still playing catch up, if the management strategy for the lagoon isn't right, you're never going to beat it because it's going to take that time for the catchment itself to actually reduce its inputs. And I think Dr. Schellenberg mentioned a 50% reduction in nutrient input yesterday. So that's not going to come from just best management practice from farmers. That's going to come from new technologies that John and I have been helping develop in the catchment to really reduce that load going in. So until all that catches up, the lagoon needs to be flushed annually, or as the nutrient loading input goes into it dictates. Does that answer?
Well, that's helpful. Yeah, thank you. Yes, I just wanted to tease that. And you mentioned some of the technologies, I think, or the practices that are changing as well, which is helpful. Thank you. Yeah, I think that was a helpful point. Thank you.
That's correct. You used the term when you were talking about the previous consent, that continuous use.
Continuous rights.
Rights, yes. So what do you mean by that?
Oh, you could probably answer better, but the consent was expired, but because we had a application, then we were allowed continuous rights.
Oh,
But as soon as we released that consent, those continuous rights.
you're right. Yeah, we're relying on 124 for continuation until such time as the new consent is determined, and then once you withdrew the consent, then you're not able to open the lagoon under the form of
And it
consent.
would have been good if, even if we could have just transferred that to Dokaniwi and they had just continued until they got their consent organised. But that didn't happen, just out the door.
To the duration of the consent is 20 years, as has been applied for, and as a result of the pre-application meeting, there's some staging that's being now proposed. Does that address any of your concerns?
20 years is too long anyway. There's too much change down there. What we did years ago, we applied for 15 years and had it reviewable.
Was it after 5?
After
After
every-
10 and then after 5.
Yeah, every 5 years it was reviewable, which did work.
Reviewable by the consent holders or reviewable by the council as a regulatory authority?
I'm not sure, it's a fair while ago, so.
Yep.
Can you and Perry answer that?
Ms. Perry, can you bring that up with us when your turn to speak? That'd be helpful. So 20 years is too long. Is there any time at all, or any time at all that?
Well, the condition that the lakes are now just about needs to be yearly.
This is the
Sorry,
consent.
the duration of the consent.
Oh, the
I'm talking
duration.
about, yes, rather than.
20 years is probably fine with the right conditions. And they can be reviewed and changed easily if it's not suiting for
But
all reasons, not
yeah.
just their reasons.
At 2.5, there's no length of time that's suitable. And 2.4 is absolutely no use to us because a trigger level of 2.4 means it's probably 2.6 by the time they get organised to open it anyway. So, which is why the trigger level is actually quite an essential thing, because you don't just go out and sometimes you just can't open that lagoon quite some time.
And even like 2.2, maybe it should be 2.1 if there's 50 mil of rain forecast in the next week, because it is going to get to there.
The applicant has shown no ability to be proactive at all. And so we just don't trust that they have the ability.
Thank you. Have any further questions? So we'll talk to Mr. Standard now for his evidence. So give us a moment while we turn to that. So as an expert, you'll have read minute 1 and understand that you'll just summarise the main points that you want to draw to our attention. Your evidence is taken as read, and if we've got any questions. So, yeah, is there anything you want to draw to our attention?
Yes, there is. So so starting at paragraph 25, it's been reiterated, but the soil types and the property rely on drainage to be fully productive. So drainage, subsurface drainage is absolutely crucial. And we're looking at holding the water table at least 0.4 metres below ground level for the soil to be productive. For the tile drain map, so paragraph 32, just want to point out that about 2/3 of the drains that drain into Moffat Creek, subsurface drains, potentially will be subject to, well, the outlets will be subject to inundation. Or affected to some degree, to a lesser extent, as you go further up the catchment. I just want to explain that I've selected 2 tile lines to demonstrate the potential effect on the drainage from inundation. So tile line 1 is perhaps the most extreme case, where the tile line is completely submerged at a lagoon level of 2.5 metres and that there's no drainage. And that's demonstrated in paragraph 39 and the hydraulic grade line drawing I've got there. So any time where the tile line is completely below water level, there will be no flow in the tile line, so no drainage whatsoever. And so any rainfall that collects in the soil profile above that will just stay in that profile unless there's overland flow.
And on that tile line, if it was at a 2.2, then we just take it from the numbers on the left and draw
Yes.
a straight line across.
So the hydraulic gradient is really the difference in height between where, say, a tile starts and where the water level is.
Okay.
And so it's, water can only flow downhill. It's what's gradient is available for it to flow downhill. It's the height difference between where the water's coming from and effectively the outlet height for the water. So no gradient, no flow. And if that tile line one was to be extended, I looked at what would happen if we went into the next paddock with that tile line, another 250 odd metres. There'll be a 50% reduction in drainage when you compare the tile or lagoon level at below 1.3, so the tile can operate effectively compared to a lagoon level of 2.5. So if the ground level will continue to rise by about 0.4 a metre, and the tile line will be above the water level, lagoon level, in the next paddock. The water has to flow through the full length of that tile to get out. And so we've got a reduction in the gradient available, hydraulic gradient available for it. The other extreme is tile line, for tile line 2. So on the face of it, you'd think with all that ground being so much higher than the lagoon, that there would be no effect on the drainage. But again, because the tile outlet is submerged, not for a great length of the tile, but enough to have some effect, enough to reduce that hydraulic gradient and affect the drainage by about 13% between an outlet that's free flowing at 1.3 metres versus a lagoon level of 2.5. So on the property, we're going to have every scenario in between, depending on the length of the drain and the grade that's available for it. I think it's, I think we covered everything else in my notes.
Right. And then just to ask you about the joint witness statement, when I read that, it's basically all the experts agreeing that soil drainage is affected.
Yeah, we discussed the by evidence, if you like, and the agreement was that if you take a 1 metre contour line higher than a lagoon level of 2.5, so for any land that's below, say, 3.5 metres ASL,
yes,
that will be 100% affected. And that's really what tile line 1 graph shows. And then any land beyond that will be affected to some degree. And tile line demonstrates that even for what you might think is a best case situation with high ground up to 9 metres above sea level. But because the tile line has a submerged outlet, there's some effect on the flow available and therefore some effect on the drainage.
My next question's about, and if you can't answer it, when we're finished with you, I'll ask the cracks before they go, which is about, I was trying to get an idea of what area of land on the farm is affected. Somebody to tell me what's a percentage potentially, and then I wanted to know if that's the percentage that's affected, what, if you're able to tell me this, what sort of a commercial cost, or how does that impact on your farming operation, so I can understand. Thanks. So,
Right, well,
Mr. Scandrick, you might be able to tell me about the area, and I might be asking Mr. Craig about the other second part.
possibly. I am a farm management consultant.
Oh.
So,
Right.
If we go back to the tile drain map on 32. Sorry, 32. So, on the right hand side of that map, we've got a W2, a symbol there, and then if we come, I guess, just a bit further south from that, that's the extent of the lagoon water level backing up at 2.5 metres above sea level. Yeah, 3 paddocks back from the road, from Marshall Road. So all those drains below that point, depending on their outlet depth and so forth, could be affected to some degree. Obviously, a greater degree towards the lower end of the catchment. So we've already demonstrated with tile line 2 that in this draining high ground, it's affected by 13% between 1.3 metres and up to 2.5 metres. So the lower ground, closer to Waipapa Creek, will be affected to a greater degree.
Where would the 2.2 metre line be?
The 2.2?
2.2 metre line. I take it closer to the drink, to the water.
So there's a culvert.
2.2. How much area would that have?
Maybe up to 2.5. 2.5 would be about 115 hectares plus the lease bill, if you do that.
That's 2.25, sorry. 2.2, 2.5, thank you. 115.
So the second part of the question was that about
so what would the impact, trying to understand the commercial impact that would be on the farm and for whatever, if 115 hectares is affected, for argument's sake, we'll say it's all affected the same. What, is that half the farm or something like that? Is it a third? What does it? And
it's very hard to get hard data on that topic, as you've seen from my evidence. But when I was running monitor farms and we were taking pasture cuts and comparing poorly drained ground with well-drained ground with new pastures, there was a 35% or thereabouts increase in production from a better drained ground and better species. But it's not quite that simple, because with better drained ground, you have more growth in the shoulders of the season when feed is most valuable. So in spring, when feed's in high demand, wet soils are slow to warm up, the growth is slow, you've probably got poorer species that don't grow so well until later in the season. They take off, so there's a whole lot of factors that gets quite complicated, quite complex. But that's just one experience anyway.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Mr. Craig, do you want to add anything to the question about?
Well, yeah, that's the High Lagoon and the High Creek backed up. It changes our whole farming practice really, because we can't shut hay and baleage up on paddocks that are potentially going to flood, because you've got
So you can't sit it there.
no, well,
Yes,
you're
sorry,
waiting for
yes,
6 weeks for it to grow.
You can't make it.
You can't make it. You can't.
Right.
Yeah. So you've got to change your whole farming practice.
You can't have cattle.
Yeah, you can't have cattle in the wetter paddocks, and yeah. It basically crimps the dry areas of your farm, and the wetter areas, of course, you can't run so much stock on. And yeah.
You put sheep on it?
You can, but you can't fatten lambs on sodden paddocks, so they don't grow any decent grass.
Far stopping rate too.
Yeah, farmers. Yeah.
We generally have sheep on the bottom portion of the farm, and we just have dairy up on the top. But we do also have quite a lot of Jersey bulls. We raise them, and so they're often on the sheep area as well. and we raise all the cattle, all the calves. We don't do bobbies, so we have a significant number of cattle, and that is quite a benefit to us of having a property with some scale, because everything's there. You know, we're not carting stuff down the road, and we don't want to end up in that situation.
So I take it from that, everything that you're talking about just gets into a smaller space, effectively.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, we've got Mr. Van Rossen. Yeah, no, so I've got everybody down on the list as the Waituna Catchment Group. Are you all coming up together or
One by one.
or one by one?
However you guys want it. We can all come and sit up the front and.
There's enough seats at the front and you're all going, that's fine with us.
You might as well sit up, wouldn't you?
Yep. And just before we get underway, Mrs. Munro is not able to be here, so Mrs. Van Gool's going to speak on her behalf. Thank you. Then Mr. O'Connor, you'll speak. Oh, right. And you're speaking on behalf of as part of the Waituna Catchment Group submission, to that submission. Yep, thank you. And a lot of people have their own submissions as well, so I just need to make sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Who's who. Is Valentine? Mr. Valentine? Mr. Waghorn? Mr. Perry? Yep. And Mr. Egbers? Yep. Okay.
And we've got Darren Crack, that's helping us with. That's right.
Right,
Thank you.
that's, yep. We're all talking under the same
Same
submission, so, yep, that's.
Put a bit of
So, okay.
so we've got, I can start, we've got
Sure.
a bit of a opening, I suppose, paragraph, but we've sort of done it a bit of a Q&A type style, so that I'll ask them a question and just to ease people through it. After we've done that with each person, you guys want to ask questions then, or do you want us just to do the whole thing and then?
We'd like to keep our options open.
Okay.
And we'll either ask, really important, we think we won't remember, or we might, and we'll probably have some at the end as well. So, yeah.
Right, I'll start doing some reading. Hello, my name is Martin Van Ossen and I represent the Waituna Catchment Group. I speak today on behalf of farming families who've lived, worked, cared for this land and lagoon for generations. We are not here to block restoration, we are already active partners in it. Over the past decade, we have implemented environmental farm plans across nearly every farm in the catchment. We've achieved 100% compliance with Environment Southland effluent rules. We've fenced waterways, planted natives, and funded sediment control structures and creek bank rebattering from our own pockets. We've got some photos here behind us, some of these examples. And that's been in conjunction also with Living Water and Whakamana Te Waituna Trust. So
yeah, that you would have seen some of this it's on Nun's property with the rebattering work. Similar one. It's just some of the plantings that have been done. A few a range of properties throughout the catchment. Similar thing. This is all in the upper part of the catchment. Some of these, yeah, that was a low one. So this is a structure that was put in for on the Fury property, and that's to try and filter out nitrogen from subsurface drainage.
So does it drip?
So it goes. So water goes
Drains into the.
It drains into the Waituna stream once it goes through a big area of bark chip or wood chip, and then that filters the carbon, absorbs the nitrogen.
Yep.
So it works well when it's not large inundations of water, but when things are just flowing. Normally they were getting up to 90% filtration, which is quite positive. It's just,
It's not about that. How often do you have to change the bark?
I'm not sure exactly how long it's been in, but it hasn't been changed to date. And Ewan will correct me, but has it been in at least 10 years, John?
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So this is one of the structures that's actually on our property, and there was a partnership with Whakama. WTW funded this project with the sediment trap, and that's working quite well. There's a lot of sediment being caught in that. John Scandrett was the one that designed it.
Is that on the stream?
Yes, so that's on the Jordan, which comes into the Waituna stream, and so the way that it's set up, the water gets diverted into a wider channel, which is also deeper.
Yep.
And we've got a video up there. I've got the video here. We had a flood event, so a lot of water was coming through, and the way it's designed, it actually comes in and the water just swirls, just slowly, and then comes out the other end. Visually looking at it, I didn't think it was doing a whole heap, that it was the water colour was the same, but once they went and measured after the event, a lot of sediment had been caught. So that's looking quite promising. This is at the Macrosties. They made their own monitoring system. Yeah, Carl will talk to that in his submission. There was also a wetland. Yeah, that's at our place as well. We just dug. There was a heap of ponds that we enhanced, and then living water put the plant in, and that's been quite a successful project.
So was that sort of created from scratch, or was
So
it
there
already there?
There was one smaller duck pond at one end, and we dug another 3 sort of sediment traps, and then they've planted everything in and around it, and then we've set up in such a way that if we wanted to clean it out, we can just sort of pull the plug, just undo a bung, and then let the water go, and then we can dig it out. That was the idea. So we've had that in there about 10 years as well, but that we've never measured that. So these are just some examples of what we've been doing within the catchment. So our commitment is real, but what's missing from this consent process is recognition of that stewardship and the science-based approach that respects our history with the lagoon. The proposed 2.5 metre water level threshold is, with respect, it's too high. It ignores decades of successful openings that occurred between 2 and 2.2 metres that balanced ecological needs like rupia recovery, flood management, and cultural use. When the Control Association lost its resource consent in 2022, that balance was also lost, and we saw the results. Delayed action, algal blooms, paddocks underwater, the damage to both farmland and public infrastructure. We are proposing as a constructive alternative a shared governance model that includes farmers, iwi, DOC, and council representatives. We want a lower, flexible opening trigger, starting at 2.2, with real-time monitoring to guide decisions, not political standoffs, which we've seen in the past.
This lagoon cannot be managed from policy alone. It needs local wisdom, lived experience, and community trust. Today, we want to present, as I said earlier, a Q&A type forum, just to ease everybody into it. While we may not hold advanced academic degrees, we bring practical knowledge and first-hand experience, offering expert evidence grounded in common sense. So first person keen to speak is we've nominated Murray Waghorn. Murray's been a long-time resident of the Catchment. And what's your earliest memory, Murray, of Waituna? And how old were you?
We were brought up picnicking and fishing and shooting on the lagoon. My father was an avid hunter. It's hard to recollect, probably 4 or 5. At 6 years old, Dad bought part of the Hanson property along Waghorn Road. There was no bridge, there was no access to it. And I remember that piece of land clearly. It was 288 acres. There'd been about 20 acres had been developed at some stage, and it was starting to regenerate in young Rūnanga, just isolated bushes across it. And initially we used to walk across the wee lake, as we call it, a little lake or a little Waituna, to have our picnics over there. And even the wee lake was sandy bottom. It was amazing. You could see the baby flounders. My brother and I, Raymond, was 18 months older. I'd have been 6 then, so he'd have been 7.5. But enough further on the west side of the property at Lawson's Bay, when Dad was working the property and the kids were all there, we'd be out in Lawson's Bay chasing wee flounders around on the sandy bottom. And the whole lake was pristine like that. In those days, you could fish anywhere it was deep enough to cast. There wasn't enough weed there was never any mention of weed, really. There was a couple of areas that I remember when you were boating of rupia, but not maybe 15, 20 hectares. For later years, it's encompassed the whole lagoon. But I remember exactly as he developed the paddocks on that place, exactly what was growing on it. And there was basically some areas were manuka, but the bulk of it was just red tussock and flags. And I think there's something to be learned from that now, as far as the replanting goes, to establish the things that were there for a start, and then get shelter for some of the fancier native plants that will grow there. But the school picnics were held at the east end of the lagoon every year, and it just grew from there. But Dad, eventually in 1955, he bought the other Hanson property on the seashore side of the lagoon, 51 acres, and Charlie Hanson drowned in the lake trying to rescue a sheep that was bogged in the mud, and he had a heart attack and fell in the water and drowned in 1955. So Dad bought the other 50 acres of this dwelling. It was all overgrown with huge gorse fences at that stage. Charlie wasn't a good land manager. The gorse hedges were wider than this room and just as high. They were massive. But it was never properly fenced. I moved away when I was 31 or 32. I drew a government ballot at Tiana, so I farmed up there for 28 years. And then retired back to Waituna and started looking after the wee block up the beach. So it's subsequently been, with the help of boundary fenced and internal fencing and all cleaned up. I'm still fighting the gorse problem on the boundaries, but it's basically, apart from maybe 5 hectares of little reserved wetlands that I've left in the property, it's productive, really productive land. Unfortunately, I don't know if I'm losing a train of thought here, but just while I think about it, since the lake's been maintained at these high levels the last 3 years, I've had to go from breeding sheep to dry stock because the the year before last, the winter, with the high levels, it started eroding the bank between the lake and the sea. And it took the farm track away that's been there for 140 odd years. And I can't get heavy, I mean, probably might be able to get heavy machinery up there again now, but I can't. I used to drive a Hilux up there and shoot the rabbits. I can't do that anymore. So I have to rely on a quad bike a lot of times at low tide at sea. You better give me another clue.
I want to speak to you.
Oh, yes,
That
sorry.
slide, what's the significance of
Yes.
those photos?
Mum and Dad cut flags on this property between the lake and the sea when he left school at 12 years old. And they boated it, he used to boat it across the lake, and Nedra Sawmill, when he got a truckload, they would bring a truck down and take it away to the flags mill. And he was younger than Charlie Hanson, the son of the original settlers who were there from the 1880s, was one of Dad's best friends. And so he wanted to maintain the house and everything the way Charlie left it. But unfortunately, being 2.5 kilometres away from civilization, people went in and they robbed the family photos. They even pinched, there was an ivory door handle, they stole it. They took the crockery and cutlery out of the house and even pulled up the floorboards looking for old antique bottles and stuff. So eventually it all just collapsed. But he was very insistent when he died that we cremate him and put his ashes back there. And the rose bush is the last remnant of Hanson's old garden from the 1880s. And it lasted till 1986. And I took cuttings off it that year, and they grew successfully, and the rose died. And it had been grazed by sheep for 40, 50 years since the original fences fell down, and it never affected it. But so when Dad died, I took one of my cuttings that was growing in the garden at Tiana, and I brought it back. And we scattered his ashes and put the rose back. And then just behind it, we can't see, there's another wee rose. When Mum died, her favourite rose was a little thornless rose that she grew in her garden in Nelson. So I brought it down and it's planted in behind it. And hopefully not too soon my ashes will go there, but I'd like to think a long time, but I'm running out of roller, as they say. Give me another clue, please, Martin.
So when you talked about how the lagoon was, the healthy state when you were younger, what happened when the straightening of the...
Oh, that was horrendous. So there's two elements there. Initially, and this is way before my time, there was a gold dredge in the lagoon in the 1880s at the west end. And there's a lot of erosion on the east side of that part of the lagoon, opposite Walker's Bay. And people are always complaining about the amount of erosion there, but nobody knows, is that gravel that the gold dredge put there? Because we don't know. You know, there's nobody alive even close to my age that could tell you. They're all gone. Those people are all gone and no decent records were kept. They had bought the original miner's hut in 1930 of the Robertson family. They were gold mining up there. They gave it up and he bought the hut for £10 and the family still used that. But it's been moved back from the lake shore over 200 metres because the westerly winds chop that bank down, and it's quite a high gravelly bank. So it erodes extensively when the lake's in flood. Apart from that, in the 50s, when the Lands and Survey came in and brought up most of the remaining peatlands and started a huge development program, was 3,000 odd acres of virtually straight peat, and they're reasonably tidy farms today, but it was one of the few areas they actually lost money on because it was so expensive to try and develop it. It was so wet and such a depth of peat on it. But Along with that development, at the same time, we had the Catchment board put 2 old 10 RV excavators in the Waituna Creek and straightened it. And they were working in the watershed for 2 years. And the trout were mostly dead in the autumn, trying to migrate up the creek to spawn. When the wildlife ranger come out to set up his traps, because every year they'd come out and trap the trout and strip the ova, and then they'd rear them in the hatchery and distribute them around Southland. Now, he went down there, I'm not sure it's the first or second year when the diggers were working. They didn't stop in the spawning season, they worked right through. And he came back to Dad and he was absolutely horrified because you couldn't walk across the mouth of the Waituna Creek without standing on dead trout. He estimated thousands, and a lot of them were from 12 to 20 pound fish. The gills were full of mud, trying to migrate up this dirty water, and they just choked. And that was the first major step that I remember in the degradation of the lagoon. Between that and the lands and survey developments, because there was diggers and bulldozers working there for several years, draining, and then they'd have to deepen the drains and the peat would sink and the fences would fall over. It was incredible. But all the little bays where Raymond and I used to play with the wee flounders and stuff, any calm areas there, the silt built up and it went from being able to walk anywhere in that area and see gravel bottom to you're walking in mud, like every little league only this long, but they're nearly up to your knees in a black stinking silt. And there's elements of that still there today. But I didn't see a lot of it from when I moved away in 1979. I still come back to maintain my wee block. I had a few sheep running there. But, and this is a statement, it's relating back to you in here. On one of the recent openings, we were accused of being environmental terrorists. And this really hurt me because my farm at Tiana had almost 100-acre peat bog, and I was very proud of that. I've always enjoyed wetlands, and that's why I moved back. Now, when I left, I put a Curie 2 covenant on that peat bog. It had been altered on the verges by Lands and Survey, but over 50% of it was still in native plants. My neighbour was an international botanist, Susan Bennett. She came over, and I haven't got the record of all the plants over there, but she identified everything that she could find. And there's some really unique plants in that piece of peat bog. This terrorist thing is why I'm mentioning this environmental terrorist. When I moved back south, my ex-wife, I bought Craw's property for her as an investment, and then her health broke down and we had to resell it after 7 years. And there was a patch of old growth forest that was the main thing that made us buy it originally. It's about 2 hectares away in the middle of the peat bog. There's 400 acres of peat, virtually unaltered on that farm. And in the centre of it is this old growth forest. And I actually mulched the track out and right round that bush, and I cleaned the possums out of it. I shot the last of the wild goats that were in there. And within 2 years, the ferns were as high as your table. There's 7 native fir trees represented in that wee patch of bush. And now there's there's juveniles coming up through the ferns. So those, I'm very proud of that. We've locked that up. On top of that, I maintain the beach for 8 kilometres when I'm going fishing. If there's any angelica comes up on the beach, the dock people used to come out and spray it, but they don't seem to do that so much now. So if I find angelica, I dig it out. And I maintain the road line from my place at the end of the lagoon for 6 kilometres out for potholes, probably half a day a week, because the grader often doesn't come down there. And I keep the ragwort off it in the summertime. The Cotoneaster is quite a problem coming from farmhouses in the area and the Spanish Heath. And I do all that at my cost. And the problem I've got now, and I also the dock plantings along the Henson Road, I keep the ragwort and any other plants I can pull out of that as well, and the partners from the gravel pit to the concrete bridge. But unfortunately, the ragwort, since the sheep have come off the property, it's escalating at a horrendous and in the middle of the property, and I haven't got the energy or the strength anymore to maintain that. I'm losing the battle. On the Cross property, I went back after the Nature Heritage Trust bought it and handed it on to Doc. I went back for 7 years and pulled the ragwort out of that, but that's beating me now too. I'm just not physically up to it. The last year I'd done it, I took 10 ute loads of ragwort home and dried it and burned it.
So, Murray, with what you explained there before, we're dealing with a highly modified catchment now. Massively modified.
Yes, unrecognisable.
So if we bring it forward now to today, what's your observation been in relation to rupee and fish? What do you notice?
Oh, the rupee thing really upsets me because the winter before last, I went away overseas and I was away for 8 weeks. The lake was almost high enough to let go when I went away. And when I come back, it was still flooded. And at the car park at the bottom of the hill at my house, the rupee was built up almost at the height of the stairs, 20 feet wide round the shore of the lagoon. It was too high to ride a motorbike over in places. And it was the same in the westerly when it was right up to my farm. There was just thousands of tons of rupee washed up. And I'm not a scientist, I've got no education behind me. 2 years at secondary school, I left at 15. So this is beyond me, but my observation is that at those excessive levels that the lake was at for that length of time, it killed the damn stuff. And I do think, again, without scientific knowledge, that contributed to the algal bloom in the autumn, which I actually discovered and passed on to the message to Environment Southland.
So they didn't come and contact you?
No, nobody knew about it. I went to the head of the lake to Walker's Bay to go fishing, and here was this horrible silt floating in the hedge, and it was out further than the length of the rod, even in deep water. And it just stunk, and I had 3 or 4 casts, and I thought, hell, this isn't good. So I came home and I got off the bike at the end of the lagoon at my house and walked up to the water's edge, and here it was there, about 10 feet wide, of this dull sort of green-grey soup. It just looked terrible. So I just immediately rang Environment Southland, and they came out and discovered it was an algal bloom.
So with that said, that you notified them, do you think the applicants have the ability to proactively manage the lagoon?
No. No, not if the past performance has gone by. I don't know. There's so many elements in here. My farm was supposed to be bought out as well. And 2 weeks before the buyout was complete, Jono sat in our kitchen and had coffee with us and told us it was all go. And it turned out that it wasn't happening. And being with the family history that we've got there, now it doesn't worry me. I prefer to hang on to it. But they were going to buy it and put a sort of a special covenant on where the trees are that shelter Mum and Dad's ashes and the little family garden. We've got 2 or 3 fruit trees and the roses growing there. But that just didn't happen. But looking back now, I don't particularly want it to. My own boys enjoy coming back there. Unfortunately, they're far enough away. One's at Makareva, one's on Stewart Island, so they don't get down there that often. but the grandkids, it's still really special to them. And by this time next year, I'll have a great-grandchild. And I'm hoping that they'll have the same feeling, excuse me, I'm choking up a bit here, that I've got for the place.
Thank you, Murray.
This High Lagoon thing, what I don't understand, it was opened in 1908 physically, and it used to stay open for 3 years at a time. The farmers were really upset if it closed any quicker than that, and sometimes it did, but mostly they get 3 years out of it. And it stayed that way right up to 20 years ago, and I don't see the need for change. The whole environment has changed markedly, but I don't see that our management was doing anything derogatory towards it. I just don't understand the thinking, and I'm really against any more buyout till we see what the result of this meeting is. If the people involved in the buyouts, and this includes stock, they don't talk to us. You know, I haven't had this conversation with virtually anybody. And I'm sure I could have saved Doc and the partners literally thousands of dollars just by telling them what'll grow there initially. Don't go too fast. Plant the stuff that was there before. And then if you want to bring the fancier varieties of natives in, when there's some shelter, they'll boom. But I'd love to have a more conversation with these people. Initially, when I shifted back, I think Katrina came in about 2 years after I shifted back. Sally Chesterfield was with Doc. She was the first lady I met there. And then Polly Bulling. Now, they worked extensively with the local community. They held days down at the lagoon. They even took chopper rides to show people what the wetlands looked like from the air. But they told us what they were doing and what they wanted to do, and we could either agree with them or disagree. But when you're coming in blind into an area and having a bright idea, and when you farmed all your life, you realise that probably 98% of theory doesn't work in practice. So I don't know what else I can.
I think you've done a great job. Great job there, mate.
Thank you, Martin.
We talked, you asked a question earlier about the algal bloom. We've got a slide up here of what that looked like.
So it was shocking.
Yeah, it was, when I went out to see, it was like a fluoro cream. Like it was unreal.
It was absolutely.
There, it's on the open. It's on its way out there, is it?
No, I don't think so.
I
It's
don't think it
actually very
was.
close to though.
Yeah,
That's just in the lagoon itself. So
I think the water actually and the tussocks is actually quite clear. It's just the stuff further out. There's other bugs on there.
oh, well, thank you, Murray.
Yeah. Lindsay's just going to show you where the wee block.
Oh,
Where
yeah.
the wee block is.
It's the piece of land.
Yeah.
Lindsay.
Yeah, look out on the lagoon and the sea from virtually every direction. Love it.
And so when you say you live there, that's that square block? Because I can see.
He lives in this section just,
Well, he doesn't live.
Yeah.
He lives up on.
Yeah.
he lives up on the main road.
That one.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
On
He lives
yeah.
here on the corner.
On the terrace, right? There's
Yeah.
a terrace right at the end of the lagoon, and I'm sitting right up on top of that.
I think we saw your property actually.
Okay.
Your house is quite high.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Carry on. Yep. Up next, we've got Mark O'Connor, who's one of the main agri contractors in the catchment, and he owns and leases land, and particularly he's leasing some land at the southern end. So, you want to kick it off now?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm Mark O'Connor. I live at Kapuka, which is at the top of the catchment. My family's farmed there for about 80 years. So our family's been there quite a long time, farming in that area. And I I've just started a contracting business about 20 years ago. I started contracting in the catchment. So I get around a lot of farms. I've seen a lot of farms because I'm on farms all the time. Over the last 10 years, the biggest change I've seen on the farms that I work on is they've fenced the waterways off. They've put their plantings in, like they're trying to do their best. Also, when my equipment goes onto their farms, they make sure I leave a 5 metre buffer from the waterways. So if there is pisses down, or not pisses down, if there's heavy rain, the sediment from the paddocks run down, hit the 5 metre buffer of grass and is filtered before it enters the creeks. And this is the thing that all the farmers make sure my company does, which I think is a very good system. So, yeah, so that's a good thing that I've seen over the last 10 years. The farmers are getting in behind it and trying their best, and we're trying our best as well as contractors to look after the lagoon, which it all ends up down there anyway. But I was approached by Dean Fonga last year to manage their Lagoon farm. It's a cut and carry block. They've had it for about 5 years. They had some other contractors in there. There's probably some slides up there that show you what they did. If you look behind you. And this is the lagoon at 2.3 metres or 2.2 metres is what we want. That's what happens at 2.5 metres. All the paddocks hydraulic, what you call get a hydraulic effect, and they go wet like that, and we can't harvest the grass off. Well, we can, but they made a mess last. I've only just taken it over this year. That's what happens, as you can see. At 2.2, we can harvest grass off there. We can get over that bridge. That bridge will go underwater and then over 2.2. I'm not actually sure exactly the height. Once that goes underwater, we're not allowed to cross it. The road gets shut. So we can't get in there to harvest their grass. Like, when I took on the job this year, I appreciate the chance of working with Dean to get this back on track. We can't get the grass out. If we get in there and bale it, and the lagoon is up, and we can't get it out, it just sits there. And it did there for 2 years prior to me getting on board. And it was just an absolute environmental disaster. It was just plastic everywhere. It was just an absolute mess. So my theory is behind it, if we can keep it down to there so we can get over the bridge, harvest the grass, and get the grass out, everyone's happy. I'm looking after their property. They're making money because I'm selling the grass. As I said to Dean, the critical thing of the whole setup is good quality grass and be able to sell it, and they'll make a profit out of it. So I've gone out of the way. I've got local farmers wanting to buy the grass. I don't know if they want to buy it, but they are going to buy it. Aren't they, Andre? Which gives, he's what, well, people want to buy it, we can sell it. The trust gets money, everyone's happy. It looks like a farming process, like it's nicely trimmed off and cut up and carted off the property. If the lagoon gets up to 2.5, we're thinking we can't get it out, and it's just going to sit there.
Can I just ask a question about that? Because you're now speaking on behalf of the trust, who you're contracted to work for, and yet they've put a submission in. So it's quite difficult to have a contractor that works for the trust talk against what the trust has presented to us as a position.
So you're leasing that ground, right, Harold?
What's that?
You're leasing that ground?
No, I'm just a manager for them.
And but you don't have authority to speak on their behalf, or you do?
He's speaking as a contractor.
I'm speaking as a contractor, yeah.
So we're probably going with this a little bit. Is what would you do, Harold, if you can't get access? So we're at a high lagoon. So we get to the tail end of what this proposed consent is with the 2.5. You've got a high lagoon. You're getting to the period where it needs to be harvested. What are the options? What can you do?
Well, if we can't harvest it, we just gotta leave it there. And then it becomes a fire hazard because it's just a fuel for a fire. If a fire goes through there, it'll just become a fire farm. But, yeah. But as you know, I'm only trying to do the like thing for the local as well to look after their property. Yeah, that's about all I.
It's, what you're trying to explain is that when the water level, if it's left high, then there are consequences to the land that you manage.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
And it directly relates to access is the main thing, getting across that
Being
Lagoon
at-
bridge and the approaches and what happened last time round with the previous people that were contracted to look after that land. We had to resolve what we had.
So that's, and then how, have you had experience of when you haven't been able to access it since you've been managing the property?
No, because the lagoon's always been down. So, and I've gone in there and regrassed a lot of it for them to make it so they have got an income, they have an income off it. Yeah.
Can I just one question though, to understand? So if the trust is speaking and saying they might change the activity to make it more suitable to their aspirations. And so I just don't understand how that would fit in with the impact on, if they're saying they might not need access, that's a current activity.
I'm trying to separate what the trust is speaking to us and have their submission, and Mr. O'Connor's just explaining what the result will be.
He's not an employee as such, he's contracted to sell the grass for them.
Oh, okay, I thought it was property manager.
No. He's effectively been contracted to sell these grass.
That's helpful. Right, I just didn't understand the role, and I thought you were on site doing property management on a day-to-day basis.
No, I'm sorry about that. but
Great,
yeah.
no, very good to clear that up. Right.
As time goes on, that obviously might change.
Yes,
So,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
at the current state where things are at, this is what we see.
Yeah.
Completely understand now. I was on a different tangent thinking
Oh, right.
you had a different role.
I'm just there to look after their property
Yeah, yeah.
and make some cash flow for them.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor.
Yeah.
So next, cheers, Harold. Thanks. The next person that's going to speak is Andre Egberts. He farms beside the cracks. And Andre, what effect does High Lagoon have?
Could you show us?
Some of this area, yeah.
Okay.
On this side, but right down, I've got probably the closest farm paddocks to the actual water. Right next to the cracks place.
Just so that when we are back looking at the map, it's your name that's on there? Or has it got it?
No, I shoe milk for the farm owners.
Right, and it's called.
It's called Waitana Investments.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been on the property for 16 years. So.
Relation, isn't it?
Good?
Uncle?
Yeah.
So what effect does the high water level have on you, Andre? 2.5.
At 2.5 water level, there's probably 50 hectares of land that gets to a point like you can see in the photos behind you in the lower photos. That's all in spring last year. When it was quite high, there's all the surface water just sitting around everywhere, and you sort of can't really get in there to do any groundwork when it comes to time of year to do it. If you had a high lake level in summer sort of thing, you'd just be left with whatever's there if you didn't want to do anything. Wouldn't be able to mow paddocks to keep them tidy. Your cows would just make a big mess of them and putting the cows in there as well. As you can see in there when it's been wet, like you can try your best, but when you've got that area to deal with, you've got to try and utilise your whole property as much as you can. And so you just,
How many hectares a bit?
there's about 50 hectares of the area shown there, sort of at that's showing now at 2.5 right across the lower boundary of the farm owner's property ends up being fairly waterlogged and having surface puddling and stuff on it, probably the whole highlighted white area there.
Are there any other impacts?
Yeah, there's probably like just creeks backed up further in some spots. Most of our farm has benefit that it has individual drains coming down in places that have been in state for years, rather than like Crack's place that has the Waituna and the Moffat, and it ours all sort of just individually. There's about 5 probably drains that go straight out into the lagoon, so we don't get as much backing up as they might get being right next to the lagoon. And then say this here's sort of in the eastern corner of the farm at one point a couple of years ago, when we had the lagoon at probably sort of the high above the around that 2.5 level early on in the piece, with having no consent sort of thing. And then that's what's happened when it's bloody when the lagoon has been let go, like the banks just slump into the drains and stuff like that and block them up, and that's where you're getting your sediment and erosion like that, just ends up washing straight out into the lagoon.
Just clarifying that, those are just one of those example of the drains that you.
Yeah, so that's just one of our open drains right near the boundary. That photo's one I've had on my phone that I took at the time a couple of years ago, but that's pretty much right on the boundary of Dockland there, I think. The right left-hand one, I think that's drainer post. You can see at the top there's a post there with some hooks on it. That's right at the boundary. So.
And that is occurring much like we heard from Ken Cracking.
Yeah, a lot of the soil type down there is like a fairly pasty sort of soil that it grows good at most times of year, but when it gets like that, it just gets waterlogged and it doesn't hold itself together anymore, and it just slumps in there. And you'd probably, those slumps would probably be a lot of them 2 to 3 cubic meters of soil sort of thing. And then, you know, if you get high stream flows and rainfall events, a lot of that, if you haven't cleaned it out yourself with a digger or something, is just going to get torn away and taken out into the lagoon.
I'll speak to that as well.
And then, yeah, we have huge issues at times, and worse when the lagoon's higher, of waterfowl. All waterfowl, the photo on the right, so paddock full of swans. That left photos are a pile of ducks shot by someone that asked to come on the property and shoot Canadian geese at times. I've had guys shoot up to 150 Canadian geese in a night.
When you say
multiple
ducks,
times a
you
year.
mean geese.
Pardon?
So when you said ducks, just
Those aren't ducks, those Canadian
Oh,
geese, but I do
yeah.
get ducks as well. But that's just Canadian
Okay,
geese.
yeah.
Yeah. I've had guys come onto the property and shoot Canadian geese, probably 150 to 200 a night, and then the week later come and do the same again. And Canadian geese, 400 Canadian geese can excrete 90 kilos of phosphorus directly that's been eaten on farmland and pooped straight into the lagoon sort of thing. So, and there's probably mobs of easily 400 on my farm at times quite regularly. So that's in a year. So 100 kilos of phosphorus being taken directly off farmland and just put straight into the water. So I mean, you've got that as a degradation that's being added into the lagoon. That's not being done by us as farmers, you know what I mean, but we're going to get punished for it sort of thing because of those elevated levels in the lagoon.
So 400 geese, 90 kilos of phosphorus. How often?
Well, a year.
A year, per year.
Yeah, that's from some research that I've found.
That's why I asked that question, where that came.
Yeah, there was that 12 month. Yeah, it was researched on the internet there. Found some stuff about Canadian geese.
Sure, okay.
I haven't gone and done the calculations myself.
Well, I was going to ask actually.
And they can, yeah, and as the slides up there, what we found, that they can, I mean, and it's known that they can, you know, harbour E. coli and salmonella as well. So you've got like those sorts of bugs that can be put into the waterways, into the lagoon.
So the high lagoon, Andre, how much more does that increase by? Like obviously the geese are.
The swans don't tend to come in onto the farmland much at all when the lagoon's open. They obviously tend to feast on rupia and stuff in the shallow waters around the edge, and the Canadian geese probably a bit as well. But the higher it gets, the more often they're on the farm. Like, yeah, there's the geese, the swans don't really come in at all when the lagoon's open to the sea.
So there's a translocation of nutrients coming from farmland getting.
And that is something that's gotten worse over the time I've been there as well. I never really used to see any at all in the last couple of years. They've gotten worse. The swans. No, the swans have gotten worse in the last couple of geese have always been there the whole time I've been in those sorts of numbers. But like Murray's managed them at times over on his block over the other side of the lagoon as well. And like I said, I've had shooters, but yeah, they've sort of, the numbers have probably been managed at the similar number, maybe up and down, you know what I mean?
Just clarify that to this, you said the swans come on more when the lagoon is open.
No, they don't come on when the lagoon's open.
Oh, right, sorry, yeah.
Maybe I should say. I'm not saying it should be open all the time to make the swans not come on the property. I'm just saying they tend to.
I'm just trying to make the connection between.
Just as
We have
an aside to the
said,
geese, I've killed 3,500 in the last 3 years. At my own expense. And I'm molded, just drive them down the beach and get them in the paddock and kill them. It's a horrendous thing to do. And that's only a small proportion of what's actually there.
So I mean, like with that diffication thing, there's a lot of that sort of stuff as factors. That's probably an introduced species that's been put in there in the same period since Lands and Survey did any development work and stuff like that. That has got to a huge amount. Like Murray said last night, how many were released in 1960? It was only like 150 or something like that. It was released in 1960, and the other they number in the thousands, probably in around the Awarua wetlands.
Are these all culled just by individuals on your own properties?
Yeah,
really.
Yeah, I used to have
There's no-
guys that enjoyed the hunt of them that come in and cracks too as well.
Sure, yeah, but there's no kind of annual culling exercise
No.
or something that goes on.
It would be good to be able to have something like that, but like managed by whether it be DOC or something like that. But yeah, like it's the hard thing I've tried to organise with helicopter companies to do a cull like that, but they sort of, because Department of Conservation land is on the other side, they sort of try and say, well, if they're on that side there, we don't really want to be seen to be chasing stuff from there onto your property to kill them. Sort of.
Thanks, Andre. So next. Brendan Perry, I'll introduce Brendan Perry. His family's lived a long time in the Catchment. How long have you guys?
The family first started farming in 1880 on the Waituna Catchment, and still do to this day. They originally came down to the lake to hunt in 1905. If you look on Andre's hectares there, on the right-hand side, just by the house there. Oh, you're not there, but the camp is on the right-hand side, right down at the
bottom of that.
Yeah, right there is where the camp is. So then, out in front of them, on the lake itself, we shoot on the islands. That island there, and the next one up above that, there's another one, Ken, to your left. No, come down.
It's not that
So, yeah, there's an island there that I'll show you shortly. There's one beside it, and then there's another one further down. So we've continuously shot the same area since 1905, which was 120 years this year. Generational. So this island that Ken's showing, my brother's shot down this area for 41 years. All those, they're actually cabbage trees, dead cabbage trees on the island, which happened after the lake being full last year. They've been alive all that time. And it's the same down in front of the hut. All the cabbage trees have died from the lake being so full for so long. So if we have a look at these two photos, on the right-hand side, that is the island that I've shot on, or our family has shot on for a long time. So that's it in 2001. On the left-hand side, you'll see those 4 blocks in front of the, at the foot of the photo. That is at Mai there. So that is what the island looks like now. After the last few years, raising the, so on the right-hand side, the lake was always let go at 2 metres. So that's how it looked then. And then with raising the lake, it is the wave motion that comes down the lake is slowly just blowing the island to pieces. So there's more photos of it there. It sits right out, before when you looked, it sits right out in amongst the biggest part of the water. And in the space of 12 years, well, it'll be gone. It'll be gone before the next generation, my son, will get to shoot on the lake. It is very close to going now. On that island, there was wee-wees, there was mingy-mingys, bushes, it was healthy. Look at it, how healthy it was. And to see it now, it's, it brings a tear to the eye, because It's been part of us for so long. And it's also when you go in and you look around the edge of the lake, and there's been photos, Ken had photos before showing you the death. You have a look at that, the death of all the, that's all the wee-wees, all the manuka, the mingi-mingis, and all the cabbage trees have all died all the way around. Never happened before, you know, like this is through the fact of it being full for so long. We carry on doing this. You've got to raise it, if you want to raise it to 2.5. Yeah, it's just rotting itself. It's killing itself internally. And, I don't know what it was. The old fellas had the trigger mark of 2 meters. And why that worked, it worked for them and it's worked for so long. In a very short space of time, changing the depth of the lake has made so much difference to the lake itself, killing, well, of the islands that we shoot on and also internally around the edge. I wrote in my submission when I wrote in, the lake was open in 1856. We know this because the Bishop of Dunedin and his son tried to walk from Fort Rose to Bluff, but couldn't get through because Lake Waituna was open. We don't know if it closed. I know I have a book in 1901 through the census, the lake was still open to the sea then because they said in it that the Waituna flowed through into the lagoon and out into Tiwaiwai Bay. So we have an idea. It wasn't the farmers that opened it. You know, they opened the lake for a reason, because it got too full. Maybe this is why it was killing it like it is at the moment, because it got too full. So whether they had a trigger mark and through their through living on the lake, like the Wagoons and everyone else, they knew where to let the lake go. The islands in the lake have not formed on a full lake. You know, they've not existed when the lakes, to raise a lake like that, they wouldn't have been there because it would have killed them a long time ago. So I believe, you know, opening it at 2.5, leaving it till it gets to 2.5 will finish the lake. Why go away from something that worked and worked very well for 100 years? Waituna Catchment has had dairy factories on it since 1915, had a creamery at Kapuka in 1900. It's always been farmed. The catchment's always had that coming into it, but leaving it full was definitely not the answer at 2.5 from what we've seen.
I do have just one question. If you go, sorry, if you go back to slide 35, yep, that one, yep. So that damage occurred when there was no lake opening. I'm asking a question. Did that occur? So there was a lake opening regime. There's now none, and which means that damage occurred because there's a lack of regime in place. And then now there's a proposal to put a regime in place that starts at 2.3 and in year 10 looks at a 2.5, but it's going to be reviewed at different times. So I'm trying to relate, that's when it gets to an emergency situation where it has to open, and the intent here is to prevent that, right?
Right, exactly right. So, you know what, you're saying 2.3, at 2.3, this is what it's been slowly working away. At 2.5, it's more or less wiped itself off the map. You know, that was within 2 years of even though it was getting slowly knocked around at 2.3, 2.5 is what's finished it off.
Right.
And it's used to a 2 to a 2.2. Went to 2.2 when in 2000 and what, 10, something like that. So it hasn't, you know, it's been pretty quick, that turnaround.
Because I was trying to think, was it gradual, meaning as it rose, or did that just all happen at once when the lake opened? But
no, it's not when it's open.
Gradual.
That's when it's full. It's the water surging down the lake. You've got to realise it's only, you know, so you're raising it, say 0.3, so a third, you know, like of a metre, more water coming down, rolling over the island, and it's not designed to handle that consistent pressure.
This could have been avoided if the continuous rights were still at play with the Control Association, and there was a more collaborative approach with the now applicants, this could have been avoided. And that's probably more what we're trying to highlight here.
Exactly
Still
right.
showing the fix of 2.5.
And it's- yeah.
If it was, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It's worth reminding that that 2.5, the application is for that to be for, 7 days, I think it is before, so it's not long, that's the application.
If that 7 days is of a very strong wind period of time though, what he's saying is when you've got that, it's quite, as it's being coastal, if we get strong sou'westers, that goes from a lake that can be like glass on a day that's nice to just this muddy looking white cap thing that you would not want to go near on a boat. And that's only 2 meters deep of water. You could probably, you can near walk across it and have your head above the water. But like I said, that's what he's saying about that wave action. So if you add that much more water to it, where those islands and some of the stuff down the eastern end, that southeasterly just pushes the water. The water can lift like 200 mils at that end because of the force of the wind just pushing it up that end. So, yeah.
Just whilst we're on, we were hearing before about the silt that's in the lagoon or coming into the lagoon. So as that's been changed, is all that substrate, is that silty or gravel?
it's pea gravel, that is.
It's gravel.
It looks like gravel.
Yeah. So if you go back to Andre's, this one here. So if you look in behind the islands, where the white is there, all that there, any sediment that there is gets pushed back into the bays and behind. So, but now it's all dead in behind there because from having it, what we've had, it's killed it also. It's probably worse than it has been. But, when you look at the original Mai, like the 2 meters, it looks healthy, doesn't it? It's thriving. The lake is thriving on that. So, it just, I know we can't go backwards.
Yeah, that 2 meters you've talked about, Bomber, we probably need to clarify that a little bit. The gauge on the bridge, I don't know exactly when that happened, but it was adjusted. So when we talk about 2 meters, it's actually 2.2 now, is what we're referencing. So, did you have that recently, or we didn't have that one? Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, as I said, it's a shame when we sit in our hut and my uncle's 80, he has a fair bit of history. We have another one, the Thomases that shoot on the other side, our family as well. Brian's 91, so they do give us a wee bit of, we hear the stories. It's a shame.
There is a photo on the phone of that gauge will be cultured.
Yeah, we've got the documents.
What do you mean gauge?
So the gauge of the Waghorn Bridge,
yes,
where it's sitting now. So previously everybody's talked about the 2 meter water level. When the bridge was renewed, the gauge was slightly changed. It's actually got lifted 200 mil, and that's why the 2 meters is actually now 2.2.
Was that to accommodate the wind wave effect?
No, they just installed it at a different height.
Environment Southland painted the bridge.
Oh, I
So the
see.
district council painted the bridge, but Environment Southland put the gauge board up in the wrong place and didn't notify us. I was in charge of the openings at that stage and wondered why the lake seemed like a lot higher than normal. And it took a wee bit of working out. And then I finally got hold of the right person and they owned up to it. And then we got a letter about 2 weeks later, you and them probably had, notifying us that, because we had to alter the whole consent. The whole consent had to be.
200.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's important for historical.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. There's a copy of it if you guys want to see that. You want to talk about the well, we've spent a lot of time on sediment and erosion and bits and pieces. With the high lagoon level, Darren, how much more sediment has ended up in the lagoon at the 2.5 on a percentage basis?
I'd say about 50%, just due to the length of time it takes to get from the 2.2 to 2.5. Takes quite a while and quite a big flood event, maybe 2 flood events really to get that high. And that's what causes massive erosion and pushes the sediment into the lagoon.
What do you think the best way is to fix that?
I think you need to have lower lagoon levels and some openings that probably aren't going to last that long, but they're going to do a job just to move it. The volume of water rushing out will move that sediment eventually. The other problem I see down there with the dieback around the edges, the wee-wees especially, were acting as a filter, and now they're gone. When you walk through there, it's just black, stinking mud up to your knees in places. And now that's exposed to the lagoon, so that's not helping water quality at all. And before, the wee-wees were sort of keeping it, they're, I don't know how you describe it, but they're rooted in it and absorbing it, I'd say, is probably the word. Now that's gone, they were gone completely in a lot of places.
Can I
Sorry.
Can I just ask a question about your last statement? I was just catching up, but you said there needs to be 2 flood events to get to what?
2.5.
To get to
Takes a lot to get that extra bit because it goes over such a wide area. It's massive.
And then, because that does relate back to what you said earlier about since 1989, you've only seen a few of these events, but I didn't quite know how many.
No.
Right, okay. Thank you.
So I just wanted to clarify the question you asked. You said 50%. So what was the 50% more sediment in the lagoon?
Yeah.
That's your kind of estimate.
More erosion and more sediment.
In the last 2 years with that higher level that we've experienced with those
50%.
emergency.
50% more than what you observed before.
It's just the bank damage. Okay. And even in the lagoon itself, at Walker's Bay, you get the wave action on a real high lake. It just tears the bank bits. And there's been several fishing huts have been washed into the lake, basically. If you see some old photos somewhere, but
so with that sediment, it's also got effect obviously to the flora and fauna. Annabelle, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah. So the applicants often refer to words like natural, restorative, and unmodified in one case. So it shows the knowledge of the area because it's a specious argument when it comes to the ecosystem's presence. It is modified. The banks were straightened, as Murray said before, from the feeding tributaries, and the mechanical openings for the last century show that it's highly modified. So are these natural and restorative values considered to be 20 years ago or pre-European? They have not stated the values of what that is. If so, they want less openings, which suggests pre-European, pre-farming, pre-species introduced, including trout, geese and swans, as we've seen. An important factor ignored and given little thought to is the migration of the indigenous and native fish and bird species. They suggest instead openings for fish passage only every 24 months. This is a big change from the yearly opening that occurred under the old regimes. This approach ignores species life cycles and is selective across the species, a lottery for fish openings. The applicant states that the lamprey rely on the presence of a juvenile cohort to attract adults, so it is important to open the lake for them to have successful recruitment. Different species have different peaks, but all can migrate outside these peaks given the opportunity, meaning more recruitment and more migration to breed. So this first photo is of dead fish around the western edge of the lagoon, and you can see that they've washed up because there's debris across that line. And if you go on to the black sediment photo, Ken, which was probably already shown before, yep. These sediments were odorous, found in the same area, and gave off gases, possibly sulfides and ammonia. And here, the fish found within that vicinity of that picture, that was taken one day after. And they said that was due to salinity, but this is the opposite.
One day after what?
Well, I took that photo one day after it was opened, and they said they died because of salinity.
That's 2024.
Yes. And this is on the opposite side to where it's opened as well. So they're saying salinity killed them, but I'm saying that's highly anaerobic sediment in that photo, and that's where they were found. And that was across the whole bank. Like you could walk in amongst there and they'd washed up in that line with that debris.
Just before you carry on, that's the black sediment that you were talking about.
Yep.
earlier, not just that.
Yeah, we've seen multiple photos throughout the day of it, but it is odorous. So these sediments are becoming toxic and likely sourced from sediment from the tributaries. The lake levels, water levels high in the tributaries, which exacerbates the sediment loss through erosion and bank subsidence. The sediment is not only smothering, but is toxic chemistry and consumes oxygen, hence possible dead fish. And we might see more of these events at a 2.5 level due to the rotting vegetation as well within the area.
Sorry, is this your observation of it rather?
Yeah, I was there that day.
Rather than you haven't had any testing done or anything like that?
I know Darren has had a core sample taken or something of the sediment down that end.
Yeah, I have, yeah.
In the past.
Possibly.
Yeah. If we go to table 1, Ken, this is from the evidence provided by Dr. Robin Jones. So this is Dun et al. 2017. It shows that all species that are critically endangered required access to the ocean. To reduce the frequencies of openings would to be marginalising opportunities for species replenishment. Table 2 only refers to peak migration. Intuitively, wouldn't non-peak migration also aid sustainability of Indigenous species, i.e. spreading the risk of migration? The proposed condition is not to open in spring. They talk about that. Would negate peak migration time for the eels, galaxids, Naga, and lamprey. This would further marginalise recruitment and breeding opportunities for these endangered species. Table 3. This fails to recognise that there will be a decrease in habitat due to increased sediment from the tributaries. So habitat extinction due to sedimentation would result in a loss of genetic diversity in the lake if it stayed closed for 24 months. The potential effects seem to favour common exotic species, but are detrimental to Indigenous and at-risk species. As mentioned by Doc Lawyer Penny Williams yesterday, the trout will be fine, they're not affected. Showing conditions favour exotic species, which also predate on the natives. Many of these effects are unknown, therefore it would be prudent to adopt a conservative approach to decision making. Many of the Indigenous species would benefit from more frequent opportunities to migrate, breed and recruit more genetic diversity. Relative to previous consent conditions, what about 1.8, which was in place when the Ramsar was designated? Potential responses are compared to 2.2 to 2.2 on that graph, but in the earlier 1.8 trigger level is ignored, so that omits the conditions for last century. Next slide is the migration table, which is also referenced in the evidence of Dr. Robin Jones. This is Smith 2014. If you want to have a nationally endangered species thrive, you need an opening regime that occurs more frequently, including out of peak times. This would enable better recruitment, genetic diversity, and more robust and available nutrition for multiple species because it's a complex food. Many migration peaks occur at different times of the year. More frequent openings would recognise this. 2.5 reduces the reproductive opportunity for diatremous species outside peak migration periods, especially because these don't want to happen during spring and summer. And the consent. In the captive environment of a water impoundment, trout will consume high numbers of native endangered fish, for example, the galaxid and eel, reducing the genetic pool and population numbers. Therefore, it becomes more important to have recruitment via frequent lake openings to maintain healthy diversity and numbers within the lake. So my relief sought was conservative lake management to enable more frequent openings at lower levels as in the past. This will reduce adverse effects on connecting wetlands and modified terrestrial system in the catchment. This regime will also enable endangered fish species to replenish and prosper. Adoption of the historic 1.8 level was in place when the Ramsar was designated would meet my concerns. The adverse effects of 2024 onwards cannot be allowed to happen again. That experiment showed that the higher lake levels are not sustainable for everything. Thank you.
We'll move on to migratory species in regards to the birds, and Gay Munro has she's unable to be here today, so Raymond Bengal is going to read out what she's written.
Okay, this is a contribution from Gay Munro, who's a Bachelor of Science with a major in botany, in support of the Waituna Catchment Group submission. The acquisition of the lake's Ramsar designation occurred when the regular opening and the low lake level prevailed. It attained this status through its ability to attract and sustain its avian residents and visitors. It did this with its modified tributaries and lower lake level management. This is the very equilibrium that this big experiment of holding the lagoon at excessively high levels seeks to drown out. Gay was asked the question, what do you think the effects will be on bird life of Waituna, permanent and migratory? And her reply is, at the time Ramsar was registered, the lagoon was considered an important habitat for transmigratory birds from the Northern Hemisphere, the godwits, turnstones and knots. The Waituna Lagoon, when low or tidal, provides them with loafing grounds and feeding areas. Unfortunately, this conflicts with the desire to keep water levels higher through the summer to ensure growth of what is being determined as the keystone species, rupia. The other rare birds found around the lake edge are the bittern and fernbird. For bittern, high water levels might provide feeding grounds in flooded paddocks. However, they are more in danger with dogs likely to be found regularly in these areas. The rush edge of the lower lagoon offers a wide expanse of feeding areas for both bittern, the white-faced heron, and the occasional kotuku that visits Waituna. It is interesting to hear that snipe have recently been recorded at the new ephemeral wetland created by the Tiwai Pereira Trust near the previous Waghorn woolshed. Snipe shooting was undertaken in the area in the early 1900s, so it's great that there is still a remnant population. Again, the lower lake level would be more suited to these birds, and with predator control currently being undertaken around the wetland, hopefully these might become better established. The fernbird is another special feature of the wetland that you can hear and see from the Waituna lookout. They thrive in the jointed rush habitat that is developed under the low lake levels from the previous opening regime. It is interesting to see the changes around the Waituna loop track, where animals and previous farm development work had maintained the lower stature vegetation that the fernbird prefer. Now, with manuka maturing, the areas that suited the fernbird population are reducing. This also increases the risk of fire through this area, making the jointed rush habitat around the lagoon bed much more important for the fernbird population. Being weak flyers, fire is devastating on their populations. If the lake is maintained at high levels, flooding these rush areas through the spring would take away the opportunity for the fernbird breeding as well. Regards our native waterfowl, the rush habitat is also important for scope, shoveler and grey teal as breeding grounds. The lower lake levels with water lapping the jointed rush makes excellent feeding areas for these birds, especially the shoveler. I do believe that maintaining high water levels and drowning the jointed rush fringe of the lagoon for longer periods will be to the detriment of the rare bird species found in the Waituna wetland. That's the end.
Thank you.
And I'll have copies for you.
Thank you.
You want to make some comments about the rooms downstairs? We'll expand on that, or you're going to leave that?
The community has asked me to speak on the Ramsar status. But that is part of my submission tomorrow.
Right, yeah, and yes, we're hearing from you tomorrow as well.
But what I have got, and I wondered, and it's not actually related here, but it goes towards a community aspect, is you asked, Mr. Chair, Katrina Robertson this morning about what the farmers did, and back in 2011 when all this happened, what sort of things they undertook to do to increase. I have a record of that if you'd like to hear it. It's very short. Okay. I was asked to do a presentation at the South Island Dairy Conference back in 2019, and this is what I did, and it just happens to relate to that. So I'm not going to read the whole thing because it was also about leadership. In 2011, life changed for farmers, especially dairy farmers in the Waituna catchment. According to scientists, the Waituna Lagoon was eutrophic and about to flip. Waituna became a very political catchment. Media, politicians, and environmental lobby groups all had their agendas. The community decided to fight back, and Waituna Farmers United was formed. In 2011, the relationships between the catchment farmers and the enviro agencies reached an all-time low. I've always lived outside Southland, okay? But I attended as many of the Waituna farmer meetings as I could and became part of a catchment advocacy group. Dairy New Zealand launched a wide-ranging science research program with full community support, similar to what they've done in the Awarua, if you're aware of what they did there in the last few years. Dairy New Zealand, Fonterra and Beef and Lamb worked together to do sustainable milk plans and land environment plans. The land environment plans were sheep and beef, sustainable milk plans were dairy. There was almost a 100% catchment buy-in. So basically everyone had one of these plans back then. By the end of 2012, farmers had spent $1 million on environmental works, completed 70% of the action plans of the sustainable milk plans, which was around 850 different actions, and there's only 35 at that time dairy farmers in the area, plus actions that weren't on them, and there was another $3 million planned to be spent by farmers. Now, some of the things that they did were things like waste management, sending waste off farm, having skips come and be collected. It was there was a lot of work done around environmental effluent management. That's why there was so much money spent and planned to be spent. People became a lot more understanding of what they could do, and regards even simple things like on the track maintenance, making sure water didn't always run off tracks. Now, some of this work was done, not everyone did it all at the same time because it was restricted by financial resources of the farmers because there was no funding for this. So some of them undertook high value assessments to find out just what they did have on their land. We were one of them. They started looking, some of them were able to start looking with the help of Fonterra at their nitrogen use, fertiliser use, and that sort of things has progressed. So way back in 2011, 2012, there were sustainable milk plans, which are basically the forerunner to the farm environment plans. And Fonterra had a thing where, and all their farmers received it too. They got into what they call their Tiaki reports. Some of the farmers in the catchment, and we were among them, were also used as to work out things like carbon emissions, nutrient management plans, that sort of thing. So it became quite a hotbed of science and research, especially in relation to farming related matters. So I just thought that might help you to understand just the sort of thing that back then things were happening.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Thanks, Roland. So everyone in the catchment is concerned about the three-way makeup of the applicant group, and that the fact it feels like the community is not represented with ears effectively being silenced because they are an applicant. So one of the few remaining sheep farmers in the district is Lindsay Valentine. He and his father and now his son have all developed ground in the catchment, but he's sick of the lack of consideration from the applicant. Lindsay, would you say they've listened to the community?
Just show you where we're farming. They're farming here, so we batter in the banks right down to here. The dock wouldn't let us do a section through. The answer to that is we descend from Maori bloodlines from Ruapuki and Rakiora since 1820 from John Lee and Sarah Timmy, and had our land confiscated in 1860 by the Crown. In 1983, the government loaned us 10,000 to develop the peat scrubland and burn it off to change it into grasslands. Now the applicants want to slowly make us go backwards by lifting the water levels of the catchment to unacceptable levels.
So you're on the Waituna River Liaison Committee. Do you think that the practical people in the catchment have been consulted?
There's always been plenty of meetings up at the hall and things that we used to go to before the gun club about Waituna, but I don't think the applicant has ever listened to what the community has said. There are always plenty of shiny asses there on salaries or funding from the government. Not so many ratepayers who are unable to come because they're too busy attending to their farming. They're all about painting a picture that suits the agenda as far as I can see.
How else have you been affected? And do you feel that the raising of the lagoon level will result in the devaluation of land in the area?
I think a good example was John Scandrick's examples of the hydraulicking effect all the way up the Waituna Creek. Now, he just spoke about it here on the Cracks farm and that, but here's White Pine Road. Here's White Pine Road here. So when the lake's full at 2 point something, it backs right up to White Pine Road. Here's my farm here. So we've sort of got enough heat on it. But if we get huge rain events, 75 mils is the trigger figure, 75, we all flood. So my brother's farm floods, mine floods, Reese's floods. It'll be all flooded through dock, right up to the bottom of mainland. Because there's that much water coming down from the 20,000 hectares. It's just got nowhere to go. If the lake's full, the river's full, and we get all this hydraulicking effect, which causes flood effects for the people who live on the lower part of the creek. And that's about 8 community families are affected with impeded drain flows like you talked about.
Is there one more?
You got to answer the question, mate.
Which question? I've written it down.
How else have you been affected?
How else have you been affected, Lindsay?
And continue.
I think I've asked this question already. Do you feel that the raising of the lagoon level will result in the devaluation of land in the area?
Yes. Now, Waituna has never been a sought after area. In 1843, Frederick Tuckett come looking for the Edinburgh of the South, but he was disappointed when he thrust his spade down into the peat right up to the handle. Discouraged, they settled on Dunedin instead. Now, who would want to come and farm in this area? There's only one way our land values are going to go, and that is downwards. If the people don't understand, our values will go down, down, down. Already some land has been bought, and that is after they tried negotiating the price down to already flooded values. And not only do we deal with high rainfalls, 1,380 mills we had to December 24. But we have a council that takes our rates of $11,239 that's more interested in making friends with DOC and iwi than looking after their community ratepayers. People matter. People should come first.
So following on from that, Whakamana Te Waituna Charitable Trust was established in 2018 to help in the long-term management and reconnection of the land closest to the lagoon. As one of the newest trustees myself, I've come to realise a few simple facts. There is a misalignment between the opening consent and the amount of land that has been purchased. The 584 hectares that have been bought since 2018, the purpose and goal of the trust, it is heading in the right positive direction. There is reference to the trust and the land that has been purchased in the legal submission on behalf of the applicant in 9C. It's framed it up in such a way that it seems like that all the land has been purchased to support this opening regime. This is simply not true, and what is worse is that this misalignment seems to be misunderstood or overlooked. This would be like building a boat and only welding 3/4 of the way up on all the sides and expecting the boat to not fill with water and sink. Some families and farming businesses entered into the sales and purchase agreement to support the collective vision of the trust. With the money received from these sales, they've tried to future-proof their businesses, as you've heard, by adding infrastructure, changing land management, putting on lease fertiliser, etc. This was all done under the understanding that the trigger level would not exceed the 2.2 metres. So let's assume all the affected land, if we're talking about the tail end of this proposed consent, that all the land is purchased and we end up at the 2.5. And we go to that opening regime. Is this going to give the right ecological health outcome for the lagoon? If you look at what happened at the last opening, and the slide up behind here shows that. The water level there was on the 5th of September. The lagoon got up to 2.5, was only for an hour or two, and that was just with wave action. And it took another 10 days before it got to the 2.5 again. And then it was on day 9 was when they opened it. Now, if we look, it took 9 days to get to that point. And with the proposed consent, there's that 7-day window at the tail end of that consent. So this is mirroring very much what could happen. So what have we learned? Well, from the latest NIWA Rupia report, is that we are doing a very poor job. There was little to no rupia found. None of the 6 health indicators were achieved, and this was the worst result since 2009, which is stated in the report. So I come back to the question, is the opening trigger at 2.5 genuinely good for the ecological health of the lagoon? I don't think so, and neither does the community. We believe that setting a lower opening trigger level of 2.2 metres is crucial. This will provide a greater chance to collect healthy food from the tributaries while maintaining the overall well-being of the community. We understand that the catchment has been modified over time, but we must ensure that the opening consent reflects our community's needs and protects the environment. We are passionate and united in our community to the health of the Waituna Lagoon and the entire catchment. We believe that any solution must have the support of the community. With this as a vital and healthy ecosystem, it can be achieved. So let's be clear, we must have an opening consent no higher than the 2.2. Failing to do so will leave us facing dire consequences. We will be left with a full bath and a drowning baby. So we ask the commissioners recommend an inclusion of farmer and community reps in all lagoon opening decisions, a revised opening regime allowing for earlier openings when conditions are justified, greater weight given to farmer-led restoration programs, so together we can protect both the lagoon and the land that supports it. people matter, people first. Thanks for your time.
Could you go back to your graph slide? When it says 1.36 metres above normal, sorry, what's normal?
So the normal level,
That blue line there.
so just, well, that's 2 point, is that at the highest point, that one? 2.65 minus the 1.36 of it.
1.36 must be that much above ASL, I guess.
It must be, because that's an ES graph, isn't it?
So water level there is 2.56, see above, and then above normal 1.36. So if you minus that off the 2.56, then that's your normal level.
Which is
who's good at maths?
1.2.
Yeah, 1 point. Yeah, that's less. Yeah, 1.2.
1.2 is normal.
Thank you.
That's off the Environment Southland website.
So that's obviously an average normal as well. Average level or something.
Thank you.
That'll be up to title.
We've gone well beyond time.
Yeah,
I'm just going to say there might be some important questions that the commissioners may have. So I'll just.
I don't have any additional ones to what I've already asked. Thank you.
Well, look, I just have one, and the one is you spoke about your role as a trustee, and you spoke, and I wasn't quite sure if you were speaking for the trust or about the trust or what the connection was to the trust. And if
yeah, I can explain. So I'm a trustee. I'm a trust now. What the message I'm trying to deliver is the proposed consent and the land that has been purchased by the trust. It's not complete. So we're not at the final stage where we can say that when we get to the end of that 20 years, that you can actually safely do something like that. And then is that actually good for the lagoon? Because that was the whole goal, right? They bought that land that was going to be inundated with water to be able to lift the lagoon. But going to the 2.5, not all the land's been purchased.
And that was Whakamana Waituna Trust that bought the land and then put it over to.
No, there was it started off with Environment Southland. Whakamana Waituna Trust was set up in 2018. So they started this whole process in 2013.
Right, and then there's another trust as a land holding trust.
That's the name just TY Trust.
Yeah, so they are connected.
They are connected.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And so I was trying to relate that to the overall position.
Yeah. At 584 hectares, Awarua Trust has got part of that, but it's all managed under WTW.
Yeah, and look, and the only reason I ask is because being a trustee, and you've always got a trustee duty, no matter what forum you're in.
Yeah. 100%. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. That's very clear. And just before we break, I'll just explain what's going to happen since we're behind time. So we're going to adjourn and reconvene at 3:25, and at which time we're going to hear from Federated Farmers. We have Ms. Cook-Munro online and Ms. Sanazario, who is here in person, I understand. Very good. Okay, so we'll adjourn till 3:25. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, we'll reconvene the hearing. So we now have, now to hear from Federated Farmers. Ms. Cook Munro. Are you online? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's a bit quiet. Could I ask you to speak up, please?
Okay, I will do my best.
Thank you. We're just working on the technology volume here. Yeah, yep. Excellent, thank you. So we've got you and then your expert, Ms. Sanazario, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Joanne Cook Munro and I am legal counsel for Federated Farmers of New Zealand. These legal submissions are on behalf of Federated Farmers of New Zealand, which includes Southland Federated Farmers of New Zealand. The submissions are made in response to the applications that have been lodged for resource consents for the opening of the Waituna Lagoon. The Council has identified the purpose of the applications as being to establish a regime for the management levels in the lagoon, while the applicants refer to the applications being for the periodic opening of the Waituna Lagoon to maintain and restore the ecological health and cultural values of the lagoon system. With me today is Ms. Kate Zanazero, who will be presenting expert planning evidence on behalf of Federated Farmers and Southland Federated Farmers. Federated Farmers will not be calling evidence from its members for this hearing, as affected members are participating in this process. We support the matters raised by our members, which have been articulated clearly and very well. I will send a copy of these legal submissions through after I've done, so you will have the ability to have a paper copy.
Thank you.
Okay. In summary, Federated Farmers is supportive of the intention of the applications, which is to allow for the periodic opening of the lagoon, as well as the maintenance and restoration of ecological health and cultural values of the Waituna Lagoon ecosystem. What Federated Farmers does not support are the proposed trigger levels that would allow the opening of the lagoon to occur and the limited values that they provide for. The applicants state throughout their applications that they have listened to the concerns of affected parties and or submitters, which has resulted in a proposed transitional water level regime. The proposed consent duration of the resource consents applied for of 20 years is not supported. This period is considered to be too long. Our members do not feel heard by the applicants. They are also kaitiaki stewards for the land that is flooded by the build-up of water in Waituna Lagoon, and through experience have come to know when the lagoon should be opened. In addition, we feel that the application has failed to take into account all relevant information and matters in its assessment of environmental effect, and in places appears to be trite in its assessment of adverse effects beyond the purpose of the application. It is considered that the application does not contain all of the necessary information to allow the hearings panel to make an informed decision about what has been sought. This failure is the latest in a series of behaviours by the Council and others to fully acknowledge and address the need for the integrated and consistent management of Waituna Lagoon. These behaviours have resulted in the loss of authority for the opening of the lagoon by the previous consent holder. Federated Farmers, as previously said, does not oppose the intention behind the applications. We also support the continued opening of the lagoon for flood control, erosion management and drainage purposes. However, we consider that the applicants have only given part of the picture when it comes to the management of the lagoon. Given that the lagoon is held in such high regard by many people, It is essential any resource consents approved are right and for an appropriate term. To do this requires an integrated approach to the lagoon and its surrounding environment rather than the narrow view that the applicants have taken. The applicants have failed to take an integrated approach to the application and have failed to acknowledge the role of the lagoon area as regionally significant infrastructure and forming part of a flood control scheme that the council has a statutory responsibility for. In addition, the applicants will be fully aware of the previous attempt by the Waituna Control Association to gain resource consent. Opposing parties sought a judicial review in the High Court as to whether Section 124 of the RMA was legally able to be exercised while a new consent was processed. The applicants also participated in discussions with the association over a second application made by two of the applicants for the opening of the lagoon, which had a primary purpose of wetland restoration. The discussions resulted in the withdrawal of the application. If the hearings panel is of the mind to grant the application sought, it is requested that the consent is granted subject to a lower trigger level of between 2 metres above sea level to 2.2 metres above sea level, and is for a significantly shorter period of time than the 20 years sought. Section 17 of the Resource Management Act places a duty on every person to avoid, remedy or mitigate any adverse effect on the environment arising from an activity carried on by or on behalf of the person, whether or not the activity is carried on in accordance with land use activities provided for, or the activities are certain existing lawful activities allowed for, or are allowed by a national environmental standard, a rule, a resource consent, or a designation. It is submitted that the applicants, by only taking into account the matters associated with the purpose of their application, have neglected to meet the requirements of Section 17 of the RMA. It is well known that the opening of the lagoon has helped mitigate the flooding and drainage issues experienced by landowners in the adjacent environment. It is submitted that it is not enough just to mitigate the effects of lagoon levels on land immediately next to the lagoon, when it is known that the effects of elevated levels extend beyond this. It should also be noted that the purchase of affected land flooded by the lagoon was done on the basis of the lagoon level not being above 2.3 metres, and that not all affected land was purchased. Environment Southland is one of the applicants for the resource consents that have been sought. Section 30 of the RMA sets out the functions of regional councils under the Act. These functions include the control of land for the purpose of the maintenance and enhancement of the quality of water and water bodies and coastal water, the maintenance and enhancement of ecosystems and water bodies and coastal water, and the avoidance or mitigation of natural hazards. In respect of the coastal and marine area, the control of any actual or potential effects of the use, development, or protection of land, including the avoidance or mitigation of natural hazards. It is not considered appropriate for the application not to address the statutory functions of the council, simply because, as stated by the applicant's legal counsel on day one, the application had been made by 3 different organisations bound together by a memorandum of understanding. The Southland Regional Policy Statements contains definitions for critical infrastructure, regionally significant infrastructure, and strategic facilities. Flood and drainage infrastructure managed by the council falls within all 3 definitions. There are policies and methods related to flood control, as well as references made to the council's Flood Control Management Bylaw 2010, which was made under the Local Government Act. The same definitions for critical infrastructure and regionally significant infrastructure are also included in the proposed Southland Water and Land Plan, operative in part. The plan's objectives, policies and rules address the matter of flooding and flood control works. The council is required to meet its statutory functions under the RMA at all times. The fact that the application has taken such a narrow focus throughout is not considered to be appropriate. The application needed to have addressed the functions of the council, both under the RMA, the Local Government Act, as well as the Soil Conservation and Rivers Control Act, to provide an assessment of how the application has met all of these statutory requirements. It is submitted that the council also has a responsibility under section 126 of the Soil Conservation and Rivers Control Act, which states that it is a function of every catchment board to minimise and prevent damage within its district by floods and erosion. It is considered that the council's statutory responsibilities are not negated by the fact that they are one of the applicants for the resource consents sought. In respect of the existing environment, while the applicant's legal counsel is technically correct in her application of the concept of the existing environment, I note that the High Court has stated that when an assessment is undertaken in terms of section 104D1A about effects on the environment, one must take a real world view of the environment and not limit it in an artificial way. The matter of opening the lagoon became contentious when the Waituna Control Association applied for a new consent to replace the coastal and water permits it held that would expire in February 2022. The application was withdrawn for a number of reasons, which meant there was no opening regime for the lagoon, and emergency powers under section 330 of the RMA had to be exercised. It is submitted that the current existing environment is not what it would have been if the existing resource consent had been renewed and not subjected to the untoward behaviours from the applicants. The resource consents have been bundled together and they've been assessed as a non-complying activity. Section 104D of the RMA states that a consent authority may grant consent if it's satisfied that the adverse effects of the activity on the environment will be minor, or the application is for an activity that is not contrary to the objectives and policies of the relevant proposed plan. It is submitted that the applicants have not established that the adverse effects from the application will be minor. This is due to the narrow focus taken in the application and the dominant focus on the purpose of the application rather than on the effects of the proposed activities. In addition, it is considered that the application as it currently stands is contrary to the objectives and policies of the relevant council plans, which indicate that the lagoon is part of a freshwater management unit as required by national direction. It would be inappropriate for a consent to be granted that overrode the FMU process. Section 108AA of the RMA sets out the requirements for conditions for resource consents. The courts have held, in addition to the statutory requirements for consent conditions, a condition can be imposed on a resource consent if it is for a resource management purpose and not for an ulterior purpose, is fairly and reasonably related to the proposed activity, being a logical connection and not related to external or ulterior motives, and is reasonable. It is respectfully submitted that the consideration of a trigger level of 2.2 metres is appropriate. The lower trigger level will provide better for the integrated and sustainable management of the lagoon and its adjacent environments. The applicants are well aware that submitters and others in the community have not supported their proposed transition regime for the trigger levels and have consistently sought a trigger level of between 2 metres to 2.2 metres, as imposed on the last consent granted for the lagoon opening. It is also considered that the potential imposition of a lower trigger level is something that should have been reasonably expected through discussions with the community, the levels granted in previous resource consents, and the numerous submissions made to the notified application, all of which did not support the high trigger level outlined in the application. It is submitted that care should be taken to ensure that a resource consent process does not lock in an unworkable trigger level which should have been set as part of the development of a freshwater management unit process, which the council has outlined in its relevant documents. Section 123 of the RMA sets out the duration for resource consents. The application has indicated it would like a consent period of 20 years to allow for the traditional trigger regime and associated monitoring to occur. Federated Farmers has concerns over the length of the consent period that has been sought. Essentially, if granted, the level of the lagoon will be under the control of the applicants for the span of 2 plan review periods, if the current 10-year review periods is applied. The proposed consent conditions do not provide for the mandatory opening of the lagoon for flood control purposes. It has been accepted that shorter consent terms are appropriate where there is the potential for adverse impact of the proposed resource consents to increase or vary during the term of the consent, or there is an expectation that new information regarding forms of mitigation could become available during the term of that consent. Waituna Lagoon has been identified as being in the Waituna FMU. The court has supported, I'll just start that again. The court has supported the recognition in regional planning and policy documents that when determining the term of a resource consent, consideration should be given to whether granting a short duration rather than what has been sought, where there is uncertainty regarding the nature, scale, duration, and frequency of adverse effects from the activity or the capacity of the resource, can be appropriate. As well, the Environment Court has also approved provisions that deal with the timing of the development of an FMU and whether granting a shorter or longer duration would better enable implementation of the revised FMU frameworks established in a regional plan. There are a lot of unknowns associated with the application as it is currently stands due to the narrow focus that has been taken. It is submitted that it would be prudent to grant a shorter consent so that the re-evaluation of the consents can occur regularly, including whether or not having 3 different organisations holding the consents is working and achieving the sustainable management of the lagoon resource. It is also important to ensure that no long-term effects result from the granting of the consents sought, which may have the ability to further restrict in the future decision-making in terms of the management of the lagoon resource, including it being part of a designated FMU. In conclusion, Federated Farmers supports the intent behind the application. However, we do not believe that the application contains enough information or enough relevant information to enable the hearing panel to make an informed decision about whether to grant it or not. If the hearings panel is of the mind to grant the consents sought, it is respectfully requested that a lower trigger level of between 2 metres to 2.2 metres is imposed, as has occurred previously, along with a shorter consent duration.
Sorry, you finished?
I have finished. It is my hopefully short submission.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have a few questions. The first question I have is in regards to your position on what is the existing environment. And so we've had case law that's been presented from the applicant that it's Hawthorn, Goa, Ngāti Rangi, that all talk about the existing environment is that which has either consented activities or where it's not, there's no existing consent, it's a natural environment, and that's the case law they rely upon. You've said, in fact, there's a High Court decision that says something different. Have I understood you're saying that their interpretation of the law is wrong and you've got other law that interprets differently?
No, I accept that my learned colleague is technically correct in her interpretation of the existing environment. What I've tried to highlight is the fact that the High Court has said that when you undertake an assessment for a non-complying activity, you should take a real-world view of the environment and not limit it in an artificial way. So the environment that's currently in the Waituna Lagoon, for better or for worse, is not the environment it would have been if a consent had been granted to enable the openings to occur on a regular basis. So I guess what I'm trying to say to the panel is there's a bigger picture of the environment that needs to be considered if they feel that they are able to do that.
And in your legal submissions, do you provide, that you're going to send through to us, do you provide that case so that we can have a look at exactly what it does say?
Yes, I do.
We need to understand if we can take the pre-existing consent regime into account. And I think you're saying we should.
What I'm saying is, while technically the case law and what constitutes the existing environment will say that you can't, this is a very unique and unusual circumstance, and a real world view may encourage you to look at the previous consents.
So unique circumstances to the extent that we don't apply those case law that tells us what we must do.
What I think I'm trying to say, well, no, what I am trying to say is it's another consideration. You cannot disregard the case law that was presented on behalf of the applicants, because that is what the existing environment has been judicially defined as.
Okay, thank you. Well, given that, then my next logical question would be, if we must follow that case law, then how do we then take it to the next step that the effects will be more than minor if the activity is to open the lake and lower the water level?
The application goes into great detail about the transitional trigger level regime, and that regime starts at a higher point than what has traditionally been applied. So I would argue that you can look at previous trigger levels when you're assessing whether or not effects are going to be more than minor. And you've had several submitters today talk in great depth about the higher lake levels and the results it's had. And I would argue that someone losing access to a piece of their land for a long period of time that was described earlier in the day is a more than minor effect.
And that comes from having a higher lake level, not from opening it.
Not from opening it.
This is an activity to open and drop.
It is, but the activity is based on these transitional trigger levels, which have been set at a higher level. So, okay. Sorry.
It's a circular argument because we're going back to what you're defining the existing environment as, and you've answered that, so I think we'll just move on.
Okay.
And so my next question was, why is 20 years not, like, is that actually, from a legal perspective, is that unusual? Because we heard evidence today that the prior consent was actually 15 years with not a 5-year review, but then a 10-year review and then a 5-year review. So why is 20 years inappropriate for this?
My understanding is the prior consent was for 5 years, and the consent before that was for 5 years. I'm just looking at those now. You have the discretion to impose a shorter consent period, and the Concerned Federated Farmers has is 20 years ties up a resource in the control of one person or one set of people for a long period of time. And while the consent conditions say, oh, we'll do monitoring and we'll do this and we'll do that, there's actually no in those consent conditions for the involvement of the community. If you had a shorter period of time, you could see how trigger levels are working. You could see if community involvement, if discussions between the applicants and the community have got better. And it would allow adjustments to be made rather than just basically giving the applicants the ability to go and do what the consent conditions say without involving the community.
Right, okay, well, because what I'm trying to understand is I know that federated farmers have supported farmers to have consents for this type of term. So what makes, you said we've got discretion to lower it, but I don't know why we would. And I want to know from a legal perspective, is it common to have consents of this timeframe?
I personally haven't experienced that. I've known of consents of up to 35 years.
Yes.
And I've known of consents for 10 years just because the consenting panel felt that the 10 years allowed for investment in infrastructure to be realised by the applicant.
Okay.
Could I ask a follow-up question? What term do you think is appropriate?
I would go with an initial 5-year term, which is what the previous consents have been granted for, and that would be a significant period to see if the regime is working, what is happening with climate change and everything else, and how that is impacting on the effects of the lagoon being opened or not being opened. Potentially you could extend that to 10 years if there is significant infrastructure investment involved, but my understanding is there is no infrastructure located in the lagoon.
Those previous consents you said that were granted for a 5-year term, were they publicly notified and a hearing held?
That is a good question. I am sorry, I am not able to answer that at the moment, but I could look into that and give you a response as soon as possible.
Can you do that by 9 o'clock tomorrow?
I can definitely do that by 9 o'clock tomorrow.
It'll be fine, thank you.
I'll just say on that, we were provided a copy of the previous consent, which does show that it started in May 99 and finished in May 2014. So we do have a copy of that already provided in evidence.
I want to know whether it was
Publicly notified. No, but it was a 5-year term.
Yeah, I understand that.
The next question was, so I'm trying to understand the argument around the FMU process. And so I wrote down here that what I think I heard you say, which is that you cannot have a consent that overrides the FMU process, and that you must legally have timeframes that are similar. And so if the FMU process hasn't started yet, are you saying that no consents for any activities can be applied for and granted until the FMU process is complete? Like a complete moratorium on consents for now?
No, that's not what I'm saying, and I probably should have articulated it a lot better than I have. The FMUs are required under a national document. So
which document?
I'm pretty sure it's the NES for freshwater. And Ms. Sanazaro I believe, talks about this and will be able to articulate it a lot clearer than I can. So if the FMU is not there, I believe that a cautious approach should be taken, so you don't have a consent that is basically holding up the development of an FMU.
And with this,
I'm not privy to the council's thinking, so I'm not sure what they're envisioning the Waituna FMU to look like. I would assume that if this consent is granted, the FMU that they develop eventually when they are required to will be consistent with the resource consent.
and so because I was trying to understand what you were saying about consents, and I couldn't understand if you were saying if they have to all completely comply with an FMU that doesn't exist right now, then what happens if we grant the consent, an FMU comes in place and it's different? Isn't this consent still legal despite that FMU?
No, the consent would be legal, but in my experience, it's your policy and planning documents that set the framework for the granting of resource consents. It shouldn't be the other way around. It shouldn't be a resource consent that sets the framework for the development of a policy or planning framework.
And this currently, the frame policy and objective framework for this consent doesn't include the FMU process.
No, and that's because there's been a lot of discussion about whether whether or not the FMU process is applicable. It was only very briefly considered in the application, which is why Federated Farmers believe that all of the relevant information hasn't been provided, because there's just gaps as to like how the FMU process would work if this consent was granted, how this consent fits with the existing frameworks the council already has.
When any consent that was granted before the FMU came into effect, or whatever, would it be possible for that to be the consent to be reviewed by the council under section 128 of the RMA?
I would assume that it would be. It's not something I've looked at in preparation of these legal submissions, but you can put review clauses in there.
Have you looked at the draft conditions of consent that are?
I have looked at the draft conditions of consent.
So does it include, the 128 include circumstances where it could be, the consent could be reviewed should an FMU or a plan change or something like that come in and require something different?
One moment, please. I'm just looking that up. If the council was going to undertake a plan change to give effect, then it could notify the consent holder under 128.
Okay. I only have one last question. And it's because I don't have your legal subs in front of me that I tried to write it down. So please correct me if I've misunderstood what you were saying, but it was your argument around flood, that the council has a function for flood protection. And somehow, I think you were saying that therefore this consent application, they should have also applied for flood protection, that it was mandatory upon them too?
What I was attempting to say is that the council, as one of the applicants, has statutory functions, and this consent remains very silent on the role of the lagoon as part of a flood control scheme. And the council doesn't have, well, I don't believe in my opinion that the council has the ability to detach itself as an applicant from its statutory duties that have been set out that it's required to take and to do. So the application somewhere needed to consider the flood control schemes and the drainage issues, because as an applicant, the council is responsible for that. The other two parties are not. But
Okay,
the
so-
application should have done a complete review of all the responsibilities of all of the applicants.
Okay, well, look, I just need to understand your legal opinion on this, and just to help me get there. But councils have different statutory functions and responsibilities at all times. And this particular application, the purpose of it, the applicants get to determine what they want the purpose to be. And here it's for ecological reasons and cultural values. So are you saying that it was mandatory that they also had to apply for flood control because of their other statutory functions?
Not apply for flood control, they needed to have assessed the council's function to provide flood control and to deal with flooding. And the application is silent on that.
Okay, and what part of the law, like where in the law does it require that? Is the RMA, the LGA, what law requires that?
It's the functions of a council are set out in section 30 of the RMA. So just because they've become an applicant doesn't remove the need for them to still comply with their statutory functions. And I know that the purpose of these applications is for restoration, maintenance and enhancement. But you also have to consider the adverse effects from the activities being sought, and a potential adverse effect if the opening of the lagoon occurs at a high level is ongoing flooding of land that's not immediately next to the lagoon.
Thank you.
Related questions. So I'm just sort of follow the logic thing here that if the council was not one of the applicants, then the other two applicants, if it was just them, they wouldn't have the function, therefore they would need to address that.
I would still have expected a brief assessment because the lagoon is identified as part of a flood control system scheme.
Could you direct me to where in the plan it says that the lagoon or the opening is part of the flood control scheme, please?
I've got that information, not in my legal subs. Can I also include that in my email to you tomorrow, by tomorrow?
Yep, that'll be fine. Thank you. Commissioner Boothroyd, do you have any?
That's covered the questions I had in mind, really. Thank you.
So, just the question. This is about the term used that people are technically correct in terms of existing environment. So, technically correct, is that like a legal term or something? Or?
No, that would be a Joe term. The applicant is legally correct with how they've applied the concept of the existing environment.
When you talk about the duration of 20 years would be 2 plan review periods. You're referring to if the plan, if it was reviewed within those periods and undertaken.
Yes.
Right. And the status of the FMU and where it's at, we're better directed to Ms. Sanazaro.
I believe she does cover the FMU issue in her evidence.
Were you online when we were talking with Ms. Williams yesterday morning?
Yes, I was.
Put it to Ms. Williams and ask Mr. Duisberg to address it, and your counsel also ask you as well was about whether the legally are we able to if we decide to grant the consent, are we legally able to put in a lower water trigger limit?
I do believe that legally you can. A lower trigger level being sought is not a surprise. It's been very well known throughout the community and the area that people aren't happy with the transitional regime. Meetings and discussions held, people have asked for a lower trigger level. So I believe that it is a reasonable request that you are able to grant.
I'm asking though from a legal perspective, could we impose a condition such as that when that might be considered that it frustrates the ecological and cultural value restoration purposes for which the consent is being sought?
I legally think you can, and I've got a case quoted in my legal submissions.
Well, yeah. I think we'll wait till see the legal submissions. Okay. Thank you. Do you have any further? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Monroe. Given it's online, we're going to talk to Ms. Sanazaro next. I make things a bit difficult, but happy for you to introduce the witness.
Next up for Federated Farmers is Kate Sanazaro. She is a senior policy advisor and associate member of the New Zealand Planning Institute. She's based in Dunedin, and she's been working on this project extensively for quite a while. So I'll hand over to Kate now.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for having me here to present my evidence.
So we're expecting a short introduction of points you want to highlight for us, and then we'll go to questions.
Great. And I just want to confirm that I'm here today acting as an expert witness to assist the panel and not as an advocate for Federated Farmers. I have carefully considered the position of both the applicants and the submitters seeking the lower trigger level. I'm troubled by 5 key aspects of the application, and that is the failure to identify the flood control works, regionally significant infrastructure, and then to assess the effects on them. Why Environment Southland is one of the applicants, seeking only to provide for ecological health and cultural values through the lagoon opening regime when it has other statutory functions relating to flood protection, control, and soil erosion. Exercising one function in a manner that undermines or neglects other functions in a manner that could cause adverse effects is a relevant consideration. Environment Southland may need to open the lagoon again in the future to address flooding, and the effects of this conflicting activity, whether through Section 330 emergency powers or another consent, are not discussed. I'm troubled that the application provides no information on this matter. In our joint witness statement, the planners agree a second consent for this activity of lagoon opening would be problematic and may derogate from the grant of this consent if it was granted. It's also unclear how this consent application aligns with the future Freshwater Management Unit, or FMU, limit setting process proposed for Waituna, and whether it will compromise or frustrate its development. I agree a consent is necessary to open the lagoon, but this is not a trivial or isolated activity. It effectively provides the consent holder the right to manage the receiving environment for an entire catchment, which has effects across the entire catchment. Further, the applicant seeks the discretion to not open the lagoon, even if conditions are met. This introduces substantial uncertainty for all those affected by lagoon management. It could even be viewed as an authority to prevent any active management by any other party for any other purpose. And the rights conferred by consent are effectively in perpetuity as long as replacement applications continue to be made within the RMA timeframes and within obviously the objectives and policy frameworks. Planning framework in the regional policy statement and Southland Water and Land Plan are remarkably poor. Despite regional, national and international importance, lagoon management is not identified as one of the 54 regionally significant issues. The Southland Water and Land Plan states the FMU process will be developed for each FMU to respond to the pressures in each catchment. Policy 40 guides consent terms in terms of that FMU timing. I believe long-term lagoon management is best dealt with through the FMU process as established in the Southland Water and Land Plan and as required by the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. The applicant seeks a 20-year term of consent. This extends not only beyond any FMU limit setting process, but across, as Ms. Cook-Runro pointed out, 2 full plan review periods. I'm also concerned of the use of case law on existing environment to frame this activity as merely a lowering of naturally high water levels. I am concerned that this approach denies submitters an opportunity to challenge the proposal and fails to recognise the uniqueness of this Waituna FMU, and that is an FMU that through the plan review development process was created through that process. It was not originally proposed to be its own FMU, but it was a subunit of another FMU. And that I think recognised its uniqueness and its importance. And it also fails to recognise its over a century of active lagoon management and opening. And it fails to recognise the raising of water levels beyond those historic norms. In my opinion, the legacy effects of regular historic opening are inseparable, from the existing environment. Not recognising this fails to take into account the real world environment and limits it in an artificial way. I'm also concerned by the failure of the Section 42A report to robustly consider and assess whether the activity would meet its stated objectives at these proposed trigger levels, and whether any alternative trigger levels suggested by submitters may also provide for those objectives. They also failed to assess the fail to act option. The application is for an earthworks, diversion, discharge, consent and vegetation removal, and trigger levels are a condition to control the effects of the activity. And that is my summary. Thank you very much.
Just a point of clarification then, just in terms of, because we've got the joint witness statement and your evidence, our questions are going to come from your evidence and whatever. Is there any difference between, or any amendments to your evidence, given that you now have we have a joint witness statement? Was there any changes to your evidence that we need to know about?
No, it was a useful process for agreeing some of the points, and they were important points, but I don't feel that it really changed the essence of my evidence, particularly where I've tended to focus more on those bigger picture concerns rather than the detail.
Okay, thank you.
To an extent.
Sorry, can I just, you said about there were some points that were agreed on, and sorry, I'm just going to turn to the joint witness statement.
I do apologise for the lack of page numbering because it does make it quite difficult to navigate.
So, yeah, could you take just to the bits within the joint witness statement with the bits were agreed? Is that the item 2 on the table? And it's just those matters on 1, 2, the first 3 pages.
Yes, that is correct.
No, thank you.
I don't have many specific questions, but one thing that's been puzzling me is the question of the status of the lagoon.
Yes.
And I understand that hasn't been agreed between all the planners. Do you want to take me through your position on that?
Yes, certainly. So I was very interested in the application of the EDS for fresh water. So I went and I had a read of it and I followed the trail back for how it's applied. So it contains a number of regulations that apply to works within or within 10 to 100 metre setback from a natural inland wetland. And so I looked at the definition of natural inland wetland and I followed that back, and which it refers you back to the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. I was looking through that, and clause, I think it's 323, is very prescriptive around what is wetland and what is not. More so than the RMA, because the RMA contains just a simple definition of a wetland. In PSFM, it's a wee bit more complex in how you apply it. So I started to go through that and check, because the application rather cryptically suggested that there was some disagreement over the status of the lagoon as a wetland or a lake, but it didn't go into that any further. So yeah, I was sort of took a look at that, and I followed the requirements of the NPSFM back step by step, and it wasn't 100% clear to me that it was, without doubt, a natural inland wetland as required by the application, the strict application of the requirements from the NPSFM. So and I have visited the lagoon, and my layperson take on it is that is a lake, and I agree with the other planners in that respect, that it can be both a lake and a wetland. They're not mutually exclusive, but I'm also aware of the wetland delineation protocol, which the regional council is required to have regard to in the event of any uncertainty or dispute. And for me, there is some uncertainty in having visited the wetland and seen the gravel bar, and most importantly, at the location, the proposed locations of the opening, that is a gravel bar. I'm not seeing any hyperic soils, I believe, or the obligate wetland plant species, but I'm not an expert. That's my layperson's opinion. So it did seem to me that perhaps there was some uncertainty, and that it would be remiss of me as an expert planner not to point that out.
Thank you. My understanding of that definition of that natural inland wetland does rely on the RMA definition and then provides a series of exclusions. And the real question is, if it meets the definition of the RMA wetland, and we just acknowledge that yes, a lake can be a wetland, and then it doesn't meet any of those exclusions, then it is a wetland, a natural inland wetland. And in fact, you wouldn't need to go down the path of any delineation process. You only need to do that if there's some uncertainty about that, and mainly one particular exclusion, actually. So having put that to you, does that help satisfy you that it would meet those provisions of the natural inland wetland?
It may. But I'll just come back to the NPSFM, which says that regional councils need to have regard to the wetland delineation protocol in the event of uncertainty or dispute. So, you know, that my position is that's what the NPSFM says. The applicant confirmed that regard had not been given to the wetland delineation protocol.
But if it, okay, I'm just trying to ascertain, but it's got the exclusions. Do you agree that it meets those exclusions?
Yes, I think because I think that there are exclusions like that it's not located in pasture and it's not within the coastal marine area and so forth.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct.
Yes.
I can read them out, that's helpful.
I believe I have them in one of the appendices of my evidence.
Sure, okay, all right, well, we can go through those, let's just do that. So natural inland wetland means a wetland as defined in the Act, that it's not in the coastal marine area. I can read them, and you can just, yeah. Are we there?
Yes.
So again, natural inland wetland means a wetland as defined in the Act that is not in the coastal marine area. That's satisfied. A deliberately constructed wetland, which I don't think anyone is saying that it is. A wetland that is developed in or around a deliberately constructed water body, and again, that's not constructed. A geothermal wetland, it's not one of those. More contentious one, a wetland that is within an area of pasture used for grazing with some other vegetation cover matters, which I don't think we're saying that it is. So would I be correct that you'll agree with that? And the point 3E3, Roman 3, the wetland is a location of a habitat of a threatened species identified under clause 3.8 of this particular national policy statement. And I think we've heard evidence that it does contain habitat of threatened species. And if that is all satisfied, then it is a natural inland wetland. And there is no uncertainty, if they're satisfied, to do a delineation. And that is to have regard to, if there was some uncertainty with regard to, particularly point E. But if they're satisfied, then there is no requirement to have regard to those delineation methods. Do you agree?
That is the definition, but I come back to NPSFM clause 3.23, which then work through how you would identify them and map them. So regional councils have a duty to identify and map. How they need not if it is in conservation land. In this case, they have identified that in the Southland water and land plan of sorts in a somewhat inconsistent manner, but then the mapping shows it as a sensitive water body as well. So that was all. I thought for me there's some uncertainty.
Just on that, it is, sorry, go on.
So was this, whether it was a wetland or not, was this discussed and argued and a case put forward during the process for the preparation of the Southland Water and Land Plan?
I'm sure that it would have been part of that,
So,
part of that
yeah, but
discussion.
do you know whether that it was put in as part of that process? It's a factual question. So were you involved or whatever? Did you?
No, I wasn't
No,
involved.
okay, no. Okay.
I thought you were going to follow through
No
that question.
questions. Yeah, no, my question was, given it's in the plan, and I mean, you could assume someone might be able to tell us whether it got identified and was put in that way, because it's identified in the plan as a wetland. Isn't that the end of the matter?
It's the plan, I believe, refers back to the maps, and then the maps show it mapped as a sensitive water body.
So,
But it
which,
is.
yeah, sorry, which map? So it's listed as a regionally significant wetlands and sensitive water bodies are listed in Appendix A.
That is right, yes.
And the first lot of locations are wetlands and number 3, Waituna Scenic Scientific Reserve. That's the place we're referring to, is it not?
Yes.
Yep. So it's a wetland. And then in addition, under the sensitive water bodies, which is on a separate heading on page 137, that refers to the Waituna Lagoon, which has the same number 3, which matches the same number 3 at the beginning under appendix, the first part of Appendix A.
Sorry, I don't have the Southland Water Land Plan in front of me.
Do we have a copy?
One here.
Okay. Page 134 and go through 137, Appendix A.
So on page 137, you mean sensitive water bodies in Southland 3, Waituna Lagoon?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Then on page 134, number 3, Waituna Scientific Reserve.
Yes. Yes. And at the top of Appendix A, locations of the wetlands and water bodies listed in this appendix can be found in map series 7, regionally significant wetlands and sensitive water bodies. The numbers listed below correspond to the map series 7 water body ID numbers. I went and looked at the maps, and the maps for the area show it as sensitive water body only.
Doesn't the appendix of a copy of the map on your one, the title is Regionally Significant Wetlands and Sensitive Water Bodies?
Yes, the colours in the map correspond to, sorry, I've got mine in black. I don't want to have maps in it. The colours do correspond. The dark colour is shown on that map is a regionally, sorry, the pale colour, which I believe is green, is regionally significant wetland. The blue, shown as 3, which covers the lagoon and surrounding area, is shown as sensitive water body. The key doesn't show up for the two of them on the print of the PDF version of the map, but it does on the GIS.
Thank you.
So thank you. I think we might leave that one there. But I'll also turn, and I'm going to just turn to the joint witness statement, if I may, which is under the same section heading of number 3, the areas of disagreement, which is regarding the status of the lagoon. And we dealt with one matter, but you did raise as well in your submission the case of the locations where the openings have occurred in the past, Walker's, Hanson's and the fence, I believe, yeah. And you had a question over that status of those locations, I think. Can you just clarify that again?
Yes, I did. I was querying the precise status of the lagoon at the opening locations, and I believed it to be 3 opening locations, Walker's Bay, the fence and Hanson's Bay, but listening to Ms. Thorne's evidence yesterday, it seems to be the entire coast, anywhere along the coastal margin.
We understood it to be that it's, the preferred one is at Walker's Bay between the coordinates,
Yes.
but if they're considering an alternative, the alternative is anywhere along the bar. That's what we understood your position to be.
Yes. So I misunderstood that because I thought the alternatives were the fence and Hanson's Bay.
And just following through, your point was the question is whether those locations, all 3 of them, in fact, are relevant to are a wetland. Is that the point you were making in the witness statement?
Sorry, could you please repeat that?
Your point whether gravel bar is dominant and plants and swords are absent, wetland plants and swords are absent. And your suggestion, I think, from your submission, is that that wouldn't be a wetland. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that it's not proved beyond just, for me, the uncertainty and the dispute around that. It's not beyond reasonable doubt, if you will. And the NES for freshwater very specifically applies within wetlands more than 10 to 100 metres. So I just wanted to be certain of the status of the lagoon at the opening locations in order to understand how the NES for freshwater regulations should be applied.
Okay, thank you. I think you clarified your position. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
I do have a few questions, and right, okay. It's just looking back to see, just to make sure. Might, rather than link them directly to your evidence, I might just talk to them broadly so that you can just respond. So in terms of, we've just heard from legal counsel, your legal counsel, that said it is legally correct for the start point for the existing environment to not include the previous regime. That is legally correct. And so if we are saying the activity is to open the lake or the lagoon, then what I'm trying to understand is, from an effects perspective, when it comes to those, or no, take effects out of it, when it comes to the alternative triggers, at the moment, you've said you want alternative triggers at different levels, and given that the purpose of this application is for ecological restoration and cultural effects, would it be, why would it be appropriate for us, if we have legal scope, to put a different level on, then what effects would it be managing from an ecological and cultural values perspective?
Yes.
What effects would it?
Yes, I agree.
Well, I'm just
That's-
asking a question.
Yeah, but that the purpose for which they are seeking to open the lagoon very much determines the appropriate trigger levels. And I think the concern is that there are other values within the lagoon and flood management and land drainage, being the key examples here of those other values, that if you are seeking a consent that's only looking at two values, ecological health and cultural purposes, then your trigger levels, you want them set to achieve those outcomes. Absolutely. I think you can look at the trigger levels. It is a trigger level, whatever that might be, most appropriate to achieve those outcomes. So I think you can consider the trigger level itself for those values that they're seeking to protect. And I think that's where some of the difficulty comes in, that if the application isn't considering providing for the wider values of the catchment, then it becomes more difficult.
So when we've got in front of us an application for the purpose of ecological restoration and cultural values, are you, like from a planning perspective, I'm a lawyer, not a planner, so I'm trying to actually understand that world. Are you saying that we have scope to impose additional values or different outcomes?
I think it comes back down to the other functions of Environment Southland, because they do have a couple of really key ones, and one is of a flood scheme operator, and they also have really important functions under the Soil Conservation and Rivers Control Act around erosion prevention and more general flood management as well. And so if there's a risk that the council not acting or neglecting to fulfill a function could have an effect, then I think that is an effect that you can consider under section 1041. But yeah, whether you can impose a condition that relates to that, I'm not sure. It might be a question for the applicant.
So how would the council be failing to fulfil a function by us granting this consent? What failure would they be doing in their function?
I believe that if a consent is granted for this activity, that to protect certain values, and that means that the trigger levels are set higher than some people in the catchment would like, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Where was I going with that?
Maybe I could just phrase it in a different way. So going back to the original question, would you say these trigger levels are appropriate for these values?
I have not assessed the trigger levels. I've kept my planning evidence to some of the broader principles and concerns that I have with gaps in the application. That would be up to the Section 42A report writer to evaluate, to give them a robust evaluation to see if they indeed are appropriate to achieve the outcomes and avoid and mitigate adverse effects.
Look, and I'll just ask one more question, and that's it's the same question that I asked legal counsel, which is about the FMU process. So from your as a planning expert, is it appropriate, or are we permitted, can we still apply grant consents when an FMU process is not in place? Do we need to take into account a not yet existing FMU process?
The answer is yes, you can still grant consents, that they certainly aren't there's no moratorium on consent granting. That's not the case at all. But I do believe you should have a mind to this future FMU process that will look at issues within the catchment and establish a more integrated approach from looking at the values and deciding what the values are, looking at the issues, setting trigger levels, having an action plan, and taking that really holistic and integrated approach, which I think is a really positive thing. And I think there just has to be some care in granting a consent, and especially a consent as substantive as this one, that it doesn't frustrate or constrain the long-term FMU setting process, because two values have been selected through this consent as very important values and needing to be looked after. Then if you grant a consent and you grant it for a long period of time, that may have the effect of constraining some of those discussions and processes that are more suited within the FMU process when you look at the entire catchment. I think policy 40 does give some direction on that, just about thinking about that consent term and how that might fit in future.
I think I'm finding it, I understand your argument. I'm finding it difficult how we would be frustrating a process that does not yet exist. Yet my understanding is we have to apply the law and the policy framework that exists right now today, and not some future model that doesn't exist. Is that your understanding, that we must apply what exists today?
Yes, but I don't think that means you shouldn't have regard to future planning processes that have been indicated through the policies and objectives of both the RPS and more so probably the Southland Land and Water Plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. So where is the FMU process at?
Oh, sorry, I can't answer that. That might be a question better put to the Environment Southland planners.
So we need to do that as well in terms of being able to use policy 40 clause 7 in terms of the timing of the FMU sections of the plan, since we don't know what that is.
Yes. The introduction to the Southland Water and Land Plan states that they would we're intending to have that complete by December 2025, but obviously there's been broader national changes around freshwater management that would clearly affect that.
So when you're in 29, where you're referring to that paragraph 6, that's just the introduction. It's not a statutory related part of the plan that we need to consider. Okay.
Yes, that is just context.
When you talk about flood control, page 14 onwards, that part, I was trying to get at the Southland flood control and drainage management bylaw, the area that it applies to is shown in Appendix 1, which is on page 31. Does that mean the bylaw just applies to the part that's the actual creek?
So the bylaws typically stop other people doing things to council assets or flood control bylaws. And so the rules within the bylaw relate to other people doing things around drains and so forth. The most useful or pertinent bit of the bylaw to this application is that it identifies the Waituna Creek and its tributaries as flood control works, as a drainage network, which in turn is, by definition, flood control works.
So does that include the Waituna Lagoon?
That bit is debatable, because when you talk about infrastructure, we often talk about hard engineering or in this case, a straightened and modified natural watercourse. But evidence suggests that the management of the lagoon historically has been for flood control purposes. So it's not infrastructure per se. It's a natural gravel bar that shuts the lagoon that has been opened to let the water out, which could be considered part of the operation and maintenance of the flood control works. It's certainly not constrained by the bylaw.
So is the Waituna Lagoon within the area controlled by the flood control management bylaw map M9?
Well, it's not identified as a council asset, no.
Thank you. Sorry, yeah, and how did you get, I'm trying to think, how the inclusion of the lagoon and its opening as part of infrastructure? How did you try to understand the definition of infrastructure or specified infrastructure or other infrastructure under the NESF? Just trying to understand how you get to the lagoon.
Oh,
is
the way that the council has operated the opening of the lagoon in the past might suggest that its opening is part of operation and maintenance of flood control, of the flood control works, which is specified in the structure.
So it might, I'm trying to understand whether it may be or it is in terms of what we have to decide. So are you suggesting to us that the Waituna Lagoon is specified, falls under the definition in the NES of specified infrastructure?
I'm suggesting it could, but I don't know because it wasn't specified in the application. There was no information on that.
Then we don't have anything before us then. Okay. Okay, so answer the rest of them. Thank you very much. One follow-up question.
One final question. And it's actually something that I've been asking all of the submitters, so it'd be good to understand Federated Farmers' position on this. But if we do find that, once we've got legal advice back and we find that we can't change the lake level because it would frustrate the purpose of the application, then in that case, there is no, we would decline the application and there is no lake opening regime. What is Federated Farmers' position in that case? Is it a preference to, is it an outright don't want this and the answer is no? Or is it that would be a better outcome to have a lake opening under this consent?
If I take my expert witness hat off and put my Fed's advocacy hat on, which I might need to do to answer that question.
Well, what are you here as an expert witness or are you here as an advocate?
Yes. No, in that case, I don't have an opinion on that. I'm just here as an expert witness.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. McCroskey and Carl and Ray, thank you for your patience. First, now, Happy for you to sit up together.
Unusual.
All right.
We do that.
It's important in the culture.
It's very
Yeah.
courteous, but
It's important in the culture of Maori to face shame. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for your patience. Because,
Oh, that's all right.
it's,
No, it's all good.
it's not just the people presenting that delay it, it's also the length of questioning from the commissioners.
Yeah.
So we contribute to it.
Completely understand.
Thank you.
I'm happy to have my submission taken as read. But I do want to expand on a few points within it. I've ended my submission because I, like so many other locals, have serious concerns about the applicant's consent. The foremost concern is for the health of the lagoon and the surrounding wetland area. Now, I think it's important to understand that Waitona Lagoon is fed from a highly altered drainage system, a system that's no different to any other in Southland or New Zealand. These systems were built to drain land and ultimately create prosperity. Understand from reading the consent and the expert evidence, which thoroughly states that a more natural opening regime is required to support ecological and cultural health. Now, this is where I see the friction occurring. Trying to make part of a system more natural than the majority of the system is about as far away from how it was in its natural state. It's my aim to convey the shortcomings as I see them in the applicant's consent, but also offer some ideas to improve the consent and ultimately improve Waitona toward the future. I've split my observations into 3 distinct areas, which I believe are key to getting a good result for the Waitona Lagoon. They are ecology, management / leadership, community / cultural values. Start with ecology. The largest ecological issue I can see in the applicant's consent is the 2.5 metre level, as you've probably heard. This will occur after 10 years of gradually lifting the level. This approach of lifting the level and seeing what happens is a very reactive approach. I've made reference in my submission to the 2017 Science Advisory Group report. This report highlighted some knowledge gaps with regard to understanding how the water level management affects the health of the lagoon. These points, to my knowledge, haven't been fully understood or taken notice of in the consent. Also, I don't think they've been followed completely through in the subsequent 2021 Science Advisory report. The things in particular are algal blooms, events and frequency, fringing wetland health, turbidity of the lagoon and the effects on the fish life. With regard to algal blooms, I'll reference the applicant evidence by Ash Rabel, which states that while there's limited empirical data, and this is quoted, while there's limited empirical data for the 22-2024 closure, this closure offers us insight into what will happen with higher levels and infrequent openings. Chlorophyll A levels in Waitona prior to 2024 opening were comparable to Lake Ellesmere. And obviously Waitona, this is after 2 years of being shut up. Hence, we had an algal-dominated lagoon. The modelling done, that is in the applicant evidence as scenario C from Thorn 2024, has been assessed by the Science Advisory Group and considered the best opening regime. This modelling shows a 2.5 metre lagoon for 7 days as a trigger. And with the modelling also shows that the lagoon under the current environment would be opened about every 2 years, or about 0.55 times per year. So what I do not understand about how the applicants can have real data from a real world algal bloom and yet continue with the increased level and the decreased opening frequency. Just does not make a lot of sense to me. To me, a 2.2 metre trigger level would be sensible to protect the lagoon's ecology and prevent the negative impacts that aren't fully understood in this modified system. On the fringing wetland health side of things, I believe that fringing wetland and turbidity, to me, are closely linked. I'm sure the panel has either seen the dead manuka and dead vegetation in the fringing down there. The addition of the dead organic material to the lagoon, I wouldn't imagine would help the water quality at all. At increased lagoon levels, erosion also occurs from wave action. The lower reaches of the Waituna Creek, Moffat Creek and Carnes Creek are also susceptible to bank erosion and slumping due to the higher water levels. All of this erosion ending up in the lagoon, ultimately creating a turbid, sediment-laden blanket. None of the hydrology reports in the application evidence say anything about the effect of the higher levels on the creek banks and their contribution to sediment load and turbidity. As a bit of a side note to this, the community, through a targeted Environment Southland rate, has every year for the last 8 years conducted bank reconstruction works on the Waituna stream. The sole purpose of this, to prevent incursion of sediment into the Waituna stream flow. It'd be a shame to see this work and money wasted with slumping creek banks and damage. Lastly, on the ecology front, is the effect on fish life. When opening a lagoon at 2.5 metres, Dr. Holmes states in his evidence that fish stranding with higher levels will be increased as the higher level translates to a quicker drawdown and a larger break opening. This is evidenced by fish deaths that occurred as a result of a quick drawdown from around about 2.5 metres in our most recent 2024 opening. I'm sure this will have a reasonably significant repercussion on fish numbers. So that's my points on the ecology side of things. Do you want to ask any questions at this point, or just wait till the end?
Carry on for the moment.
Yeah. Right, so now management and leadership. Obviously, a three-way partnership has been chosen for this consent, which I don't have an issue with as a concept. Where I do take issue is that Environment Southland is a partner in this consent. I do not think it's right that we have a regional environmental regulatory authority as a consent holder. I've heard all the arguments from ES as to why they should hold this consent. Number one being that they'll have and carry the best interests of the community into this consent. So that being said, let's examine how exactly our best interests are being facilitated. Is it by supporting a consent that will flood community assets, bridges, roads, and farmland? Democratically elected ES representatives while remaining impartial within their roles, are unable to support the community that put them into the role, as their employer, ES, is going to be a consent holder, which basically, as I see it, removes their ability as a community representative to the Waituna catchment. I'm one of the current co-chairs of the Waituna Catchment Liaison Committee. It's a role I've held for the last 3 years. This role has offered me a bit of a look at the inner workings of ES. ES is full of good people doing good things. But sadly, this is an organisation that suffers from indecision and inconsistency. In the Liaison Committee, we've seen this indecision with regard to work program, rules, do's and don'ts. The inconsistency of message from different levels of management is also very common. I understand where this indecision and inconsistency comes from. To me, a political system creates it. Central government pushes it into local government in 3 yearly heaps, most of it alternating in direction. Leadership and management structure play a critical role in setting the tone for decision making and ensuring alignment with organisational goals. So with that being said, it's my suggestion, instead of ES being consent holder, that the community that live and make their livings in the Waituna catchment be a partner in this three-way consent. This will remove some of the political influence that will lead to poor management and hence an unhealthy result for the Waituna Lagoon. Next, probably the most important thing as I see it is community values. I understand and acknowledge that Waituna Lagoon means a lot and is important to a wide spectrum of groups and individuals. However, I feel the applicant's consent doesn't provide certainty for the community, and if there's one thing that uncertainty breeds, it's fear. The main fear to me is that this consent is allowed to proceed in its present form, and the lagoon turns algal and turbid again and again. Then what? I'm going to hazard a guess at what will happen. The consent partners will blame the community, dirty farmers, as is the perception that exists at present. Actually, I don't need a guess. I don't need to guess the reaction, as it happened before in 2011 when the lagoon was going to flip and turn algal. That was where the finger of blame was pointed. Anyway, I think it would be far more constructive to do this consent with the community as opposed to doing it to the community. As the applicant's consent stands, having one person from the community on the science advisory group will not even come close to having the community's values reflected. Bottom line for me, the community must be a partner in this consent if we stand any chance at all of improving the health of the Waituna Lagoon. That's it.
Thank you. Could you point us on the map which farm's yours?
Oh,
yeah. If it's on there.
Yeah. I'm lost.
Someone else's
Up here, yeah.
What is the back?
Right on the top edge.
Yeah, right on the top edge.
Right on the top.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That us?
Geographically.
Yeah.
Mid catchment here.
Right, no,
That's
yeah,
fine,
yeah,
thank you,
yeah.
yes. That's good to know.
Sorry, you're on the Waituna Creek or one of its tributaries come through your property?
Yes.
Yeah, and have you witnessed any of the effects that we've heard from the other people?
We're
far up the.
We're high enough that we don't see any drainage effects or any, so, no, as I stated, ecology and is what is my concern. What's going on down there?
Yeah.
At your property, have you had the benefit of the stream enhancement, stream works that we've heard about today?
Some we've tried, we did some trials, if you like, on, I guess, how far to go. Like on my property, we elected to answer your story, yes, but we did a light touch, if you like, instead of rocking the toe of the bends and stuff like that. We just battered the banks essentially, and tidied it up a bit that way. Just on some problem points rather than going full Monty, shifting a heap of material and ultimately that's worked all right. It's halted the erosion anyway. So
that helps give us the extent of what's the landowners providing in the case of improving that catchment.
Have you, before you undertook that, have you had any erosion of that on your property in relation to the creeks?
There's always some, unless like I said, we only did a light touch, if you like.
Sure.
So on the in my capacity as liaison committee co-chair, that's the work that we oversee, and we've gone the last 2 years. We've gone with I guess the middle of the road. We've battered the banks and put rock on the toes of the bends on the corners to prevent that further erosion.
So have you seen the erosion? You've probably seen some of the photos and that we've seen today, or possibly in your role you've been to other properties. Have you seen is the erosion that occurred on your property same, similar, different to what those other photos that we've seen today further down on the catchment?
Well, on our property, it's probably different. It's not so because we're above the 2.5 metres, well above. We don't have the inundation, if you know what I mean. So it's in those lower reaches where it floods, and what happens is the water comes up. Those creek banks are underwater. That basically they turn to porridge, and then it dries out, and they slide in and out and gone. No matter what shape you sort of have them, if they're inundated like that, they'll disappear. So it's just the nature of an incised system.
I do have just a couple of questions. I think it was really helpful. I'd read through your submission, but when you spoke, you brought to life really clearly that it's the ecological values that really stand out as being important in community voice.
Yes.
So that it means that there's all this other stuff that I won't ask, and I'll just focus in on a couple of my understanding of a lake opening and ecology. And so I've seen the 15-year consent.
Yep.
Seen what that looks like. We've had a copy of the consent and heard what it looked like in practice. Then there's been this period where there's been no consent in place.
Yep.
And then it ended up in a result where there was an emergency opening and algae bloom and these things that from an ecological perspective, really weren't desired.
No.
And so would putting in a lake opening consent process then improve the ecological values of the lake?
Yes.
It would.
Without doubt, in my mind. And as a side note, I noticed a lot in the application evidence that a lot of the evidence centred around no consent. As a comparison, they'd used, well, we've got this consent, we've got no consent in it. So this is better, which to me is a fairly flawed way of doing it. I mean, I know that that's the current, but if you go back a step, there was a consent in place at 2.2. I think that's what we should be benchmarking rather than no consent.
Under that old consent, would you say from an ecological perspective that gave the best environment?
I do. I think, I think the reality is that it's, like I stated, a hugely modified system in a intense farming area. It's to deal with it, to deal with the water quality issues that is going on. It needs open.
Yeah. And I guess what we've got in front of us now as a proposal is to set at 2.3 and 2.4 for the next, I think it's all the way through until another 10 years.
Okay.
And then but in that time, do some monitoring, do review and do adaptation. So would that be a better regime than just what was there before of just open at this trigger point and
I guess so. Where I come from is that I'm not totally putting the 2.3, the lifting thing out of my mind, but as far as I'm concerned, in game 2.5, that's where it's going to end up.
Right.
I've seen that written. What 10 years in a farming community and a farming operation is that when you have multi-generational operations and that sort of stuff, 10 years is nothing. And you're talking about, people living with that, the consequences of that. If that consent comes through and the uncertainty and the fear that I spoke of is that it's 2.5, that's what's going to be.
Look, and I really heard that loud and clear from the landowners, or we have.
Yeah.
And I guess I was just testing with you from an ecological, from that value perspective, whether this regime, putting aside.
And to me, it's the same thing for the ecological thing as it is for the landowners, if you know, if that makes sense. It's the outcomes are, positive.
So if we just were to have a hard, if I was just comparing the old regime to the new, and I know that we're only considering the new now, from an ecological perspective, is the proposal, is the application better than what would have been previously from an ecological perspective?
No, it's not. What we're looking at now is going to degrade the ecology because of the concentration of nutrients essentially in that lagoon.
Right. Okay. Whereas I think it used to be, was it biannual or 2.2 opening?
Yep.
Just to clear it out.
Yep.
That's it.
That's
okay. No, that's really helpful to explore
as I
that.
stated, the reactive. We're going to a reactive. This is the way I see it. It's a reactive model. Now I work in the maintenance field, and what we try and do is we try and get ahead of stuff and not react to something breaking down or something, a problem. This, I think you do it before it happens. And we know what, I guess my argument, I don't know whether it come across, is that we know it's going to algal bloom if we have it at 2.5 for 2 years. We don't need to, we don't need all the science in the world to do that. It showed us that, you know, that's fact. That's what's going to happen, and I don't think that is really that good, essentially. Yep.
I just have one last question, and that is, in your written submission, you talk about some really good data from 2017, I think the date was, and that there's been not a lot that's occurred since then. And so, you know, this application has, you know, required a bit to be done, a bit more research to be done, which you would have seen the piles of and read all through.
Yeah.
And so, in terms of the conditions of consent and the monitoring framework that's proposed, if we were to grant the consent, would that monitoring, all of the things that are listed there to be researched, monitored, reviewed, are they all of the, have you read that? I should start by saying, have you read the conditions of consent that indicate? Okay.
Yeah.
And are there any gaps from your perspective in those conditions of consent about things that should be monitored?
Well, like I stated, I think the thing that should be monitored is that the turbidity or the result from the incoming creeks and the sediment loads. Yeah, that would probably be the one. Yeah, I like. Yeah.
Just following up on that turbidity question, actually, because you mentioned that and suspended sediments. Do you go out on the lake, on the lagoon yourself?
Yeah, on occasion, yes.
So I'm just trying to get a sense of what the lagoon is like when it's turbid. You've seen it turbid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you describe that?
Oh, well, it's darker colour. Obviously, the condition of it prior to the 2024 opening was at some points, I wasn't out on it, but saw it, was green. Yeah, so not the it's not to be confused with it. It's naturally turbid or tannins. It looks like a cup of tea, essentially. Not that. It's more of a darker, a brown, earthy tone, as opposed to a tannin.
Thanks. No, that's fine.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for you.
Yep.
Mr. McCrosty, before we move to you, we're just going to take a short break till 25 minutes past, and then we'll come to you then. The other thing I wanted to let everybody know is Nadine Patterson is unable to attend, but she has a written statement which is being tabled, so that's coming to us, and we'll take account of that and read that at our own time. So thank you. So we're adjourned till 25 past. Very good. We'll reconvene.
Thank you.
Mr. Fossey,
We're just talking with Carl. We farm adjacent to one another. We're not actually on the map. We're
Oh,
right
right.
up in that top corner.
Right, yes.
And our Waituna Creek, the majority contributor to the water to the lagoon, dissects our properties right through the middle.
Right.
So in the I'm trying to shorten the proceedings up. My submission from memory that I wrote was rather basic. I just basically side with the community and oppose the applicant's application. I'd like to say I totally endorse what Carl just said. So what he has said times two will be fine. With a son like him, I don't have to bother too much. But I wish today to speak from the cultural perspective. The Maori perspective, of which I've obviously got no problem with, but the perspective that has taken the majority or has been the Maori perspective from outside. And I wish to share with you what it is like from the being acknowledged Maori from the inside. Now, I speak today as an individual who has had various elected representative roles within and without the catchment, and as someone who has been acknowledged both by Maori and Pākehā as applying in a very practical way the traditions, protocols, and principles of guardianship. That have been laid before me as a path to follow by my ancestors. It has been an interesting issue to be involved with for the last 25 years. It just hasn't happened. And to me, anyway, if you bear with me, some of the more humorous things that have happened is that in the challenge that I laid at the feet of Ngāi Tahu, when they opposed the community's application on this consent, their answer was to admit, without one dissenting voice among them, the problem we have is that Waituna represents to us the worst that is white privilege. There was also the spectacle that I myself and 4 other community members were subjected to when the chairperson, vice chairperson, and general manager of environment of Southland of the day called an extraordinary emergency meeting to be held at Kapuka South at 10:30 in the morning. And there I was singled out. I was harangued, criticised, and belittled, saying that having dared to challenge Maori, my absolute right in Maoridom, I had ruined their very special relationship with iwi, and they demanded that I apologise. So we had the rather interesting situation of 3 Pākehā, for all intents and purposes, the heads of Environment Southland, who portrays to the wider community their inclusivity and their cultural awareness. On the other hand, 3 Pākehā attempting to bully one acknowledged Maori into apologising to Maori for being a Maori. That is a rather conflicting message that the community have had to grapple with. In the beginning, though, some 25 years ago, I sensed the beginnings of a real and true partnership. We had people like Katrina Robertson from Environment Southland, Polly Bulling from the Department of Conservation, Sally Chesterfield from the Department of Conservation, and Dean Wanga from Maori. They came into the catchment and they faced us. It was in the spirit of that true partnership that I saw developing that I travelled to the Bluff Marae some 20 plus years ago, and in the form of a challenge I explained to representatives of the Southland District Council, iwi, Environment Southland, that the property that I owned had some unique geological features that would enable the purification and the enhancement of the waters heading to Waituna. Because I explained that day that the wave of intensification that I see coming, the waters of your precious lagoon will be coming under increasing pressure. Intensification, incidentally, fully sanctioned by and profited by, to this day, by Environment Southland. It took until 2 years ago for Zane Moss from Fish and Game to seek permission to enter our property and claim the idea as his own. It is that slow destruction and disbursement of that special relationship that motivated me to think I really need to take my environmental destiny into my own hands. And as luck would have it, I was invited by a local scientist, Clint Rissman, and Professor Troy Baisden from then the Waikato University, now the chair of the New Zealand Scientists Council, I believe, to partake in an initiative based around automated water analysis. In 3 months and $1,800, we had a prototype electronic device that measured the water coming from our property every 15 minutes, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Troy Bay, it is an initiative that has travelled as far away as the United States. Troy Baisden rang me from America and said, he's a Yank, well, country boy, your name made it as far as the United States today. I used your name in regards to the initiative to an environmental symposium, and it has served me very well. Thank you. It will be a source of everlasting amusement to me. And as an individual, I can clearly engage with a whole range of academics and people with very specialist subjects, electronics, water chemistry, the whole 9 yards. But as hard as I would try, I have never, ever been able to engage in a meaningful way with these applicants. So what I've brought for you today, if I may, is a photo that I treasure. If you look at it, it is a photo of the Waituna Lagoon. It was taken by Sally Chesterfield. And in presenting this to me, she said, this to me captures the spirit of that very special place. That is Waituna. I'm presenting this to you so that you'll always remember that I acknowledge and I appreciate everything that you have done to protect and enhance that spirit. When you look at it, all that vegetation to the left of that picture is gone now, destroyed by the applicants' high levels caused by their bureaucratic obstruction. In other words, everything that I've fought for 25 years, the applicants have destroyed and won. That is their legacy thus far. So, what you do going forward, a lot of advice on that department, and mainly because of being involved in this issue for the last 20 plus years, having taken my environmental destiny into my own hands with this automated analysis, and having built on the what I've learned from it. It's interesting that it's also been acknowledged by Radio New Zealand, various publications. Just lately, the last one and my final word on the matter, publication in Business Rural, where I under the heading of Be True to Yourself, I state quite clearly how I have put together Pākehā science and marry instinctual knowledge to achieve what I've done. So any decision you make, we're far away from the lagoon, and any water qualities in the future, well, I'm prepared. So I guess with that, I would say in closing that this consent mirrors the how would you put it, thinking, the majority thinking of the day, that by putting the fox in charge of the hen house, Pākehā think that they can absolve all the transgressions of the past. But all you're going to be doing is creating more. So good luck to you all.
Thank you. You mind if we ask you some questions?
Yeah.
No? Thank you. In terms of the what you put in your submission, and in terms of the conditions, was the trigger level at 2.2 and 2.3 meters. So is that still the case? And have you've seen in terms of the after the pre-hearing meeting, there was the applicants changed and it had more of a transition thing, which starts at I think 2.3 now. Did that address any of your concerns in terms of particular in regard to the consent, which is what we're charged with looking at?
Well, yes and no. I guess there's for obvious reasons, there's issues of trust with the regulatory authorities that Carl's outlined. So what they say and what they deliver is not always the case. So, yeah, I could live with the levels, but it's hard for me to explain, because although I lived on the shores of the lagoon for 3 months in a Tiwai hut, I still haven't got the combined knowledge of like you and Perry there as to the cycles and the rhythms of the lagoon, but the levels, the trigger, the decision must be made on the day as opposed to the weather's coming at you. A whole range of instinctual things that you must take into account when you choose to open it. So my answering your question is, yeah, 2.3 would be fine if they outline a whole lot of conditions that go with that in respect of the time of year, the fish, whether it's summer, whether it's winter, whether it's autumn, whether the fish are running, rah-de-rah-rah. Yeah. Is that, you understand that?
So in terms of what those decision points that you've just outlined, you want to make sure that they're all covered off when reaches the trigger point and all those things are done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to a lady there before. I mean, she agrees with me. We had a partnership once, but it's gone. And the other, I apologise too to Dean, or the other party in those initial years was Dean Wanga. From Mary, he came into the catchment and faced us, and it was interesting the last time I spoke to him that his memory is as vivid and clear as mine. That dark, starry night that him and I faced off in the car park of the Kapuka schoolhouse in the true and honoured manner of our ancestors. And the ironic thing is, yes, effectively we're on both sides of a fence, but we both want the same thing. And that's terribly ironic because of a lack of communication.
Thank you.
Oh, can I go now?
I'll ask the other commissioners if they've got any questions for you, and then we could release you.
Okay. Look, I do have some questions. Predominantly, I had questions for your written and which I've adapted to ask more about your oral presentation. And so a lot of your presentation was based on Māori Pākehā.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to understand like pretty much why, but let me get there with a question. So is it because this application is predominantly, the purpose of the application is for ecological values, which connects to kaitiakitanga and your guardianship, and Māori and mana whenua guardianship, or is it the cultural values aspect of it that is concerning? And what are those cultural values from your perspective?
Well, I understand. My interpretation of cultural values from a Maori perspective is to bring it right down to, in summary, is a recognition and a return to the old ways. And that's fine. Very much of my farming philosophy is based around that philosophy. what I'm trying to say is to, as Carl said, to apply to a highly modified environment that you could probably quite easily argue that has been, shall we say, trashed in the pure Maori terms for over 100 years. To apply ancestral thinking to that environment overnight is ludicrous. What I'm trying to say is that surely you all understand within nature that if you allow the environment to adapt, or you give it time to adapt, it will. But if you hit it with one being incident like has been advocated, or even, and I know there's a transitional thing, what you have is, as in the case of the dinosaurs, an extinction. So it's just a matter of this, and what is also very hard to explain from the cultural perspective of Maori is I've spent my life working on the earth, and everything that I've explained to you comes from having won the right from my ancestors to see the spirit within, feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, see the spirit within and feel the pulse of every living thing that depends upon it. So that's what I mean about what Waituna, the environment, means to me. It's an awareness of everything.
The reason I asked it is just to try and get a reference point of difference between the cultural values that's been described to us by mana whenua with what you experience.
Well, what do they describe their cultural values as?
You'll be able to read that, and if you heard Mr. Whanga's evidence yesterday, we actually spoke a little bit more about that.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah. So once I've kind of got that point of difference, and from what I think it is, just so far, it's that you're recognising from a cultural values perspective, it's an old way of doing things, whereas I think the point of difference was that there might be modern ways of doing things from Mr. Whanga's evidence.
Or a combination thereof.
Yes, and that's what I'd heard yesterday. So what I was, then the next part I just wanted to test, and I want to just start by saying, I acknowledge your whakapapa. This is not a challenge to whakapapa at all, but it's a question about who is mana whenua is not up for debate in this hearing.
No.
That's not part of what we're here to decide. So can mana whenua, can you exist as a kaitiaki? And I see this in hapu, where you have different kaitiaki and with different values that coexist but have a different view.
Yeah.
So I'm just checking you are challenging mana whenua position as represented to us, or saying, I accept that, but I add also my lens to it.
Yeah, I'm challenging their position on the prolonged levels, but the reality of modern life is you people are going to decide for me, so I will have to accept it.
Right. Okay. So
so in the democratic society, the way I look at things is through this forum, I get to face you, which is important to Maori, to see the spirit within those that are making this decision, and the decision you make may not like it, but that'll be fine. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
No, that is helpful because you're just applying tikanga, which is a particular lens we have to take into account.
Yeah.
It's understanding how the hapu works, who represents the hapu, who speaks for the hapu, and how they speak for the hapu, but how you can express kaitiaki as well. So,
Well, there is a lot of just like Pākehā, there is a lot of interpretations of views. Every tribe, every individual has a different one. And I accept that. That's fine.
Good. Okay, no, thank you. That's predominantly just what I wanted to check in with you on.
Yeah, well, you've got yourself in the position that you make that decision.
Oh, thank you very much.
Well,
Thank you. Go. Right, now, it's only 10 to 6. Doing well. But before we adjourn to this evening, we want to put a couple of points across for Mr. Duisberg for tomorrow and for Ms. Williams potentially in reply or however this follows on from. So, so following our questioning of Ms. Thorne last evening, it's our understanding that the conditions proposed that there's an opening anywhere to be, for the alternative, is to be anywhere along the bar. And in the copy of the application that we have, we don't have a copy of any Form 9s under the regulations, so I'm assuming they're somewhere, and we'd like to be provided with copies of those. And then just in terms of those, when they're looking at the alternative locations, that there's going to be a risk assessment undertaken, and that's going to be certified by the council as the regulatory authority. Just at first glance, it seems to us that that risk assessment is similar to being a effects assessment, which should have been undertaken and formed part of the application that we're making a decision on. So what we want to know is that risk assessment effectively an effects assessment that hasn't occurred, therefore are we able to grant a consent that has conditions such as that? The other thing, the next item is that we heard today was about property values and how they're potentially affected. We haven't seen anything yet that provides us with any case law on property values and how they're taken account of. We're aware of Foot versus Wellington City and several others like that, but if someone could draw that to our attention, that would be helpful. We'd also like to know, we don't think we have, but do we have any ability for to provide compensation, which has been suggested by people today? Can we do that in terms of making our decision? And finally, if we were of a mind to decline the consent, we'd be interested to know that in the future whether, if we declined it, would people the council be able to use section 330 for an emergency opening, as a number of people have said, where we've seen it where I think it's something along the lines of, if you're aware that something could potentially occur into the future, then you're unable to use section 330. So hopefully that's all clear. Thank you. And we're adjourned till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and where we're Mr. Duffy is going to be online, and at 9 o'clock we'll start with him. So thank you all. We're adjourned.